On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile V4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has 2 firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4x scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on two-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new ACE-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new Firearm Combat Power System, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates. And that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult, and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you!
The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote to help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to 1 main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can rank anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasure sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new Firearm Combat Power System, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates. And that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time. The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Welcome back to day number 3 of the 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage. I'm your host, FaZe Clan, and the grind continues here today, obviously, as Group A are going to clash with Group B here. So obviously, there's going to be way more glory and also more upsets as well. Right now, I'm joined here by none others than BLUG's KF. Yeah. So welcome on board.
Hello.
Okay then, KF, first and foremost, I think the most suitable first word would be welcome back. Because the last time that you guys were in the PMSL here, it has been quite some time now, isn't it? But now you have started strong yesterday with 69 points and also to secure the winner chicken dinner as well. So how are you feeling coming today?
Oke, pertama selamat datang kembali lah ke PMSL dan di hari pertama kalian bermain dengan sangat-sangat bagus dengan secure 69 poin dan juga WWCD. Pertanyaannya adalah gimana perasaan kamu buat hari ini so far?
Untuk hari ini ya pasti senang. Cuma nggak boleh terlena ya, kita pasti ngegas terus.
Yeah, of course. For coming in today, I felt very, very happy for the last day performance. But then, yeah, we cannot completely forget that we still have another day to qualify to the Super Weekend. And yeah, we're just gonna push very, very hard in order for us to qualify to the grand final.
That's lovely. Stick to the plan and stay focused on the present. That's right. And now, when we think about Glue, right, we always think about the costumes, right? Last year, you guys rocked that Power Rangers outfit, right? And yesterday, you wear quite an interesting costumes, which also seems like construction workers, right? So, can you tell us the idea behind that outfit?
Okay, kalau kita lihat Glue ini pasti dengan outfit yang sangat keren gitu ya. Dari season lepas kita lihat outfitnya Power Rangers dan kemarin kita sempat lihat outfitnya itu seperti kayak kuli bangunan gitu. Bisa ceritain nggak siapa punya ide ini dan ya gimana bisa terjadinya kostum itu?
Ya ide ini udah pasti dari Avati ya. Awal mulanya karena waktu itu kita ada bikin konten jadi kuli bangunan ya, mungkin karena dari situ disambung-sambungin ke PMSL ini.
Yeah, of course the idea is coming from our CEO, our coach, our manager, and our everything is Fatiba. How he got the idea of the construction suit is basically the other day we have a content where we become a construction worker. So I think the idea is coming from there, and he just wanna make a storyline behind it, and that's how we get the construction suit.
Lovely, lovely. Just so you know, I think you guys rock that costume as well, as much as the Power Rangers from last year. All right, so speaking of last year, your team proved that you're not just about styles and the theatrics, right? You guys also qualified for the grand finals in the very first PMSL that you joined as well. So how far do you think you can go in this season?
Oke, kalau kita lihat season lalu ya Glue ini bukan dari gaya doang lah. Ya kalian juga lolos ke grand final season lalu buat pertama kalinya setelah lolos ke PMSL. Menurut kamu sendiri ya gimana tentang season ini? Apakah kamu yakin yang kamu bakal bisa lolos lagi ke grand final?
Yakin. Ya dengan kerja keras kita aja. Nggak melulu soal kostum kita karena lucu, tapi kita kerja keras juga.
Yeah, I agree that it's not about the costume. It's just like we've been grinding so hard and we are trying every single time. And I'm really confident that we're gonna qualify to the grand final for this PMSL.
Definitely, that confident looks, right? Of course, with the performance here, still winning a day 3 of PMSL. Now, we can also see not just BLUG, but also the Indonesian teams from all around has been having a great performances and great results so far here in these past 2 days. May I know which team that you personally look up to? You know, the team that is an idol, the blueprint for you guys.
Oke, bukan saja Glue yang perform di hari pertama ataupun hari kedua, bahkan tim-tim Indonesia yang lain juga ikut perform. Menurut KF sendiri, siapakah tim-tim Indonesia ataupun player ataupun lebih ke arah tim lah yang bisa menjadi patokan ataupun idola KF sendiri di PMSL kali ini?
Untuk patokan dari Glue sih mungkin alter ego. Karena gameplay mereka sih rapih banget sih, itu aja.
Yeah, I think the team that we've been idolized, for the whole Glue team is basically alter ego. I think it's because of their gameplay is very, 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 very good. Their gameplay is very, how do I say? It's very, very interesting to watch. It's very interesting to copy. So I think alter ego it is.
I see, that's it. But not only Alter Ego, but also you guys as well are going to deliver the performance here at day 3 of PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage here, which is about to begin our first match here in any minutes now. Thank you so much, Kim, and also Chan here as well. Now we'll be sending you right off to our casters.
Great stuff coming in there. I think it's great that we hear coming in about what they feel about their gameplay in terms of their confidence as well. Glue looks super good yesterday, and I wouldn't be surprised if their dominance continues today. Anyways, welcome everyone. This is the PMSL SEA Fall 2025. I'm Touch Mendoza, Contra, your casters for today as well. And if you guys haven't been watching the last 2 days, Group B is now done for this week, which means that we are looking for the last 2 groups to top our top 16 to go into the first super weekend of this season.
That's right. It's definitely going to be super exciting, just like how Blue has been able to deliver so many rounds of big results, despite them not always securing the chicken dinner. But then again, they've been able to really triumph in all those team fighting spirit that they've had, winning out a lot of all these hustles whenever they go for that push. So definitely we'll be looking forward to what they actually bring to the table when they move into Rondo for the very first match. And now it being pretty much done and dusted for some of those players coming in from Group C, I believe that they have at least a certain threshold that these teams of Group A as well as Group B wants to hit. So we'll be definitely looking at the leaderboard very closely. But of course, for those of you guys who are joining in for the first time or have not been around for a long time, welcome back, as we are following the same old point system of a 10-point chicken dinner, and then dwindles down all the way up to 8. So therefore, teams will have to secure those points by eliminations, and 200k is on the line as they play through the weeks of group stage to qualify to the Super Weekend and later on to the Grand Finals.
Yeah, anyways, for you guys who didn't know, we also are looking at 2 weeks of the league for group stages, including 2 super weekends where the final day of the week will be the Smash Rule, and finally 3 days of grand finals. So to qualify into the finals is the interesting one. It's a very interesting mechanic that's been going on for about 2-3 seasons now, where we're going to be having a look at the group stages first on the first 3 days of the week, where the top 16 from that week goes to the super weekend or qualifies to the super weekend. You collect as much points as you can that super weekend, where you get the highest amount of points on that 2 days will be the threshold for the super weekend. Getting a chicken dinner means that the day can either go early, or if you don't get a chicken dinner, it keeps on going up to 8 maps.
That's right, and now that they are implementing the Smash rules over the weekend, teams can get adjusted before the grand finals. But of course, most importantly, they have to qualify to this Super Weekend first and foremost. Today we'll be featuring Group A versus Group B. Group C has been completed with their total of 12 runs. So, of course, we welcome back Alter Ego and the rest of the field. And we'll have to see if Alter Ego once again thrive in this map of Rondo, where they've got the biggest results so far with more than 30 points in that span of the first round.
You know, I think I wouldn't be surprised if Alter Ego were to thrive. I think yesterday we saw a lot of a change in pace as well. I think Group A, while it's not the group of death, Group A is the group that makes things move around. I think Alter Ego as well, they set up the highest benchmark after this first day of play. Alter Ego, where they got 84 points. It took around 4 games yesterday for teams such as VOIN, RQ, and even eArena to top the charts to overtake Alter Ego today. Now, I'm not too sure whether or not Alter Ego's pace will be slowed as well, because it is day number 2. Like what Glue said during the interview, you know, they're such a fun team to watch. Everyone idolizes them, but that also means a lot of VOD review around this team as well. Rosemary especially really thrived on date number 1 as well. Now we look at the bottom of the charts here for the daily rankings. I think that, you know, since 5-2 is already in that bottom half, including you know, the other teams that are at the bottom half of the rung, for Group C, it is most likely that they might not be making it into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, it's rather unfortunate, but this being their debut, I think they could once again try on the upcoming week. Whereas for those who have only played for 6 games, Hell Esports, 7-9, TALON, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they got some firm chances for the rest of this evening for them to try to break into that top 16, where we've been looking at certain teams that have been playing from yesterday's bout. eArena absolutely shine in some of these maps of Wrangle, and yet again, the chicken dinner was still pretty much occupied by a couple of all these teams that's hailing from the side of Indonesia, but Thailand have shown that they have what it takes to challenge that stage.
Yeah, I think it's fun when you look at all of these teams. eArena, a team that I think yesterday was the benchmark of a day that, you know, I think for many of us we're thinking, okay, these guys are really good at CQCs. You try to breach a compound, they're going to just, you know, shred you to pieces. When you try to push a smoke, they're somewhere in there with a you know, a shotgun as well in there. But then suddenly you have these moments of brilliance, right? Where you see to mid and long range, they also can make a statement as well. So this is a team that you definitely have to look out for, especially with players like Joker. Now, for Glue, I think for GLUE as well, they are a team that goes aggressive from beginning to end. They don't really have that timing to go aggressive, like say Alter Ego or say BTR, Boom Esports. They're a little bit more different. They like to take aggression straight to the face. VOIN is, I think, a very close style play to this team as well. But VOIN yesterday a little bit more quiet, which allowed for GLUE to really shine and steal all of our attentions. As for VPE, this is the season that they're playing without their face, their longtime pillar, Tony K, and they're still doing as good as before, or not even better actually.
I would certainly agree. I think that it definitely gives them a little bit more of that fresh perspective, especially when they are taking those players that were from thriving teams such as Asia, TH, and now back to the drawing board for all the teams that are bound to meet here in Group A versus Group B. Now, moving into this map, it is rather interesting that majority of the teams are looking to secure areas that are around the outskirts where there is a little bit more of that priority of getting themselves that recall point that's only available in specific cities, and therefore they're looking to really farm those numbers. Whereas when we take a look at Alter Ego, they're happy enough to take the center stage, and that allows them to also rotate around the field a little bit more with ease. So I'm definitely excited to see what this map of Rondo brings later on.
Yeah, it's very fun. I think this map is cool. I think yesterday was a team. Which team was it? I think it was eArena, where they were the team to... Wait, hang on, let me just look it up. Okay, here we go. I think when you look at it yesterday, I think we had a team that was super aggressive. They were taking fights left, right, and center, but they didn't seem to try to bring their teammates back into the game as well. I don't know whether these teams forgot that you can actually recall on this map, but it's still definitely a map where they really thrived. I believe it was XSOPHERE. Now, coming into today with the addition of Alter Ego once again on this map. Remember, on day number 1, I believe Alter Ego hit that 30 bomb, just the 30 points, excuse me, on that particular map as well. They were so good at just farming eliminations. Rosemary, especially, I would say the star player for this team, playing a little bit more separate than his teammates, but cohesion's a lot more there because he's so good at buying time for his teammates to rotate over. So that's also something to worry about as well. For many of these teams, today is the day that I think all eyes are on him.
That's right. And of course, you guys can also set your eyes on all the latest gears provided by Techno. They stop at nothing to give you the very best so that you can gain the edge here in all your games of PUBG Mobile. With POVA 7 Ultra 5G, you can just dominate your competition, as this is engineered for those who refuse to slow down. And of course, it comes with a 144 Hz refresh rate, AMOLED display, ultra charging 70 watts, 6K mAh battery life, and wireless charging as well, so that it eases you in every competition that you go into on your mobile devices. So that being said, make sure you grab your hands on it while there's, of course, still stocks left, because it's selling like hotcakes, by the way.
Anyways, coming back to what we were talking about just now, yesterday was an interesting one. A very big change in pace compared to day 1, where on day 1 it felt like the games were a lot more faster, a lot more aggressive. While we didn't really see that aggression coming in from teams like Alter Ego early in the game, I mean, you have teams like VOIN who are constantly on the go method, right? They're always going forward, they're always taking fights. They didn't really have a certain time to go super aggressive. VOIN is out of this rotation, but there's still Alter Ego to worry about. And also, we're thinking about teams such as GLUE. I think that GLUE yesterday was also very fun to watch as well. They're great at taking fights. They're a team that likes to, I think they go for very long rotations, but these rotations are not in vain either, because it seems like they're just trying to collect elimination points, which really propelled them forward. I think there was a season where people were making fun of them just a little bit in terms of their decision making, in terms of their rotations, but it feels like they seem to have already kind of took all of that criticism with a grain of salt, and they sort of built something new out of that.
Yeah, I really do like the kind of spirit they actually bring every season, not only in the form of creativity in their outfit, but also in that interview themselves, is that, hey, we're not all about jokes and fun. We're also about discipline, as well as proving ourselves to be one of the hottest prospects of Indonesia, and that really shows so far in this brand new season, despite them, missing out on one season. Now with the grand return, they definitely take things a lot more seriously. We're looking at so many of all these names like KF now joining the squad to really solidify this roster. They definitely seem to be a lot more well balanced. It's not just, full gas into a certain team and just, take a 50-50. All these fights were absolutely convincing coming in from the side of Blue Squad. And of course, we did mention about, certain teams not going for the revive. I believe that team was either eArena or Team Flash as well, because they really were...
Team Flash. It was Team Flash. You're right.
Yeah, so Team Flash, they were really securing themselves a good position, and they just got all that perfect funnel. So I guess, if you are pretty sure about the game plan already on what you really want to achieve, you don't always have to, put yourself into the risky position, because we're seeing teams like XSOPHERE, RRQ, they take those battles on the outskirts, and either side of the party will eventually take an L, right? It was XSOPHERE, I do believe, and RRQ being the big winners. They've been able to really open up so much space from the North Point, where they've been almost went for that chicken dinner as well. So I think that today's story between Group A as well as Group B, it will unfold in a very dramatic fashion, because, by the end of tonight's round, some teams will have to just sit out from the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and it's going to be a long weekend if you don't play as well. You're missing out on a lot of points, especially the head start to really catch up into the grand finals in about 2 weeks now. I am going to also really highlight another team here. I think Boom Esports, they were a little bit more slow on day one, but they did manage to kind of clinch it till the end. My worry about this team is that they can get a little bit more cold. Consistency hasn't really been there quite yet. Now with that 1 day break, especially since they warmed up toward the end of the day, could that have actually, kind of killed the momentum, especially because of that as well. Now, coming into this game, I think you may disagree with how I feel here, Contra.
Well, I would actually say that, they do know that today is going to be a very important day. I don't think that there's going to be too much of a momentum breaker, where they have already figured things out slowly and steadily. So looking at Boom Esports, this is the reason why I'm actually putting my votes on them as well, to be able to do a lot of damage here in this map.
Yeah, but also, to highlight as well, there are a few teams that are currently in the danger zone still. Teams like Hale, and it's kind of surprising when you think about Hale, right? They were everywhere yesterday on that map. Kill feeds all around, taking fights left, right, and center. But it feels like they never really get to, really tie those loose ends. Their kills get stolen away. They're not confirming their kills. So that means that even if they are fighting, they're not going to be able to just really clinch those points. And in a lot of situations, those eliminations were stolen away by third parties as well. So today's the day, I think that for teams like Hale, who definitely have it in terms of firepower and gameplay, they need to learn how to close out these fights properly. And the same could be said about MVKE.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. I think one good example other than the Hale was also the Saver, who won't be playing today since they've already completed their run. But they've got just about enough points by doing so. So I guess teams cannot afford to be too fixated onto just one track mind of just picking up all these points via eliminations, because now they also have to ensure their safety net into a little bit more consistent run into a top 5 at the very least, because every drop of point that they gain right now is either gonna allow them to play over weekend or not. But Team Flash, they're feeling pretty revitalized. Looking from the cameras, they're absolutely ready to take on the rest of the field. And take a look at that. Well, EPL Monomax 299. What kind of code is that? I can't seem to decipher it.
Anyway, moving into the rest of the day, I think there are teams that I'm really curious to see. TODAK, I think TODAK had a very back and forth day on day one. I don't think we've really seen their full potential, but it is a new roster, so it is very fun to see how far this team can go in particular. AZ yesterday didn't really wake up for that slumber. We want to see them really get activated and online today. I think is there really a Malaysian team that's currently in the green right now? I don't think so. Even CD Alliance had a very slow start yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
Homebois had quite a number of points from what I do recall. They did activate
yesterday. Yeah, it was toward the end of yesterday that I really start to see them really come online and get a bit more active and aggressive. But is it enough?
Yeah, that's where we really want to figure out. They did manage to secure themselves the very first chicken dinner for Malaysia, and that's already a very good sign for the team to be able to propel further. But I'm not quite sure that if this is going to be good enough if they weren't to be participating in today's grouping. So that being said, though, if we take a look at it, whoever else that's currently playing here in Group A as well as Group B, it's absolutely stacked. I've already talked about Group B being my personal pick for the group of dev. And now, with some of all these PMNC teams also stuck alongside with the right, needing to upkeep that tempo to really match their opponents, I feel like it's not an easy thing to figure out, even within the time frame of 1 or 2 days.
Oh, definitely not. I'm still a big believer that week 1 is the week that people still try to figure out things. I know you get like 6 maps a day, so about 12 matches in total for each group. So it gets a bit more. I mean, yeah, it's 12 matches, but is it? I don't think it's enough reps in terms of hours of play as well on that big stage. The adjustment to playing the big stages, especially the newer teams, is already something else as well. So for me personally, for the newer teams that are just about to adjust to Tier 1, the players that just got, you know, promoted into the teams as well, week 2 I think would be a great yardstick to see how far they play and go. I think, you know, especially with some teams such as Sem9, just getting, you know, their new head coach. It was kind of funny after day 1 for Sem9. They did post a TikTok, Superboy did, where he posted a video of Man Parang looking quite stressed out, very stressed out. And the comments were funny from Boss Tommy. Said, now you know being a head coach ain't easy, huh? So he's learning, that's for sure.
How the tables have turned for him. I mean, guy's been aging, but you know, funny thing is that when I watched some of all these scrims during the off season, there was one game that Manpower was playing as well. So I was wondering, like, did he ever consider putting himself in substitution so that he also gets a little bit of airtime? If that's the case, then
he did, right? Maybe. A few years ago.
Yeah, he did, and this time around, I'm not quite sure. So I really want to figure out if he ever gets to play. But you know, the Talon boys looking jet set and ready to take on the rest of the field as we dive right into Day 3's first map. It's gonna be Rondo.
Honestly, I wish that all maps had revives. It's just fun to be able to see how far you can really take these fights as well. Some teams that like to play very, very early and aggressive on this map is RRQ. We've seen many moments where they lose 3, and it's almost immediate how fast the revives are happening as well. You know, because you have one player that's playing so far back, especially the support players that's able to just bring you know, teams back into the game as well. Now, you know, I think we did bring up this question if any camps were going to be happening at the revive points. Honestly, throughout the entirety of yesterday and the day before that, day 1, day 2, we did not see a single revive point camp, which is honestly kind of disappointing to me.
As much as it wasn't exactly a camp, I remember there was only maybe a glimpse where 2 teams were kind of wounded. They were trying to reach that point, and then they kind of had to fight. It's either you or me. And that was also pretty interesting to actually look out for. Meanwhile, there's a flock of crowd over onto in my town, over onto the northwestern eastern corner of the map. So there's definitely bound to be a lot more action around that city because there's a high tier loot around those facilities where they could just easily stash up. So I wonder if they're going to be able to really get the engines running real quickly. MBKE, they really played it very slowly yesterday, and they didn't really manage to yield all these big points. Very unlikely of them to be having such a slouch back in their first day of action, and now they will have to really get themselves back to 100% because there is a team nearby, and we're also getting a little action with AZ flocking onto FaZe Clan.
Massive stuff coming to O'Brien as well. Slumber probably activated already, understanding that this is their final day playing. But you know what, FaZe, they don't care. Bring a 4v2, it doesn't really matter. We just play off each other as well. A 1-for-1 trade for the time being here. No, sorry, FaZe losing 2-for-1. But if anything, the FaZe had this nice 2-2 formation. We've seen it before as well. Chaco alone. If there's anyone who can actually clutch this 1v2, it's gonna be him. But I think AZ also very, very aware of that as well. Quickly drops it down. So because it's a 2-2 formation, they got 1 out of that scuffle. But in this situation, getting a 3 this early for AZ is really good. Just really propelled them forward. After all, this is a team that just got newly promoted. And of course, they want to make it to that first super weekend.
Yeah, and just like that, after losing out a little bit of that duel, they finally tested the strength of AZ Slumber, and immediately Urs went in to bring them all back. So, sure, they still walk away with 1 point, which is pretty much an added bonus, but I'm not too sure if they will recommit to the fight because now they have to go in for even more loot. While Boom Esports, they're already on top of the hill, scouting out to see if the members of Blue Esports will be falling prey to some of all these hustle from the top side of the hill. And right at this moment, for the rest of the teams that have been dropping over on outskirts, they're taking things nice and quiet. Not so much so for MAQNA, now receiving the tail end of the trades, but he still managed to find a beautiful knockoff to stick to.
Incredibly sharp. Boom Esports, a very different look this season with a slower style of play, but you know, if it works, it works. I think Homebois yesterday showed us that, you know, while playing aggressive and taking fights not working out, playing very passive, getting to the middle of circle first worked out very well in their favor, which rewarded them with a chicken dinner. I wouldn't be surprised if some teams would also have this playbook already written down in one of the pages. As we go into this game as well, CD Alliance not the start that I was expecting either, you know, ending day 1 with only 16 points as well. I'm pretty sure this is not what they expected too. But then again, it was their first day of play. They were still trying to figure things out. If anything, today is the day that I think CD Alliance would most likely have a lot of adjustments made. As we go into Boom Esports, trying to take down Blue. Blue had taken a lot of attention yesterday. Everyone's going very aggressive right now as KFQ hoping to win the CQC, but Mastery, what a star! A great start here as well to start things off great for the team. Boom Esports, I think on day 1 did manage to get that 1 chicken dinner, but in terms of points, not the highest either. So if we go through, you know, history, Boom Esports and playing a little bit more slowly, coming back last minute could be true today, as Noel will be the one that's going to be hunted down next. Yummy with a nice jump shot quickly eliminates him.
Yeah, very clean work coming in from Boom Esports to really isolate the targets with 3 members to just really secure the entire vicinity of these compounds. And as for Blue Squad, I'm not exactly too concerned about their situation because there's always that revive point, and Xbox, he just bringing them back to life by the corners of Bamboo. So now that with them coming back into the field, hopefully they'll be able to secure more of all these areas of Bamboo for them to go in for the restock. While it's going to be Hale once again going for the challenge up against MVKE.
MVKE, still a bit passive. We've seen some early fights as well for this map, but no, expecting it to be a little bit more aggressive. But hey, not every team is going to be as aggressive as VOIN and Alter Ego. So Tiger punished, being a bit too aggressive there on his own, not really watching that corner. Always going to be an answer back from MVKE, and that's always very fun to watch. As we look at rotations right now, in the middle of the circle, I already have Alter Ego this time around. This time around, Alter Ego is not the one farming. Instead, they're looking for that prime position before they start doing so. And I wouldn't be surprised if they have like a nice 2-2 formation in the middle of that circle over at Dunching. They can take over the compound, send Rosemary out to do his own thing while providing some long-range cover. I think players like Rosemary, they can really thrive on their own without really worrying too much about getting support, which can allow his teammates to just really have so much space to play and, you know, farm up in other areas.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I mean, they've been securing the corners of test track, and they can afford to really go lounge out and about, whereas Wynn's getting caught out. Great setup coming from the side of NST to be setting up such a choke point by the corners of Hongshan. And right now, they just gotta move a little further out to secure even more up against Zeus. But it doesn't seem like they will be able to actually move too far off from their current position without getting hacked by the rest of the members of Team Flash, who's also occupying some space. Great taps from right down under, and Zeus looking for a double up against Kenboy, who's currently stuck right behind the rock. Doesn't seem like he has a vehicle to also move out, so this is quite a pinch that Kenboy's under.
Can go for a wide swing perhaps, but when you're against players like Zeus, a wide swing doesn't really matter. He just flicks back toward you, right? He peeks out. Look at immediate response, and Kenboy nearly dies for that. But in this situation, I think for them, you know, being in a zone where it's a little bit more hard to move, the blue zone also coming forward, you gotta find a way to get this fight end soon. It's not like they're lacking in terms of bodies as well. They have a bit more of height they can really abuse. That's what I'm talking about here. Zeus finally fighting a bit back of his own damage there as Kenboy not taking the advantage, just really rush up forward either. Instead, he's going to try and play a game of smoke and mirrors, setting up those smokes, give an idea that his teammates are close. Maybe he could go for a wide swing. No, it's going to be his teammates crashing into the compound, and they're going to try and fight Zeus as a 2, excuse me, which is much better. But the timing was just a little bit off on that swing as well. Zeus was very much ready for it. Single-handedly taking down 2 of the players of NST. What a big mistake. It felt like a perhaps just a miscommunication there in terms of the swings. I was hoping for a 1, 2, 3 swing rush up forward here, but Zeus knows exactly how to stop that from happening.
Zeus is just so formidable. Even in that 2 versus 1, he's so calm, so composed, and now looking for that 3-pointer. Plenty of smokes to cover ground for now for Kenboy, but the rest of Team Flash have arrived to the scene. Tops probably will be able to find those angles from the side of the hill. The nades are being lobbed towards the direction of Kenboy, and it kind of bounces a little bit further away.
Oh no.
And the second one looks so much better. This will secure it up against NST.
NST, okay, I mean, considering how fast the teammates, you know, have been revived, they do have a player just hanging around a revive point there, so I don't think, a recall point, excuse me, so I don't think it's gonna be a problem here. Kings is close. They're still keeping a close eye onto Flash. And remember, yesterday, Flash was a team that was so formidable, getting so many eliminations on this map. They were just farming left, right, and center. But in this situation as well, the amount of teams in the blue zone is still very concerning. Everyone opting for a slower rotation over. I was expecting it to be a little bit more aggressive. Faster rotations means like faster fights as well. But you can see teams such as Boom Esports still hanging around Stadium. You have Sem9 still at Yulin. CD Alliance over on track, just side by side by Glue. And for the longest rotations I've ever seen here is TODAK, who came through Jadina City.
Yeah, I couldn't really blame them as well on the kind of tempo that they are currently playing with, because it matters a whole lot whether if you can actually reach into the top 16. And NSC, in that situation, they've lost out Kenboy. And before Kenboy drops, they've already pulled in that revive. So I'm not too sure if they will be able to eventually consider bringing back Kenboy. But at the very least, they're still pretty much well in life. As much as we've already seen some casualties happen, and of course scores being earned by all these teams who were enrolled in all these team fights, everyone goes back into a squad strength of 4. Blue squad, though, they're tanking a lot of damage, and they really got to move deeper into the fields. Mika all alone, lurking around in this corners of Yulin, and doesn't seem like he's going to be able to catch the rest of Boom Esports, but receiving that info might just be pretty vital for them to plan something in return for an engagement.
Love that Mika is still their dedicated scout. I think Mika is, I think if I could liken someone to Mika, it would be Rosemary in terms of style of play. Not as dominant though, but you know, he still gets the job done. As for AZ, now in trouble, rotating inside, getting chased the heck out of other teams now. Circle shifting here. While it ping-ponged to the left, it also finally centralized as well, which means teams such as NST, Flash, Alter Ego, TALON would be fairly safe inside the circle. NST, personally for me, have a nice, good compound to work with. I think all eyes would be onto the area as well, so NST should be expecting a big onslaught of teams trying to wrestle that away from them.
Yeah, they just gotta really amp themselves up for all these upcoming battles, because there's barely enough space for teams who really opt to find any form of cover other than terrain. So that being said, though, wonder how much time do they actually spend to be, you know, studying some of the fields, because some areas as flat as this will just allow other teams to really punish, and that's Alter Ego just abusing all the terrains once again, setting up a very cheeky choke point by the corner of the hut, getting that one pick off against some of the members passing by, and they were well on their way. While we go back into the tick of the action, it is going to be AZ Slumber that gets a glimpse out of Hill Esports, but they're on the opposite side of warehouse. So I don't think that there's going to be a full flush just yet, as these two teams, they're still inside of the blue.
It's an interesting one to say the least here. I would have expected Alter Ego to go a little bit more aggressive, but I think that a lot of teams really took the time to get into that circle area. Now, one thing about this map is that even though it is a flat area, there is still a possibility of using that pickaxe to make a little bit of a ditch for you to work with as well. So it's not a beyond end all situation for you to not have cover. But many of these teams, AZ now in trouble as well. It just feels like for AZ, they're rotating, they're getting caught off guard. One member gets eliminated. But the plus side, at the very least, in this particular map, you can go for that revive. Hale once again stuck as well here. These two teams need to fight just to be able to leave Tulin in this situation. And also the blue chipping away at their health. Yeah, it's just slow, tiny little damage, but it still does add up over time the longer that you stay. But Hale, I can tell that I wouldn't say that they're hesitating, but they're being super cautious right now. They're still intact as of 4, but they're trying to find those angles. Richard X is great at being able to find those nice off angles. So AZ will be the first team to get knocked out here, and it is good because Hale wanted to make sure that AZ gets eliminated all in one go.
That's right, already 2 points in. FaZe Clan right now charging right through, going head-to-head up against M9. Instantly tossing out Fearon with a beautiful headshot that connects. And now Yuhai joins in slightly late to the scene, so he will have to pull back. A little overwhelming to challenge up against FaZe Clan for this moment, as they have a little bit of an elevation as well. Meanwhile, take a look at the outskirts where CELCOMDIGI Alliance may look to butt in at the very same time, and this could be bad news for those two teams. Thankfully, it's not going to be a full commitment just yet, so only 2 members coming out of the side of CD Alliance.
It's gonna be so fun right now. Alter Ego just walking down the middle of the road. As for FaZe, they're struggling. Still alive as a 4. As CD Alliance over in one compound. Everyone's just happy. Neighbors, everyone fighting for their right to get into that circle right now. And somehow Team Secret managing to find a whole team wipe of their own. The wait is huge here for SEM9. For SEM9, they want to try and come back from day number 1. They had a great start, but not really a great end of the day. As for CD Alliance, quickly finds Ponbit. And that shot was nasty coming in from Jimmy. He nearly sprayed the heck out of one of the members of Boom. Could have finally just knocked him out of the game if Ponbit wasn't fast enough to move and duck for cover.
Yeah, that's just great awareness coming in from Jimmy as well, to ensure that no other teams can be able to pressure them from the outskirts, and they can just focus on what's ahead. These two teams pretty much stuck inside of that urban setting, and right now back towards the side of Glue. Great pickoff as they abuse that high ground terrain up against M9. SEM9, they were hoping to bail out the situation and got themselves pretty much trapped up. And Mastery is also coming with another off angle to pin down even more members of SEM9. And now it's only down to Yuhai. Yuhai cannot afford to make any form of mistakes right now. And the rest of Boom Esports decides they want into this big party.
Oh no, check your corners, what a win! Oh, see Jimmy, that was a bit too close for comfort. The rest of Boom Esports scatter. A nice swing out from Octa. But nice trades as well from SEM9 in retaliation with those nades. Octa just swinging out, just gonna go out in the area, but the nade does clip him, barely keeping him alive, and FaZe Clan pushes forward as well. SEM9 just hanging back, deciding not to go all out on this fight, instead opting to see whether I can steal away kills. And FaZe completely overwhelmed Boom Esports. They're in trouble right now, still have one man standing just to bring the team back into the game, but that is not the outcome they wanted. Yummy, all alone, top side, wants to try and get the kill against Earths, but you know how Earths plays here. Last minute swing to really seal the deal, as well as SEM9 finally joined in that fight. Canary running for his life, Earth's keeping mad quiet. Definitely saw the member of SEM9 over at the bottom side. Decides to play together as team at the top here. They can just really take full control of the staircase. But SEM9 rushes up, knowing that they're going to have a utility in hand. But Canary also gives back one of their own. SEM9 eliminated and no one to bring them back in the game.
What a rally. We weren't too sure who exactly would be able to actually win it all out. So Boom Esports, they went in, they thought that they could actually get the job done, but instead they were overwhelmed because that first couple of pickoffs that did happen kind of puts a dent right through what they were planning up ahead. FaZe Clan, they were making steady pacing into those matchups, and then Semi thought, hey, they should be weakened, and rightfully so. Upon that 2 versus 2, it was a very close call, and somehow FaZe Clan prevailed, racking in a total of 7 points, with the battle continuing across the fields of Hongshan. TODAK right now have been able to find a sweet spot entering from the southeastern corner of the map. They will be able to dictate the pace of those who are coming in rather late, whereas Team Flash holding on to 1 out of 2 of the remaining compounds. So there will be a battle between them as well as NST for that space.
Interestingly enough, I'm wondering if FaZe is close enough to a revive point. I don't think they are at all. I'm not seeing one close by, at least on this map feed. But for NST here, despite getting clipped and even killed, they've been surviving intact as of 4. However, it's just 1 kill compared to the rest. But a team that's been thriving in this map, it's FaZe as well as Flash. A bit more quiet from Alter Ego with only 1 elimination, and Glue with 3. But still, I also see some sparks of brilliance coming in from Hale as well, despite having only 1 member left. TODAK finally breaking into the circle as well after that long rotation from Janita City. They do have some compounds to play with, but for the middle pack of the circle, where the best compound is placed, has to be Alter Ego right now.
Alter Ego, they didn't really have to do all too many drastic moves. They've been calm and collected, and you know, back in the very first outing inside Rondo, they were the ones to be going guns blazing upon the rest, and now perhaps this is the timing where Alter Ego wants to get a little bit more involved because they only got 1 point so far. Kings looking around, hoping to perhaps nap one more.
Oh, that is disgusting.
Once again, we go back into that replay that was beautifully executed.
Yuhai is the GOAT.
Yeah, his timing was impeccable, right? When he pushed up, there was that guy trying to cook out the nade, and he's been able to really find the mark.
Yeah, that was just really good. Double swing as well. 2 shots to the face, but wasn't really able to clinch the whole thing, so he did fall in the end. You could tell he was very, very frustrated. These almost moments are just the most heartbreaking moments. And now we look at the last few moments here as a few teams already on the sides of the circle there. I think I spoke a little bit about how Alter Ego was right smack dab in the middle of that circle, but the amount of teams on this left side here is concerning, where they have to fight for the right to get inside. And if you do cross inside, you can already see Alter Ego is just keeping their eyes so closely on these 3 teams as well. Long range fights is something you want to avoid as well. And what a nade coming in from Gawi, immediately finds Sui Boy, so he's just getting knocked out already. The rest of NST as well, bleeding, struggling right now. Hard to find even a single piece of space to go push inside, because in front of them as well is Flash, gatekeeping them out of the circle. They cannot move in at all, so they have to wait for the circle to move a little bit more, hope for another team to really be the distraction, hope for something to be the opener so they can just really boom their way into the area. But Alter Ego as well, you can tell as well, because they're in the middle side of the circle, a lot of eyes are on them. Flash putting a bit of chip damage there. Ooh, micro angle completely abused, and Snape just gets knocked down as the other 2 looking to pick them up. Krypton does try. Gonna try and just move left, right, and center, just strafing away, avoiding any of the bullets, and he does. I don't think it's gonna be a problem to bring him back into the game, but the circle's still favoring the team, and the teams such as TALON and TODAK, they're gonna have to find a different way inside.
Definitely have to do so. Team Flash could still afford to stay put for a little while longer. They've been able to gain that intel up against Alter Ego, and right now spots out FaZe Clan on the other corner at the very same time. Alter Ego have been able to pick up MAQNA over onto the corner, so it's gonna be a-okay for the moment. Meanwhile,
oh no,
Empire Esports goes in, crashing into the areas of NST. They're still in the midst of the valley where they've been able to call in for a couple of emergency covers, but that's barely enough. A lot more pressure on to the names of NST for the moment. And Talon right now, hold down the line. Red Bull once again flips out the tray and goes in for a flank, but it will be retaliated with a big 1-for-1. And Boysil, oh Boysil, he almost got it, but it's Gui arriving in the nick of time to save Red Bull. Just in a matter of moments.
I love that. Red Bull bought a lot of time. He tried to really win that 1v1. He almost did, but the rotation and response time coming in from Vampire Esports is phenomenal. It keeps Red Bull alive. And Red Bull, I mean, the rest of VPE, they're very much ready for this onslaught as well. They know that TALON only 2 players knocked down. They know that one is going to be very, very close. And they know the possibility of getting third party right now is incredibly insane. One nade to end it all. And TALON gets eliminated here. Vampire Esports a bit more, I would say, aggressive in the last two circles. They're moving around the area. They're trying to find their space. And it feels like pressure is their activator, the catalyst to really bring them in. As Flash, they've been such a spoiled sport right now. Any fights happening on the other end, they pressure. And it's making it so hard for teams to really not only take up space, but win convincingly.
That's right, and once again, they never really truly had to put themselves into revive points in order to do so. They got themselves pretty much like a tower for them to really work with. Meanwhile, Blue, they've called in for the covers for them to be able to trade right back at the side of Team Secret. They're opting to do exactly the same. So there is a little bit more to the spring cover that the members of Team Secret can still work with.
Oh, no.
And they work with it so well. Juke, great headshot, connecting, but there's still Zeus looking around the corner now, trying to track out those members of FaZe Clan. He's being sent forward. The rest of Team Flash not joining in just yet. Canary flushes his position away, forcing him to turn back around.
Honestly, I think I could tell that Flash was getting a little bit too antsy just now. They were waiting, they sent out bows, they sent out tops now and then, and now was views. But now in this corner for Team Secret, yeah, they have a bit of cover. But when you have teams such as, say, Vampire Esports, even Glue, who are so adept at using throwables, it makes it hard. Somehow they know the trajectory of these throws, they know how to bounce it off each other. And some teams, because they're just so obscured by those smokes, they cannot tell where exactly these nades are landing. But for Glue, this is a very dangerous area to be in. It's out there in the open. The buggy provides barely a 0 to any, cover as well. Waiting for the right timing, and Juki jukes that one perfect nade, knocks out one member of Glue, and it's up to his teammate to see whether or not he can turn this around. Timing is good. You can see a rotation coming from another team, and Team Secret realizes this. They're so distracted. Now is the time for Glue to bring their teammate back into the game.
Yeah, it is a rather tough situation for them, but Team Secret, they're holding it down up against the rest of TODAK right now. Trying to charge right through, knocking down zeros, as well as GK in the process. Now it's only 2 left. Doki takes 2 down, and now back into the fair fight, and it's only down to GK, and that nade once again wins it out for TODAK. The swordfishes strike straight to the heart.
Oh, man. TODAK already somehow quietly gotten 3 eliminations here. FaZe, that ditch that they've made with those pickaxes, I can tell that it didn't really work on their favor. It's sort of a crater. It just allowed for the throwables just really bounce toward them. And many teams actually were met with that same fate. Now for Flash, actively moving around, finally, just leaving that compound here, which finally lets NST slowly rotate into the circle. But what they didn't realize that Bose is close by. But when we look toward TODAK's perspective here, they were also one of the more patient teams. They were playing outside the circle for quite some time, just sort of like skirting in and out of the zone. And finally, because a lot of teams had, had their fights lost out and finally given up that space, they're finally breaking into the area. But Hale, they're not out of the woods yet. They're stuck inside of these craters as well. Again, these craters are a thorn in so many teams' side. But for Alter Ego, this is not also an easy start for them as well. And teams like Flash, they've been doing a great job of just pressuring teams. And out of everyone, they are the team that's just really laid back, allowed them for third-party kills or even just pressured. And they already have 10 eliminations.
Yeah, they've been astounding by just keeping at the same kind of tempo of play, going for those small little pickups one after another. And it accumulates so much. They're also landlocking the rest of Alter Ego from moving too far apart. TODAK now brings in the explosive bow in order to create a little bit of trench for himself. That smart play, he's coming in. And now the rest of Alter Ego affords to push out because they were too occupied. Team Flash tries to fight back, but it's only going to be a big swing, but results to nothing. Rosemary will nail them down. It's only 1 HP left for the side of Win. Can he somehow recover? Can he fight back? No, not at all. Alpha seals it together with Rose.
That reaction time from Alter Ego is just phenomenal. You have the layers of players, one in the front line, one in the back line. This time it's Rosemary playing the back. He dealt with one player, allowed his teammate to really take that first contact blow, and then he immediately reacted onto another. Crazy stuff coming through here, and they are still intact as a 4. TODAK, the same could be said as well, as VPE only struggling with a 2 to survive. So you can tell that for VPE, they're just waiting outside the zone, waiting for the right time to get a bit more active. But I'm pretty sure that TODAK is aware of their presence as well. They want to go hunting, but they are definitely giving a lot of respect to Lazarus and Gewi.
Yeah, there's barely enough room for them to really get right into the zone, though. That is going to be a cause of concern for the side of TODAK. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, they can afford to take that wide swing. You'd see a 2-2 split going on, and they're already comboing as Krypton's going to be able to find even more out of that exchange. Rosemary now pins down those members of TODAK as they will not stop at nothing for the moment, but there's still one being knocked out of the vehicle. Kenny, great retaliation, gets the knock over onto Rosemary. They look for that recovery, and Krypton is trying to take charge to see if he can hold Kenny back.
Kenny going so far forward compared to his teammates as well. His position out of the way did allow for him to crossfire and steal away, or just trade away another kill. 9 is just so close right now. It's just easily taken out. Rosemary knocked out already as the rest of AE just completely crumble or just collapse onto the members of TODAK. He started off so good, but with Rosemary, everyone's so zeroed down on him. The rest of Alter Ego react by just moving together as a 3. When you have 3 guns pointed at you simultaneously, which kill do you go for first? Top, we've seen this guy do miracles, but as a 2 with his teammate barely alive, Frenzy needs to go for a reset and heal. I don't think he has the time or resources right now. And the blue zone shifting in. No space at all to go for, and now the rest of Alter Ego just rushes through. A good spray to the face is enough for them to completely rush forward, and TODAK dreams dashed, and another chicken dinner for Alter Ego here on Rondo.
Is it safe to say that they are the kings of Rondo? I would say absolutely. They stamp it right on the wall. The 2 wins in this very specific map, and at first you saw Team Flash, they were pinning them down. The moment that they were let off the grip, instantly they pounce upon the rest of Team Flash, and they've been able to pave that open space to eventually crumple out TODAK. So let's take a look at it again. I mean, there's just so many fights that take place. Of course, most of it happening towards the mid-game onwards, but a lot of all these teams have definitely been able to really figure out how exactly to farm those big points here in this map.
It's a bit more quiet for Alter Ego this game, I think, compared to day 1 where they were just getting a bit more active. You have Rosemary going huge, getting early fights. They were just really... They weren't necessarily destroying teams. They were getting nice pickoffs to allow teams to just go for that revive, and then they were just going to get more and more of those points. This time around, a bit more quiet. They're prioritizing positions compared to the rest. We didn't really see them get active until stage number 6 or number 7. In this situation here, the numbers and damage still a bit more, I think, less than usual, but the results still the same, with Rosemary taking the lead in terms of damage and damage received on top of that as well. The eliminations he got are 3 alongside with Krypton, and I think that in this game, Alter Ego, I'm not saying they're taking a step back here. I'm saying that they're changing the way they approach this map.
They absolutely did, and overall, I think that it's always the usual suspects, Rosemary, to still be able to churn those big numbers, but Krypton as well as Snape, their mid-game approach was just absolutely phenomenal on how they've been able to really put themselves forward, or even at certain points where they really have to cover grounds. They did exactly just that, and Alter Ego wins that second chicken dinner of Rondo.
seeing a lot of intense reactions already. It's already game one. That was very high energy coming in from Yuhai. Anyways, top 4 teams we're going to be looking at is Alter Ego, Flash, TODAK, and VPE. I think we were questioning a little bit about how Malaysian teams are playing here, and this is off to a good start. I think TODAK with a very big team restructure. Now, I think I love the fact that, you know, I think Kenny is one of the callers, if I'm not mistaken, and he's taking a very aggressive approach, playing first contact in the front compared to the rest of the team. And it really just shows that, you know, you can have fragile IGLs and you can also make calls at the same time. But for the rest of the teams here, for VPE, Flash, Alter Ego, it's business as usual. Flash still maintaining the same aggression from yesterday, and the same could be said about VPE.
Yeah, it's great that these teams are having a very great hive mind to be able to operate like they are just pretty much a clone of their own. So Rosemary, nobody seems to be able to clone this man, though. He's always churning those big numbers. We've seen from yesterday that other players were trying to challenge his record, but make no mistake, this guy here, once he's back, he is still going to show them who's boss with those big damage output. Despite this time, maybe not walk away with those bigger elimination points, it is still Alter Ego that walks away with the win. 18 points to the tally, and if we take a look at the rest of the teams that were involved, it definitely was big results for TODAK, especially. I mean, this is a big comeback performance for them. Team Flash have always been up there on the same par as Alter Ego, so I'm not too surprised about that. But you could clearly see that all these teams, they were at least involved in one fight or two.
Yeah. I'm loving the fact, you know, that last circle was very, very hectic. Flash especially caught my eye because of how aggressive they were. They didn't have that prime location, but just opted to play inside of a compound. There's really third-party steal away kills. Anyway, the teams to beat right now is going to be VOIN and EA. That's really set the benchmark for the end of the week here. 104 and 102 are the benchmarks for the games to really play catch-up. Now, it's very funny because Alter Ego only played one game and easily just jumped out. I believe they started the day off with 84 points, if I'm not mistaken. So it's all the way up to third place here, knocking down RRQ and D Xavier. So if anything, I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to just really secure that top spot. Now, looking at the rest of the charts here, Boom getting knocked down by TODAK, and this is huge because I believe that TODAK wasn't really in the second pages quite yet. So bringing them to 13 means that a lot of teams from Group C might be getting knocked out already. I'm surprised that 5-2 hasn't yet. So if say other teams get climb up, I wouldn't be surprised if CD Alliance or AZ will be able to do so. Hell, even Sem9 and TALON could catch up.
Yeah, it only takes about, what, maybe 5 points per round for them to eventually breach into the top 16. And from that point onwards, it's about the push and pull between the teams. So one good chicken dinner, just like how we've seen so far for even a team like Homebois, can really set the tone into a better, safer spot. Now, speaking of spots, this is going to be the outline that we're working with, where we got a lot of empty areas in the center because there's no presence of the Savior today. So I'm hoping that teams will be considering to claim free real estate such as Pochinki or even somewhere across the fields of Quarry as well, because it's going to be absolutely unoccupied. Whereas further up north is going to be pretty interesting. There's Talon, there's Vampire Esports, Hale Esports, as well as MXG at the very same time. Now, that is a place that I wouldn't expect to have too much fun. So I'm definitely thinking that these teams, they will definitely make the adjustments into areas like Severny. So we'll keep an eye out for that.
Anyways, this is the next 3 maps of Erangel up against Miramar as well. One team and one team only has really shown us a triple chicken dinner back-to-back, and that is VOIN on day 1. But on day 2, VOIN a bit more quiet, so I think that it's starting to stabilize. A lot of teams really starting to understand how exactly this map works, with at least against that group. But pause for our analysis because we're going to be talking a little bit about version 4.0, where they do have that super smooth update. So if your phone has never been the type of phone to handle the game properly, PUBG Mobile, I mean, you know, with low frame rates, lags, overheating, or just your battery draining too much, this is the update you want to check out. Perhaps it's time for you to re-download the game, try and see how exactly this game performs now and compared to before.
That's right. If you guys are already playing on it, I'm pretty sure that you guys have seen that there's so many exciting things happening within the realm of PUBG Mobile, and with the spooky soiree, you can also check out all these upcoming events such as, of course, Halloween coming up in October and slightly before that as well. And make sure you guys tune into all the latest collaborations, because we got a lot of exclusive IPs coming your way, especially the ones that we're about to unveil, the collaboration with G-Dragon.
Yeah, G-Dragon's fire. I think that we can actually anticipate perhaps a song, perhaps a skin, who knows, right? But anyway, it's coming to mobile very, very soon. Stay tuned as well to see what exactly this collaboration means. So if you guys are also playing other versions of PUBG, you can also check out the collaboration for yourself, because it's a massive and big collaboration across this game.
That's right. So far, there's just so much wholesome content as well as offerings coming from PUBG Mobile that you guys should be inviting your friends to come back right into the game and enjoy it all together. Else, if you don't want to do so, you can stay with us here in the PMSL and just watch the pros doing their business. And now, 5 more maps to go. I think that Rondo round once again shows to us that Alter Ego has gotten the right formula. They've been able to really plant themselves into a safe spot. They only started farming those big numbers towards the late game. So I think that this is something that teams also want to maybe shift their focus towards, because last we saw, so many teams were loving that outskirts approach, thinking that, hey, we can keep fighting and fighting, but the moment that you're on the receiving end, maybe it's not so fun anymore that you were to actually go for these kind of fights.
Yeah, truly. Now, anyway, as we go into the next map, I am very curious, because most important, because while Rondo is more fun, I was expecting more aggression. I think Erangel, at least yesterday, was a little bit more slow. The combination of groups A and C on day 1, I think, was a more faster tempo as well. You have teams such as Alter Ego who are going into this mid-round sort of like aggression as well, only taking fights early if they have to. You have aggression coming in from players such as Alter Ego. eArena, also another team that really showed us how exactly they play this as a 2-2 early as well, kind of like separating off each other, making sure to be able to win these fights and to be able to cover more ground in terms of loot as well as eliminations. Since today is the final day of the groups and a lot of teams at the bottom are struggling to get to the top, I wouldn't be surprised, to see more teams get a little bit more active in terms of eliminations as well. For me, yesterday, when I look at Homebois, MAQNA Esports, they were playing a little bit more passive, going for that chicken dinner. Yeah, it's great that you can get that 10 points, but you want to be able to go a little bit more extra. That balance between eliminations and placement points can really propel you forward, especially if you want to play catch up, especially if you are the type of teams that go out with a 0 on certain games and you are not consistently, getting, an even amount of points every single round. Xavier showed us how to do that, right? No chicken dinner, no problem, being able to farm eliminations. But what about the rest of the teams currently who are struggling to get to the bottom of the top 16?
Yeah, I think so far, at least for the likes of TODAK, we saw from last round, they did exactly what's needed to, where they didn't exactly go all out on just fights and fights alone. Like, they still prioritize positioning overall, and now they get the fair treat of not only fighting for that chicken dinner, and in essence, I want to highlight this specifically because they could have actually had maybe some instances to be able to find that victory up against Alter Ego, where, it goes to show that even in certain states of a fight where it becomes a little bit hectic, certain mistakes are still committed. I wouldn't say that it's only TODAK. I mean, a lot of other teams are kind of susceptible to it as well. The kind of rush, you also gotta time it right, because that time I remember TODAK was pushing forward and the zone was actually closing in. It was a stage 8 zone, so it definitely will hurt. And I think TODAK kind of lost one member for free towards Alter Ego because of that. So we've seen other team fights that really took too long on the blue zone, that teams really have to make sure that they focus on their own safety more than just, farming those numbers, because if you get good position, those numbers will come.
Yeah, I think when you do have that good position, the rotations are going to be happening as well. And I think one thing's for sure, you get that good position, you have to worry about teams taking over your compound or areas, number one, especially at primetime area. Teams like Alter Ego and EA love this because in a way it allows fights to go to them instead of them forcing these fights as well. When you have really good protocols and SOPs to stop these kind of fights, it kind of like just falls. It's kind of like the moments where you just, oh my god, they pushed toward me. We have our SOPs and now we can crossfire and just make it a grinder. It's all according to plan, calculated type moment as well. And I think a lot of teams have that moment. eArena and Alter Ego have that. I think FaZe as well as VPE have that as well. So that's always very, very fun to watch. But if you're in a situation where you're a bit more behind, you're the one at the edge of the circle, you need to make things happen. That's where things get a little bit more sketchy. That's why I always say that you have to find that timing, right? Like how you want to be able to break into the circle. How late do you want to rotate into the area as well? It's hard to, in this game, it's like a game of chess. You need to be at least 3 steps ahead in terms of trying to find the variables for you to get to where you need to be.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I think like your analogy on chess is pretty much right. Just that, you know, this is rapid chess where you literally have to move almost every other second in terms of really looking ahead and reacting to certain situations as well. You mentioned FaZe Clan. Remember that fight that they just won, which, you know, it was Boom Esports, there was 7-9, and like these kind of things you probably can't possibly plan on how do you want to execute, but you could try to do your level best, which, you know, they felt confident in their firepower. They pushed forward even towards the Boom Esports side that looks so dominant. They managed to shut them out, and that was already a big sign. And on top of that, hey, 7-9 could have overwhelmed them. They still managed to come up with some big outplays of that round. So that itself was really quite a sight to behold. So moving into Wrangle, we might not get as many of all these kind of close compound fights too frequently as compared to what we just saw in Rondo. But hey, with the appearance of the zone yesterday, we're being pretty much over on the outskirts. It was so exciting when we were watching, you know, those teams who are fighting over a bridge, and it was also surprising that a team like RQ, 2 members, they could still overwhelm them because they think a couple of steps ahead, like, oh, if teams want to dive us, we got the priority. We can shoot back. They don't. So, you know, like, that is just how teams could actually really look for, you know, so many creative ways to execute.
There really is so many creative ways to execute as well. I think this season's a little bit more interesting in the way that we're seeing a lot more of these individual brilliance as well. I think we're praising a few. I think Yummy was definitely one of those heavy hitters last season. Of course, we have you know, Rosemary as well. But in this season, it felt like every single team had their own you know, what do you say this? What's the word for it? A trump card, if you may. You know, like say for Alter Ego, it's always going to be Rosemary, and when Rosemary doesn't step up, you start to see Krypton, you know, start to come online as well. So they have like a nice little synergy going on who takes that front line. You know, with eArena, it's all about just rushing forward, the timing when it comes to, you know, trying to figure out when exactly teams are going to be throwing out those throw balls. It's a lot of, I would say, premeditated. What's the word? I can't really tell. It's just a lot of like, say, you gotta guess. You gotta guess, and if you know how the timing's right, you know how to read the game very well, you're gonna be able to get away with a lot of these things. Now we go to our first Erangel. Now Erangel's been interesting. I think yesterday was, I think the first 2 maps was rough. The circles were all the way north side. Teams were struggling to go for these rotations, which resulted in a more, slower gameplay, and a lot of teams just opting to go for a very passive approach, getting positions instead, later rotations. And teams who actually dropped north side were the teams really thrive. I think Homebois were one of those teams as well. They just waited in the side of the circle, didn't really have to rotate too much, and just were able just really bring away these fights as well. But at the same time, when the zones were centralized, I think because of the type of style of play that Group B brought to the table as well, is what really changed the way that Group C reacted to these fights. So if anything today, I'm really curious to see how exactly these situations are going to be playing out, because again, A and C was fast gameplay, but it feels like A and B also resulted in that slower gameplay as well. Perhaps it's that group of death effect that you mentioned, Contra.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter that they are still playing today, it does not make anything look too easy for those that made the return from Group A. But still, I mean, Group A, they're not shabby at all. You got Alter Ego, who just won that previous round, and on their presence back in their first day's performance, I think they've been able to really set the benchmark of the high score record. Now, eArena somehow has been able to hold that #1 spot, and that puts a little bit more work for the side of Alter Ego to, if they really want to break the record. I think by now, for those teams who are either already hitting those triple digit or even on the high amount of 70 over points, they feel absolutely confident. So we're definitely seeing other teams who are around that midfield to try to stay afloat. And this is the reason why I'm picking teams like Blue, who's right now on the roll, Vampire Esports still trying to build something in return, and also CELCOMDIGI Alliance, who were the kings of Malaysia in the form of PUBG Mobile. But this season, I feel like that crowd might be won by some other team if they don't step up.
But honestly, for CD Lines, I'm not too worried about them. They always are very similar to Boomy Swords. They start to come online a bit later. They take some time to really figure out what exactly ticks as well. But again, this is a shorter season, so you don't really have that luxury to, to really take your time. Now, for my predictions as well, Talon, they're starting to look good, but they haven't really been able to tie up those loose ends. In a way, like say you already got that one kill, securing that kill has been a problem, or trying to find that right timing in terms of the swing as well. So it's just small things, but it's the small things that kind of result in them getting knocked out a little bit too early than anticipated. At the same time, MVKE, I just know that they can do so much more. So that is like my call it a cope that we might be able to see them come online this game, because it's always fun when you see the underdog team get a little bit more active.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that they would be able to have a form of impact, because a couple of plays that they were trying didn't really seem to have worked out for the side of MVKE, but we'll see. With another chance here moving into Wrangle, this could be a little bit comfier for teams to be able to push themselves even further. As we move right in, we are once again getting the flight path from the North Point to be traversing into the corners of Milta Power or even Lipovka. So options are plenty. So I'm hoping that there's going to be a different type of maneuver on what the circle actually brings upon us.
Okay, I think we saw now. Now this is gonna be interesting. I think urban warfare ending could be fun as well, but I think a majority of our fun maps were that centralized circle, which left us questioning whether it's gonna be northern Rozhok or southern Rozhok as that final circle, right? Now in this situation, we haven't really seen SNB circles yet this week, though, have we?
Not quite yet. I love all this.
We saw that rehearsal day. Yeah, we saw that rehearsal day. Yeah.
And even despite so, in rehearsals, players love to get the rehearsals done and dusted as fast as possible. So they didn't exactly plan themselves into the islands either. They were just all fighting inside of Rozhok until the game ends. This time around, I mean, I wouldn't complain if that's going to be the case, but when we take a look at the widespread, we're not going to be seeing too much more of an altercation. Now, I get my answers right now because I was asking, who's going to claim Pachinki now that there's no presence from the side of the Saber taking a rest for groups? It's actually Hail Esports. And this time, it is still somewhat central north, with it having the coverage around the mentioned grounds. And side by side, AZ Slumber versus Talon. This is huge.
This is what I wanted to see. The hot drop, the first one we've seen this season. Okay, here we go. With AZ already inside, Talon just said, you know what? I don't care. I'm gonna rush up top side, find a gun, and shoot you in the face. There's one knockdown already. Melee from AZ, but Talon rallies back. Azami, what the heck? Immediately just sends Axel back out into the lobby. Brian active with the double gun here. As he swings forward, tries to find another member of Talon, not happening at all. This time around, Talon taking the brunt of the damage, losing 3 super early. Wow, this is not the ending I expected to see. Contra, you said a lot about what we can expect from Slumber, but do you think today they're awake?
They're absolutely awakened. The demon inside. I mean, I don't think they're demons overall, but I mean, you get the drill. I mean, look at that explosiveness, especially Brian on that akimbo. He's just so swift to really strike them down, and with Talon unable to really take claim of either those weaponry or even a safe space to call their own. Now it's a chill stuck at that very corner, they're kind of giving a little bit of respect as to whether if he does have something of his own. And yes, he does. And for
my God.
running in the open ground, this is a chance for Achul, but not quite getting anything in return. AZ Slumber takes out TALON.
They take out the entirety of the team, only losing one in that process. I would say it's very, very worth it, even though they had lost one player very early in the game. That's going to be a mix that happened to do so. Now, coming into this game, the rest of the teams, or at least all around the other side of the map, are not seeing this insane aggressions as well. And this is what I was telling you about, right? When we think about how exactly aggressively these teams will be playing, especially if you are at the bottom parts of the ladder, how desperate are you to play catch up? And as for AZ, right now on 18th place, they are pretty hyped up. And over on the other side here, we see a lot of aggression coming from Halo as well. They already got one pick off.
Yeah, you know, this feels more Rondo than Rondo itself for some reason. And I kind of like where this is going, where we have FaZe Clan also lurking around up against the member of Alter Ego. They're kind of ring around the rosy, and I believe the Alter Ego has been able to call in for backup, so Chacho left to hold for his own. He's got that grenade in hand, though. Lopsit White does actually put a little bit of chip damage over onto Rosemary. And now this is a very tight angle for them to even consider huddling up, but they will still push regardless of the situation. A double for Chacho. Ridiculous, I tell you that. Wow.
Is doing so good right now. With Alva alone here, Shopper QQ eliminated as well. The rotation's a bit late from Alter Ego here. So Alva cannot be saved. Oh my god. Okay, this is a very early exit for Alter Ego. And Alter Ego, they had a lot of eyes on them in the past. I think on day number 1, it felt like now it almost feels like they have a target on their back. They were a little bit, maybe they underestimated the team, or maybe their timing was a little bit off. I couldn't really tell. But they were not in the prime position to play off one another.
Wow. Just wow. I mean, like what you said, they definitely have targets set on their back, but even when despite the situation to actually favor them, I mean, that push towards Chacho was to their own doing as well. I mean, it was already a really cramped space, and you would expect, you know, that player to be holding DBSs or even S12Ks. So Alter Ego kind of met their match right now, where FaZe Clan, they've always never shied away from all these close quarter combat, and that was an absolute masterclass coming from FaZe Clan. The timing on the call to actually have that full collapse coming in from the rest of FaZe Clan have been able to really solve that situation for them. And Alter Ego, I guess, like, we can give them a little bit of break as well, since, you know, they have been able to hit that triple-digit mark already with 102 points. So losing one out, not too huge of a concern, if you ask me.
They brought Alva into the lineup as well. A bit of a roster change-up, I believe, just to get him a little bit in on that reps. And again, this is one of those situations where you're already pretty much secured for the top 16. You can get, be allowed to kind of like practice a little bit of how, your substitution is going to be playing. You can practice how your rotations or different rotations going to be. You can even go and practice a different drop spot. Why not, right? Because this is the time for you to be experimenting. You have so much space to make mistakes because of how far ahead you are compared to the rest of the other teams here. And speaking about being so far ahead, the other teams who are not quite there yet right here includes MXG, NST, MVKE, CD Alliance, Sem9, TALON, who got knocked out very, very early. That must be very frustrating for them because it's a moment where it's so close yet so far. If you really want to get secured right now, you want to try and get 40 points at the very least here. And for TALON, that's double the amount of the points they need right now. They need to have a situation or a game where they're able to secure at least a 10 and over 10 plus toward the end of the day to really be safe in that top 16 situations.
Yeah, certainly agree with that. I mean, we talked about it a little bit from yesterday's run where what exactly is the benchmark that we're looking for. They need at least like 50 over points in order to ensure that they are within the top 16. So with certain teams who are unable to add more points since they were from Group C, then you're dropping rounds that you're not supposed to drop without really converting much is going to be absolutely worrisome. So TALON with 21 points, still doable, but with only about 4 more rounds, it is still pretty hard for them in order to achieve that kind of benchmark. Now going back to the side of MSC, great round in Rondo for NSC. They've been able to actually win some trades as well as manage their own resources. Now we get a little bit of replay coming from Earth. Oh, look at that tracking. From such a long distance, he actually landed a headshot. Wow, that's pretty crazy if you ask me. I mean, FaZe Clan hot off of that streak after taking out those members of Alter Ego. They're absolutely feeling feisty, and they're hoping to score another chicken dinner in the back, which they've been able to claim one for Thailand yesterday. Now, this is going to be a situation where teams will be pulled back into the centerfold, where they've just planted themselves inside of Mansion. So a lot of fights will be taking place over on the west side.
Yeah. I am curious right now. I think if you look at it as well, this is a very late rotation coming in from Slumber as well. I mean, for this team, really surprising us as well with those early fights. Now, coming into this one, over on School, Boom Esports has been there for quite some time. They don't really have to go for that rotate. But School is a bit of a tricky compound to hold. It's huge, it's large, it has so many cracks and holes, you know, to take care of, so other teams can just break into your area. Speaking of fights right now, Vampire Esports spots out Hale. One member knocked down already, even Touch as well will follow suit. They try to run away to just really be able to survive a little bit longer. Tiger, I think, has been knocked down fairly low, but not enough to get killed. Oh man, but the other two are going to be quickly lobbied. Zorix running away with his life, not happening quite yet into those kills, and I think VP doesn't really want to push the issue, especially since they have a nice terrain to work with over in the, I think, the southern side of School.
Yeah, and we've actually gotten so many volleys actually, but this was just Pixel players coming out, Chaco once again with that perfect funnel and perfect timing with those taps in order to really find the conversion, allow FaZe Clan to win out against the very on-form Alter Ego. Now we move back into the present moment. Beautiful nade connecting straight at Leon's. Man.
He just walked into it. Just so unlucky. I think he was hoping that the bounce will go SLUMBER here. The very least, Jimmy is close just to pull away the attention. But Flash, you know how they are. They really want to secure these kills. One member going for the long-range pickoffs and quietly tops rushes forward from a different angle. And suddenly, see the Alliance, they're just scratching their heads saying, okay, I don't think we should press the issue. I don't think we want to take these fights. We just have zero idea where the positions of Team Flash is. Now, coming back to, Alter Ego just now, they had a bit of a player cam. I'm quite surprised they got knocked out fairly early, but still, Rosemary was laughing. They're definitely still in good spirits regardless of everything. I mean, when you are this far ahead compared to the rest and you have so much wiggle room, you know, I think they can just really take their time to have fun. I'm pretty sure a lot of the pressure that they had on day one is already pretty much gone. They've already hit the ground sprinting, and now they can just really enjoy the scenery and smell the flowers. But for teams such as AZ, that's not going to be happening. And they are very, very active right now. That first team wipe that got fairly early with 4 eliminations, they lost 3, and now they're still not backing down in terms of aggression and firepower. They're still going in for these fights. They're not afraid to show their hand when it comes to any teams that's passing them by.
Yeah, and that's just a really good spirit being shown by all the players who are either still playing the game, or if you're Alter Ego as well, that's currently chilling. Now, with a little bit of an update as well, moving deeper into the direction of School. So there is not too many real estate for them to claim unless they came from Rozok. But Boom Esports, they say, you know what, we don't really have to play around all these kind of compounds. So they are moving to claim that center ground. It is going to be difficult to do if you're going to be moving really late, because now there's about, 4 to 5 teams planted over onto that zone already. Blue Squad taking charge of the School apartments will be met by Hill, who's been licking their wounds ever since the rest of the Vampire Esports were chasing upon them. And now it is still not going to be an easy task for Hill to keep themselves afloat for too long. Meanwhile, the rest of MXG gets a pick off against Team Secret, who has been moving around that lake side of Yasnaya. While Doki's being left alone though, and it's going to be a 2-man charge upon him.
He has exit routes as well. A lot of pre-fires in those angles. He's definitely not shy to show where he is. that choke point is being very much controlled by MSG. So they have to really figure out how exactly they want to play this. Doki is understanding that someone's going to rush forward toward him already. He throws out the nade and immediately just swings away, dropping down, which allows him to rendezvous one more time with the rest of his team. One of the members of his team is already back into the game as well, so I think for him, it's just best for him to just really move away. He's bought a lot of time and attention to allow for the rest of his teammates to really just go for that reset in terms of playing with one another once again. And this is a very dangerous place to play because it's Yasnaya. There's so many different buildings to worry about, to clear as well. And he's trying to play a game of smoke mirrors here, making a lot of noise, rushing out, moving into another building. MXG chasing as a 2 or 3, but they're not going to be able to cover a lot of ground here. And they pulled them straight into their trap. With TS playing a long-range area, 2 different angles held here. Doki alone in the corner. Jump shot is what he needs to knock one down. And the rest of MXG questioning how exactly to approach these fights. Tries to go for a nice swing here. Doki dropped so low right now, but a double swing from the other end needs a meat grinder, so he's not going to be able to hold on here as Macarius rushes through. Knows where his use is, but the blue zone shifting. Time definitely not on their side. They need to make something happen and fast. And Juke jumps straight into the crosshairs of a member of MXG, and GK now alone to just clean up at the house. Where exactly is the final member of MXG here? Spots the tail end of Macarius, but needs to go for that pickup. The rest of Team Secret slowly rushing forward here. It's 3 points on the line for them if they win this fight.
I can't believe that MXG bite the bait. Doki sets them up so perfectly, and now down to 1v1 duel between Macarius. He's barely having enough space, but he goes for a swing. And just like that, they secure it up against Team Secret. I guess it was worthwhile to chase him down. Meanwhile, not so much for the side of 7-9, getting flocked upon by the rest of Vampire Esports, arriving to the scene on their vehicles, and they just got themselves pretty much cornered by the zone. And just like that, 7-9 is the next one to bow out. A very convincing push. Vampire Esports have won 2 duels. And that battle back over to the quarters where Team Secret lost, I mean, that was absolutely costly. And speaking of which, we're still getting more. Next one to fall is going to be TODAK and AZ Slumber. They're just hot in this game with 6 points claimed.
Malaysian teams eliminating Malaysian teams. Allegations still not beaten here, but AZ on a rampage with 6 eliminations already. The highest, or at least meeting up with VPE right now in this lobby. Flash still active too. They were pressured before. I think they were almost in trouble just now, but somehow managed to get out of it alive here. Bit of a later rotation here, but fairly open spaces to work with on the northern side of the circle. Should run into CD Alliance or even Boom Esports if they choose to. But if they really want prime location, take the compound where MVKE is holding. And MVKE, interestingly enough, they're running a 2-2, I think, formation right now. So far apart from each other. If one of that 2 formations gets caught out, they're just going to be having to play as a 2 till the end of the game, which I don't think is the best possible outcome for MVKE toward the last few circles.
And it will look rather rough if that's going to be the case. Whereas FaZe Clan still going on a little bit of a hunt, though. I think, like, in certain situations like this, when you're cutting it close to a top 8 count for the placement points, they're still very willing to take risks, knowing for the fact that even if it shrinks into a very tight area into later stages, it is still going to be really hard for FaZe Clan to play out. Now, they bite a little bit more than they could chew with the arrival of NST around the vicinity to be able to claim one very swiftly without all too much of a retaliation. So NST will just continue on their course without needing to loiter around. So only Canary left. They're just going to be looking for a spot, but it doesn't seem like he's got off of the crosshairs of NST just yet. Question is, where exactly can he go that's going to be safe for now?
Not sure. MVKE putting in that pressure onto FaZe. I was kind of expecting Yaula to do so too, since VPE is pretty close by here. Unfortunately for MVKE, none of the bullets are going to be clipping here, except for a tiny bit of chip damage. So I think for Canary, I don't think this area is really bad. I mean, you have a bit of a tree line to hide with, some terrain as well. And meanwhile, for Boom Esports finally breaking into that circle, they are going to try and keep the rest of Flash at bay. And they have nice crossfire. You have Zeus at the lower side to cross up with his teammates over on the high grounds as well. It's huge. If say that Boom Esports does rush toward them as well, they can cross off one another.
There's definitely that potential for them to just go for those big kind of blowout fights. Canary somehow finds themselves into a decent spot after having some troubles with that rotation. And VKE, this is their best possible chance if they really want to regain any form of hope in order to score themselves those points into the qualifications. Boom Esports just by the outskirts, being held by the members of Team Flash as well. These teams are kind of taking the fight over onto the outer sections, and it seems like the rest of Team Flash, they won't be able to gain all too much because the rest of Boom Esports, they hope to actually rotate deeper to also cut the movements of Team Flash. So holding each other hostage right now just by the edge of the zone.
Trying to find a different way onto the circle here. The circle shift is just so rough. First it was all the way to the right and then to the central, and now pulling a little bit more southwards. Boom Esports and Flash, like it or not, they need to take this fight and they need to win it and fast. Unless you have a team that's just going to rush straight into the circle. The lack of information is keeping these two teams at bay. And MVKE, they're going to thrive here. Boom Esports rushes out. They do finally find Canary. He took too long outside. That smoke is a dead giveaway that someone is close by. The tree line fully in control of Boom Esports here, but since they did break in, MVKE, who has been marking that corner where Canary is, gets completely peppered by bullets. Two members, of Boom Esports knocked down already. One member taking a brunt of big damage here. Mastery, I'm not too sure how exactly he's going to be able to move away to safety, because where he is right now is also being crossed out by Glue on the western side. And AZ as well, once in on that from the northern side. So a lot of pressure, 3-way, 4-way pressure coming in from Boom Esports. They're just totally just becoming free fodder for the other teams.
Yeah, CELCOMDIGI Alliance right now in a pickle. They don't really have the right spaces. They're on flat grounds, and it makes it easy for the rest of Team Flash to just pummel bullets upon them. And right now, split apart. Jim, he has to find a catch. He's got his buggy all shredded out already. So he's pretty much stuck by the corner, and it wouldn't take too long for both to hit the mark. One over on the corner of the blue zone. Leo now needing to buy more time as well as that space. And the problem is he's still stranded. There's no vehicle for him to actually move out to. He needs to consider either if he's trying to look for a trade or if he's just going to deny himself inside of blue. He's just going to get instantly popped right through. Team Flash, once again, flying colors with all the eliminations that they've been able to claim. And now tops the most amount in this map with a total of 7.
Love how they played that end circle style play. Just hoping to deal or just take advantage of players' desperations. Olio just now, it felt like a very desperate play there as well. He was hoping to at least steal a kill away before he goes down. But Flash really denied that from happening. Oh my goodness, Sticky. That was a very dangerous play. Zeroed in too hard onto Boom Esports. Failed to realize that you have Slumber or AZ close by. Fairly quiet as well from this team, who's just playing more reactive than proactive. Listens to where the gunfire is happening, just reacts off of it as well. Stealing away a kill of 2 is just in their game, but now they've taken way too long to get into this circle. The circle has shifted already, and one member for the team already knocked down as well. So it's going to be up to, I think it's Azmi, to really try and see how far this team can go. Eliminations-wise, they're doing great. Some extra placement points could really just, really push them up a little bit more in the rankings.
Yeah, Asmi's got a lot to do here in order to squeeze into a potential top 5. The rest of all these other teams fighting for that space, but it is Team Flash that will look to deny them from even making an entry. NSC right now preoccupied, but they do have a few members planted over on the far end. Team Flash now claims one for free. Asmi now getting tagged. That will be the end for AZ Slumber, as Glue is the one that actually took the claim. Now over on the far course of the field, Team Flash will be forced to also maneuver around, and NSC is looking for a punishment, and yes, they will claim it. Beautiful work coming from King Modish, and right now looking for a revival. They do have a couple of smokes to actually pop out, but they put themselves in a difficult spot, and it is absolutely nadeable by King Modish.
Oh no, Flash, they've written way too much and they can chew here. Took too long to get to the circle. They were hoping to become the predators at the edge of the circles, but now they are the ones to be hunted instead. Win throws that nade. One nade is enough actually to knock down Motic. No, it's enough. He rushes forward. Unfortunately, he just knocks into the incoming nade as well. Tops in the corner alongside with his teammate, both knocked out at the same time. And flashed out with only one member left. Barely alive here is Zeus, hiding in the smoke. But they're just going to try and pressure him a little bit more here, found in the end. But for the rest of MVKE, from the compound, forced out, now has access to the side of the circle here. You do have, I think, Bo is last man standing here for Flash as well. So he's going to go for opt for a later rotation as VPE cleans up house. So NST as well will be knocked out. Tasting a bit of their own medicine on how exactly they administered it to Flash earlier.
At least they walk away with those 6 points. This has been the biggest round for NST, as much as, you know, they've had a lot of all these slumps dropping very early without actually claiming any form of elimination points. And that was up against Team Flash as well. Now BLUG looking to actually crash out the rest of Boom Esports on the lower ground, and doesn't seem like they will be able to get too much of a view from here. But Boom Esports not allowed to reset that.
My God, what is that
Perfect from KF.
Oh, that is disgusting. It was the perfect bounce as well to catch that Boom Esports member. And the rest of the team that was struggling here. Yummy just trying to fight his way to bring his teammates back into the game. And Glue looking to deny that. Passes by Mastery. Yummy, instead of waiting to revive his teammates, instead decides to go for the swing. And it does actually work out in his favor. The play zone finally does claim Bows. In the end, we now have our top 3. Where Boom Esports should be able to bring back their teammates back into a 4. And for the rest of the teams here, MVKE and VPE, 3 each. Love to see how VPE plays this here. They've been fairly confident in terms of rotations and positions here. They have also access to the middle of the circle where the compound is.
I can't believe that all 4 members of Boom Esports survived the brunt of the amount of damage that Blue Squad actually put out. Like, that push coming from Glue that was instantly retaliated with Mastery as well, getting that perfect angle. And right now, they're trying to actually take the fight up against MPK, getting the beautiful knock. And Boom Esports, they trample down Trang. They need to look for Tins on the other side of the corner. MVKE now split apart. Superman tries to give him a little bit of a helping hand. The nades falling real close. Boom Esports, we talked about them being Blade Bloomers now on their second day of play. They're looking to earn themselves a chicken dinner, and this definitely is their very best chance.
Now, Boom Esports still outside the zone, forced to fight their way into the area. The amount of zone control VPE has is phenomenal. On top of that as well, that terrain gives them so much space to work with as well. Boom Esports, at least they're going to try and salvage this. Yeah, they lost 1 member already, but they can kind of steal away a kill. The final member of MVKE is there. Boom Esports, their members are dwindling 1 by 1. VPE now unstoppable with 10 eliminations here. They're not the type of team that goes super aggressive early. Position has been key, and it's worked out so well in their favor. Getting super aggressive and active, showing what they have to offer in terms of aggression and firepower late into the game as well. Superman found out this vehicle is very tanky, and VPE gonna rush in as a 2. Just completely pinching the final member of MVKE, and he cannot even respond. And now for Mastery here, he's all alone. He cannot pick up his teammate. Forced to just run away. Maybe steal away a kill or 2 from VPE, but VPE is not gonna allow that from happening. They have so much control of that zone. 1 shot to the head is enough to really knock him down with no firepower at all. And Mastery, desperate right now for something, anything to happen, loses his duel, and Miawa takes that chicken dinner for the team. VPE, another one this week.
The way that they just drove themselves into a chicken dinner was just super exciting to watch. And Mela right now is just telling us that, hey, this is dedicated to EPL Monomax 299, and instead of the team, they put somebody's face out there. Somebody tell us who exactly that is.
Yeah, I have to say, VPE, this is one of their best forms in a long time. A second chicken dinner this week. Listen, whoever is doing the interview, they're pointing at that. Can you tell us a little bit what that means? Because honestly, we cannot really understand. We would like to have someone to translate that for us. Now, looking at this game here, it felt like early aggression and games were the name, were the recurring theme coming through. Love this activation coming in from AZ Slumber. They're very aggressive, taking the early fight against, against Talon as well. I would love to see how exactly it's going on, or what the comms were for the team to be able to go that far. But for Boom Esports as well, they're very much awake. This is second place for them, and a very, there was just so many moments where Boom Esports got a little bit too aggressive, lost 3 members already that got knocked down, but somehow Yummy still pulls them back into a game, into a round 2, a round 3 moment. But VPE with the best position in hand is the reason why they managed to get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, and they're incredible on top of their firepower. What was astounding was resource management. Usually, if anyone carries a hovercraft, they will be punished because of how slow it actually moves. But they managed to actually bring it to the final bout, where it was kind of impossible for Boom Esports to even try to blow it up. I mean, by doing so, they will give away their position. And Mela, he's just a delivery boy, right? He sends his teammates, and then eventually when he finds that opening chance to really seal the deal, he did so as well. So kudos to them. This is absolutely a team effort. 3 points for a majority of them, and Mela just secured that added bonus, making it 4. So it was just so beautiful to watch this Thai team in action.
It's so fun to see this team, actually. I think we gave a lot of attention to Alter Ego, that we also forgot that the VPE lineup also has a bunch of superstars. Red Bull, I think, honestly, this season, this is his... I mean, I wouldn't say that he's gotten better, because he does play consistently, but it's more of like his plays are super aggressive, very flashy, very sharp as well, which really makes his team tick. Anyways, 13 eliminations for this team. Let's have a look how they managed to do so.
That was a massive 13-point round for Vampire Esports to claim the chicken dinner. And when we look at the rest of the field within the top 4, there's just so many amazing fights being won by Boom Esports, Team Flash, as well as NST by the very corner of the map. And overall, I thought that Team Flash could have actually pulled through, but they were stopped by NST. And despite them bowing out, NST have been able to take 6 points before doing so. While Boom Esports, once they were met with the rest of Vampire Esports, they know that, hey, it was going to be a little bit harder for them to really open up that spacing, especially with Mela to be able to really open so much room with that hovercraft. And he is the MVP of the match.
I love how this guy plays. He's very aggressive. I think for him it's more about that survivability. But despite the fact that a lot of the attention, or rather this Pentagon going toward that survivability, you know, you cannot really underestimate his gunplay as well. I think individually and team fights wise, I think he really shines in terms of aggression. I think when it comes to individual brilliance, Red Bull is the one that can handle a lot more of those single-handedly trying to win out these fights and games. But Miala is good at being able to seal those fights, to really tie up his loose ends. Now 23 eliminations, one of the highest we've seen for this week as well, with 13 eliminations, and most of these kills and eliminations are happening toward the end of the game. It's been mostly about positioning and also trying to find the best vantage point that they can take advantage of not only the circle but other teams, and I think it works out in their favor. Now in this game, Alter Ego getting knocked out early is kind of surprising, but at the same time they don't really too worried about making it to top 16. Teams that are worried right now, worrying right now, is going to be Talon, Sem9, CD Alliance, TODAK, even Hale and MXG. We saw them all around the map taking fights, but honestly, in this situation where you're not able to secure points, does it really matter?
Yeah, it is really hard for them to really find those kinds of conversions. And, you know, like we've also seen some of all these dark horses thrive, just like AZ Slumber, the ones that actually put out a team so early on. I mean, they've definitely go on a tear. eArena now claims back that #1 spot from Alter Ego, and we're also seeing a dynamic shift. Both Esports, who finished on the 2nd spot in this map alone, and now pushes even further into top 11. So that's definitely great news for the fans of Indonesia to see this team eventually in the finals. They've been able to reach that threshold of 55 that I've put as a benchmark. So for the rest of the field, we don't really see too much of a movement over middle pack, whereas AZ, this is where they make their climb.
Meanwhile, for Sem9 just dropping more and more and more to that bottom, and a big jump coming in from AZ. They're slowly but surely coming for that top 16 points. And I think for a lot of the teams that are currently on that top 16, who are not in very, very safe zones, they're praying really, really hard right now that some of these teams don't go super aggressive into the top spot. Now, we are going to be looking at second air angle. That was the first one. So, you know, a lot of adjustments. I mean, I think teams do get like a 4 to 5 minute break after each game, right? That's where the teams, if you are at the venue, they start to bring out their drop spots chart. They start to really, you know, see their coaches drawing their rotation maps, trying to see which teams, or trying to guess which teams will be around and how exactly to deal with these fights as well. If you guys are following teams, I do highly recommend you guys follow their vlogs or their mic checks, because it does show a little bit more, or paint a bit more of a picture on how exactly the mindsets of the games go in between each one. I mean, again, you're going into each match, in between each map is about 4 to 5 minutes break. How much time or how much communication or how much strats can you really fit in between each map?
Yeah, and there's just so much that you guys could actually check out overall within the teams. And you can also check out the game itself if you guys haven't really fully updated your game, where you can enjoy higher frame rates, where frames always win you games. So if you used to actually have run on super low settings, now you can kind of set it a little bit higher onto ultra even, and you could look for extreme if you guys are looking for 60 FPS, and it can go all the way up to 120 FPS. So this update definitely gives you guys the edge to not only play much longer with all these great vitality updates. It is just so much smoother than before. So make sure you guys log in and score some chicken dinners with your friends.
Yeah, now coming into this next one, I wouldn't be surprised if VPE does a back-to-back chicken dinner with their form as well. They were really good at the rotations, but I have to say that was not a very easy circle either. It did shift all the way to the right. Still, another northern circle to add to the game. So since day 2 and today, that will be our 3rd northern circle. Please, give us a southern circle. Where's our SMB circles? Come on now, give it to us. Anyways, coming into the next one as well. You know, with Alter Ego, I'm not too sure whether Alter Ego will be retaining this roster. I mean, Elva did come into the fray. I remember last season there was a conversation about the chemistry coming in from Elva as well as Rosemary. And honestly, I like to think that this is not true at all in terms of how exactly they're replaying. It's just a different strat that might not necessarily, work last season. But, we didn't really get to see it yet because they were knocked out a bit too early. I would love for them to be able to bring back that same roster into this next map to show us what exactly they have cooked up together.
That's right, and of course, before we move into the game, we want to give a quick shout out to Techno, as they've always been our dear partners for the PMSL, and you guys can get your hands on the POVA Ultra 7 Ultra right now because it gives you the edge for you to really win against your opponents with pretty much a 1.5K AMOLED display and also long battery life and up to 144 hertz of a refresh rate. This goes even higher than the brand new 4.0 update, so you guys will be guaranteed a smooth performance and for you to enjoy all day long.
Speaking of enjoying as well, do check out the latest PUBG mobile page as well to know what exactly will be happening, whatever events as well. Now, coming into this next game, Contra, if there is a team that you think needs to wake up right now, which team do you think it is and what exactly they need to do to be able to really launch themselves forward into the top 16?
I feel like a few names coming in from Malaysia, such as SEMline as well as CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they really need to really stick back to their usual strats. I felt like maybe they were overthinking of, when the tournament starts, we have to play a little bit more safer or so. It doesn't seem like they've been able to even find, elimination points. It feels like it is a struggle for them to even win out trade. So now, what exactly is the deal here? Whether it's the rotations that they have to fix or if it's actually firepower. I would not think that it's firepower because we've seen even SEM9 in Rondo, they're willing to take those fights, but it wasn't exactly clean. So maybe the approach right now is to really dissect, okay, if you're going to be scouting around, make sure that it's target that is kind of isolated for you to gain, a couple of these extra pointers before you could collapse into a big 4 fight in that sense.
I think a lot of the times, for a lot of teams, especially SEM9, I think last season we saw a lot of those third-party plays, a lot of waiting coming from them as well. It didn't really work out in the end because a lot of teams ended up just marking them. They tried a little bit more of a wait-and-see situations as well, but it felt like they weren't prepared for the onslaught of teams that like to rush forward as well. They always seem to rotate a bit more late, which means that it's going to be forcing fights. And the problem is they haven't been able to win out these fights. I like the idea of them having Mika as their front line, rushing forward ahead, making his own fights, but that disconnect from Mika and that backline of supports is still very much there. I would love to see them really change up the way they play. I understand their roster is a very, very aggressive team, especially if you have players like Mika and Yuhai who love aggressive style plays in the front line. But at the same time, you need to have a contingency plan if these kind of aggressive fights are not working out. I understand that every single team in Southeast Asia have their own style of play from each country, but at the same time, when you're playing onto the big stage, you need to have a different mindset, a different page in the playbook. Like, okay, our double aggressive style play is not working. What's our second page? Okay, our Mika scout situation is not working because Mika is getting caught out a lot. What's going to be happening? Okay, we're setting a 2-2 formation, but we're a bit too far apart from each other. What can we do to be able to rotate quickly to each other? VPE has been able to, really, really clinch that style of play, and so has EA. I think sometimes it's okay to look to other teams to get that inspiration. I think Glue actually mentioned that they take a lot of inspiration from Alter Ego, so it's okay to just really try out other styles of play.
Yeah. I mean, overall, copying somebody is not imitation. It's a form of flattery as well, they may say. And look at how this story goes, right? The reason why I kind of emphasize on rotation is because we've mentioned already, so many of all these maps ends up north, and I feel like teams like SEM9, they usually are a southern-centric team because you start all the way in the far corner of Ferry Pier, which means that you are getting a little bit more priority if it ends up in the island, if it ends up in Gakka. But none of these games are offering them that. So rotation-wise is where if they can improve on that, then they won't be caught out just as much as what we've seen in some of all these rounds where you have to play for some desperate measures, whether if you crash somebody or if you were to have some players being napped. So they kind of want to make multiple layer checkpoints where I think we have just about enough great examples coming from, like, say, Boom Esports. They have so many situations that they rotate late, sometimes even buying into stage 2 before they even move into any other direction. So something that needs to be done from Sem9 is to try these kind of approaches if, say, that circle just does not benefit you at all.
Anyway, looking at the teams to focus right now, I love that we changed it from predictions to teams to focus. For me personally, I think all eyes are on Alter Ego for a good reason as well. Now that they're bringing in Elva, I think we should really pay attention to what exactly is the style of play that's brought in with this dynamic. But also Flash, they're doing really good. They're playing at the side of the circle. They're pressuring so many different teams as well. You could tell that their style of play, their objective has been one thing and one thing only. It's those eliminations. That chicken dinner, just a bonus.
Yeah, I like the fact that you pick like all these winning names out there, and I think like they definitely have already proven everyone that they are absolutely capable. Now, I'm still putting Sem9 out there on my list because I do believe that there is going to be a point in time that they can actually find areas where they can thrive in. And going back into our screen, this is AZ Slumber last round, getting that crazy start in order to really propel ahead, and they are now inching closer to the qualification spots of the weekend.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's just so fun watching them. You know what, Contra? I love the fact that even for you guys at home who didn't know, so usually we have a rehearsal day with the players and also with the casters for the week as well. So, you know, Contra has been doing a lot of these, I would say, local community scrims. He's been casting them quietly, so he has a lot more of the insights when it comes to these newer teams. It's always fun to hear from him just a little bit. He said to keep an eye out for AZ Slumber. You know what? I'm kind of glad I listened to him because it's been really good seeing this team thrive.
Yeah, and I think like as much as they're not at the finish line just yet, I think like at least they are showing the piece of DNA of what makes this team really tick, right? Like they're not shying out even if they're going up against Alter Ego, and that is something that you don't usually witness where, you know, if you're an up-and-coming team, you would think that, oh, we try to avoid all these big teams, but no, they come in with a winning mentality, and that's what I really like about AZ Slumber. And of course, we take a look at the rest of the field as well. Some really sharp focus coming in from the side of Sem9 because they know they are in a dire situation of missing out on the weekend.
Yeah, you don't want to miss out on the weekend as well. But I mean, we've seen situations where teams have, you know, not made it to that super weekend. And then, you know, somehow week 2 they make it and then they just do like this insane comeback, which is just phenomenal stuff. I love seeing the stories of comeback as well. But, you know, you want to save yourself the heartache and the stress. Why not just put yourself way ahead like the rest, right? Anyways, flight path from the southern side, SMB, all the way up to Severny. Map just, I think, very well just cut into 2. So if you want to drop anywhere, you can drop wherever you want. Please, for the love of God, I do not want to see another, northern circle. Give me a southern circle. You know what? Give me a quarry circle. It's so difficult to play that terrain. It's going to be fun to cast, and it's going to be so devastating for the players, and we love some drama.
Yeah, I absolutely do love it. I remember there was one game recently that I've actually partaken in. I mean, not physically involved inside the match, but casting it, of course. So there was that one circle that baffles me, and that is like, it covers a lot of water from Primos into Sonovska military base, and it ends up all the way on the far south side of the piers of the military base, which was absolutely insane. I kind of wish that we get a glimpse of that, but, you know, maybe I'm asking for a little too much. So when we take a look at this current flight path, with all the teams being allowed to
Contra,
get to
I'm
where
so
they need
sorry.
to be,
Look at where VP is. Look at where they are southern side. Isn't that a very, very early drop?
Yeah, super duper early, and they kind of benefit from it. Right now, you could say it's a 40-60, and with a more tinge towards the mainland itself, so they can afford to either take those boats or even go on wheels.
A very unorthodox approach. Granted that it's a circle that's a little bit more toward the northern side, but I'm wondering if they just want to try and avoid a lot of the teams by playing in the water first and try to come in from maybe Pre-Mosque or even from Milta Power. I think they're headed toward Pre-Mosque. Regardless, we did see some early fights come through here. It's FaZe up against NST fairly early over onto Milta. I think if anything, FaZe wants to keep a good hold onto their two compounds here. It's such a great area. It's access to the big open areas where people are just going to be crossing over as well if they were to come in from either Shelter or even Milta. Hell, if they can even take over where NST is holding, whichever team that comes in from Novorapnoye on that bridge as well could become victim.
Yeah, that is definitely a little cause of concern for a team such as TALON Esports. Now, FaZe Clan are going on foot, something that we don't always see because they don't have the priority inside of Milta. So I guess they could actually find a few around those factories of Milta Power instead. Vampire Esports, we talked about them for a little bit. So when they drop over the very southern side of the port, there are quite ample boots for them to actually get. So now that they've already secured the boat, they go back to their default setting, so they try to claim a spot towards Primas, which you did slightly touch upon. That also means that Vampire Esports, they're going to be going for a very slow, late, long rotation.
I am curious to see what is going on right now for the rest of the teams here. We do have a team such as AZ dropping all the way north to Severny. My worry is how exactly they're going to be rotating into the circle, either through Yasnaya or even Rozok. Those areas are very, very much, occupied by another team. But we finally do see where Vampire Esports is dropping at. It's going to be Pre-Mosque, where it is home to where Sem9 is. I am very, very worried for Sem9, if you ask me. They're very, very separated from one another. But it's okay. You have Lazarus knocked down fairly early already by Sem9. They seem to already have anticipated this. They have SOPs on how they're dealing with this. VPE, one member knocked down fairly early alongside Gewi as well. Not the start VPE wanted to have. And this feels like a curse, right? You just got a very, very dominant chicken dinner in the last map and suddenly you're losing two members already. This is rough for them as well. At the very least, Red Bull tries to rally back, but none of his shots are actually clipping. Here's the gun sounds as well as the vehicle coming from U-High as well, which means it's going to just retreat back into that warehouse, hope for a more isolated and safer play in terms of fights. And U-High tries to rally back, but he's the one on the receiving end, taking more of that damage, forced to move back. His teammate at the very least is there to go for a quick trade.
Yeah, Sem9 right now rallying on, trying to isolate Red Bull, and he does not seem to have any form of reprieve. There's still some shots being fired back from the side of Mela, but he's the only member standing right now. I don't think he could actually go in for those revives. He's got a DP in hand, so does U-High. With the confirmation right now, and Sem9, this is the most proactive we've actually seen them so far. Usually drop inside of Fair Pure because for the flight path, they don't even get to see other teams moving to Primos. They claim this land, and Vampire Esports might have regretted their decision taking that boat back to their old city.
This is huge. Sem9 waking up already, understanding how many maps left they have as we head into the halfway point of the day. Are currently on 18th place again. The benchmark to hit at the very least that you want to go for is 50 now that everyone has started to really rack up those points. TODAK now in 14 as well. Still very dangerous when you have that gap. Yeah, it's a 10-mark gap against TS, who's I felt very quiet throughout the entirety of the day. I felt like day one they had more presence here. I didn't really see much of them at all.
Yeah, I certainly do think so myself. I mean, overall, it really feels like they are trying to gauge within this Group A versus Group B kind of bout, and it doesn't seem like they have been able to actually find any form of a rhythm at all. Now we get a little bit more of that stats being displayed, and Rosemary so far being the most efficient player on the block, 27 points, and the rest of the vast of the bulk is also coming from Snape to be the secondary carry. And looks like that MVKE has been able to capitalize onto Firen as Sem9 kind of over-rotates into that corner of the garage, and they didn't expect MVKE to be around these outskirts. Sem9 now has to be absolutely careful. They did manage to win out that trade early on, but now losing out Furin means that they've lost out their scout.
Now, Talon, that's what I was talking about here, about how if you take too long, it's going to be so hard for you to rotate northwards to mainland. Forced to take this fight. Kind of have a bit of a glimpse on how exactly that fight with 10-9 happened here. That was great from Amazal. Catching members of VPE off guard from another corner. His teammates had already been seen. That was very well played, if you ask me, from so many different angles, looked together. Emotions running high. You could tell that 7-9 is very hyped right now. Could this be the catalyst for their momentum to rise up? I mean, still another 4 maps to go, including this one, so it's not done till it's done.
Hopefully so. I mean, 7-9 with all these boosts of morale is definitely onto something. Despite me, commenting onto, the loss of Furin, I don't think it fully affects it because majority of their firepower is still pretty much intact so long as they keep, Homebois as well as Mika pretty much afloat. I believe Amazal is also joining this time around. So there's been that latest edition that's been able to offer them a lot of all these creative ways to really take on players. Now, over on the other side, I mean, NST, last game, were fantastic. They've been able to churn those 6 points of eliminations and also denying Team Flash from entering the zone. This time around, they're looking to deny Talon Esports. We talked about Talon and the potential difficulty to actually move into the mainland. So right at this very moment, with a little bit more of that update, Talon needs to once again decide, do we really have to take this bridge? And it seems like this is a forced move where there's not all too much of an option to even go with the boats because FaZe Clan has been waiting by the riverside. So big decisions to be made. A lot of all these teams over in mid lane we are seeing are going for that late rotation. We have TODAK as well as BLUG coming from Ruins, which might even lock horns. So NST, it's only King Modish though, but can he actually find the angles here? But they do have a trap being laid out. NST having Homebois now going back and forth. Doesn't seem like he's been able to really hit the perfect shot to actually nail them to the floor.
Talon somehow managing to cross that bridge, break into the area. Now this is much more doable for them. They have compounds to work with as well. And NST, perhaps a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too overzealous. Lost control of a lot of cover as well. Forced to hang a little bit more far back. At the very least, they do have, they are a bit more safe in cover as well, in the middle of that circle. As Hale peppers the members of MVKE with bullets. Takes the fight to the face, but MVKE, they have protocols on how exactly to be dealing with teams like this. Knows exactly where Hale would be. And Superman, there's a reason why he's called that. 2 shots to the face, 1 for the knock and 1 for the kill. As Trung will be at least knocked down in the end, but they still have to worry about another 2 more members of Hale, Bazarix and Tiger, waiting in the wings. MVKE as well need to make something happen. They need to win this fight. Tiger, very healthy. Pazorix knocked down. Tiger in a 1v2. Not going to be the easiest here. Superman taking a lot of chip damage as well. But Break waits in the wings. Tries to find a bit of information. Trung in a very, very vulnerable position. And Break tries to see him save. But Tiger somehow, this isolated fight just makes him more empowered. Steals away the kill in the end. But at the end of the day, Superman with a jump shot forward wins it. But Tom with the long range pickoff. TODAK has been watching for quite some time.
Wow, that was quite a clutch from Superman, but he kind of had that limelight taken away by TODAK by the tail end of it. I thought he would be able to really go for that full reset after that, but TODAK never gave them any form of chance. I mean, they've been making so much noise. TODAK at least being a little bit more proactive. They secured themselves at one point. Now we go back towards the side of NST. They've been trying to gatekeep those members of Talon, and now it's CELCOMDIGI Alliance that infiltrates into this corner of Milta as well as Farm. Adik Luke all alone. I don't think that he's suspecting much though, because he's not exactly checking the outskirts. So the moment that he opens the door over onto the balcony, you call it, he might be in the world of hurt. But I think like with the TPP view, perhaps Adik Luke can actually eventually gain a little bit more of that vision. It's a great call for CELCOMDIGI Alliance because right now they're firmly planted in the center.
I mean, in this situation against CD Alliance, with the lack of information, you have no clue where exactly Jimmy is. It's too, I would say, it's too dangerous for Grumpy to just really go in for that swing. First of all, you've already lost 2 members of your team. It's definitely hurting your chances of being able to make it to the end, especially if you can gain, I think, that second place, third place slot as well, just by surviving. Just really bolster up the amount of points that you have, because they only have 2 eliminations as well, which is why I think it was a better or more wise decision. Just keep quiet instead of forcing fights. Now, over onto this area, it's going to be Alter Ego that keeps Boom Esports at bay. I think the previous match as well, we saw something similar where Boom Esports was the team being kept out. But somehow in these very dangerous situations, Boom Esports Super just really, really thrive.
They do, and now with more teams crashing into Milta, it's FaZe Clan right now soaking the short end of the steak. Gets low with beautiful grenades early on. He is once more connecting the Molotov over onto Canary. Chopper by the corner. Oh, beautiful toss from Bakaris as he takes on a fellow Thai team. FaZe Clan now depleted to only 1 member remaining. And Yoru, he's over on the opposite section, but it doesn't seem like there was a chance for him to actually go in for steal. As MXG, with Sublime Grenades, man, I tell you, all these Thai teams are just so good on utility.
Timing's good as well. They also, because they're just so understanding of how the utility works, that's why they're so daring to just swing out forward whenever they think a player has util in hand. Once again, Malaysia meets Malaysia, and it's Sem9 in at the, I would say, the worst end of the stick here. They don't have 4 eliminations, but with 2 less bodies, means it's going to be a harder climb to make it all the way till the end. Some teams are a little bit more quiet. Team Secret, definitely one of them. I don't think we've seen too much of them this game. AZ as well. As for the rest of the team here, just really hunkered down onto Milta. There's like, what, 4 teams here already? NST, CD Alliance, Talon, as well as MXG. Just hunkering down in the area. I wouldn't be surprised if the circle does shift toward there. If it does shift towards Milta, it could be an urban ending. But if it goes up north, we could have a wide open style fight over at the fields, which is always very, very fun to watch.
And Boom Esports, if they would actually benefit from a hard shift towards the North Point, then they would be one of the biggest benefactors of the upcoming zone. But likely than not, it will still be pretty much centralized moving into stage 4 for most part. But of course, I won't always get my predictions right in that sense. Blue, they got themselves a compound as well to be able to play around the farm sector. So,
oh, this is rough.
Not these teams. They will have to really claw their way into the city. Good news for Talon, though. I mean, they've done that hustle very early on to really squeeze the space out of MXG, and now they will be able to really get their hands onto many teams moving to that direction.
They could do what Team Flash did in the previous 2 maps, where they were able to hunker down into a compound, wait out people rotating, and just really abuse them as they're desperately trying to get into that circle. Now, for the northern side here, Flash has full control of the area. They can gatekeep potentially 3 teams, including Alter Ego. But I don't think Alter Ego wants to rotate in with 3 teams as well. So they're just gonna go. I think they're already locking horns with Team Secret. Yep, that's exactly what's going on here. As Xerus knocked down already here. GK trying to find an angle. But Alter Ego, they got every single area corner marked as well. They know where Doki is, putting a lot of pressure onto Mushroom House, with Xerus immediately getting lobbied. I said earlier in the pre-show what I wanted to see from this roster and how exactly they've been playing with Elva in the team. And Elva really already delivering with that 1 elimination. Krypton waiting for the right timing here as well as Boom Esports joins in. Mastery is close as well. But he's gonna go for this 1v1 in the Mushroom House with Doki. As Krypton rushes forward, meets Yummy, knocks him down. Pondit close as well. But this 1v1 turns to 1v2 fairly quickly, as Alter Ego has protocols in hand to disallow any 1v1 duels.
Yeah, that was so close coming right through, and with the rest of Boom Esports being withered down, Team Secret also went in for the challenge to be able to pin out Boom Esports, where they've only walked away with that 1 point. Great time of work coming out of the members of Alter Ego Ares, and right now they've been able to pave that passage. Team Secret still around the vicinity though, since that they've definitely known that somebody has stolen their kill away. Alter Ego, they are going to be able to lick their wounds and can't afford to also take as much time as they need until Doc actually sets foot in towards that direction. So I don't really see a way out for that member of Team Secret. I think it was a decent attempt for a challenge, but right now that kind of puts them into a much rougher spot. Alter Ego, not too far away from the zone though. But now that kind of either forces them into a fight or for them to really go into a long rotation with the potential to be caught out.
Rush into the zone here. Since Team Flash had already vacated the northern side of Milta, so they have a bit of space to work with. Alter Ego, we've seen them play on the side of the circle before. They take a lot of teams that are a little bit more desperate. And they can just really, since there's not really a lot of teams around them, they can even slow down as well, since the majority of teams are hunkered down in that town of Milta. So if the circle shifts away to the left or to the north, then it's going to be a pain for many of these teams to rotate out, which I think that Alter Ego would love to take advantage of.
They could potentially do so. Right now, there's a little bit of a back and forth going on between Glue Squad as well as AZ Slumber. Those nades connecting perfectly as Byron gets knocked down. And now trying to retrieve them, they are being put into this state where they cannot even see much through the smokes, but it will be a pixel perfect swerve from the member of Blue Squad with the P90 in hand to clear out the Malaysian squad, but it's not over just yet. It actually took some damage, so it wasn't exactly the clean slate that they were hoping for. Still 4 points being brought right back. AZ Slumber has been denied from advancing over into the course. Stage 5 right now is going to look very claustrophobic inside of the urban setting. We've asked for an urban setting, and, you know, I wasn't expecting Milta at all, but hey, I am going to be enjoying this later on because we will see a lot of all these teams trying to go from door to door in order to pick off one another. But for now, 7-9, they're going to be the Coast Guards as well, trying to keep all these teams at bay.
Interesting enough, there's a lot of teams still outside of the circle here for Doki. I think he was stuck out. He was stuck in the mushroom house. A lot of teams decided, okay, it's not worth waiting for him. I was almost sure that he was gonna at least just wait it out, maybe steal away a kill. But I think he's just wondering, like, okay, is it even worth it if I don't at least make it into the get a little bit more of those placement points to really bolster my team forward. They are currently with only 38 points on 15th. You really gotta be careful because it's so close to not making it into that super weekend, especially since we're making it to that halfway mark of the day. And Glue, they've been heartbreakers. A lot of teams that were just desperate on that northern side just now wanted to break into the circle were the team who are currently on the bottom rungs. Excuse me. Now, as the circle shifts again, I think for a lot of teams who are outside of the circle earlier already made their way into the zone. But it's not going to be a situation where they can hold on for a long time either, because their later rotations means that a lot of teams in the middle side have already started making plans on how exactly to be dealing with them as they rotate in a lot later. Now for CD Alliance here, yeah, they have access to that compound, but it's not ideal right now since a lot of teams are eyeing it. Blue want to take this fight, take that compound away from them, and potentially really dash their hopes and dreams of making it into the top 16.
Yeah, I also do second the notion that you've actually pointed out, Blue has been playing spoilers to a lot of all these teams who are moving a little bit late and now also hoping to dent hopes up against CD Alliance. There is not too much of a concern for them to play over the weekend, and hence why they can play as aggressively as they want to. Now looking to actually bridge right through, but it is a little bit of a climb for them for the moment. Xbox, one of the MVPs of the round, as we've seen him actually take a very proactive approach to really seek out all these angles. NST, they don't really have to do all too much to really get involved for the moment. Rosemary coming in from the back alongside with Alva going for the split formation. And this really puts up a whole lot more added pressure onto the members of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. A lot of preemptive nades tossed out the window, but not really finding anything yet because the rest of Blue, they're just waiting for them to really burn their resources and now throws out their own.
Oh, this is exciting right now. Since CD Alliance is getting a little bit more, I think just pincered I think for CD Alliance, hunkering down is not the worst thing in the world. Just be able to keep yourselves alive, stay away from from any angles that allows you to get clipped, and just really let Alter Ego take this fight against Glue. And when that's going on, stealing away kills should be your priority. You have access to to a compound as well. Take advantage of it, and that's exactly what's going to be happening here as both teams turn their attention to one another. A lot less pressure faced by CD Alliance, but you do have Alva, and I think Snape is keeping a close eye on that team. Glue, not only are they stuck outside the zone, they're also at a disadvantage in terms of terrain. They're at the lower side of the area. They need a good timing in terms of a swing to be able to knock one member of Alter Ego to be able to fully overcome the team. And meanwhile for Sem9, yeah, they're I think in a safe spot inside of that circle, the very edges of that circle as well. But against a few members of NST, it's not going to be the easiest because there is TODAK close by, and you see that TODAK has been really adept at stealing away points and kills.
Yeah, so far they're looking absolutely sublime. NST is in a little bit of a dire spot though. I mean, they're over onto the haystack, unable to go in for the revive against Grumpy, so they're trying to at least set something up. This fight has been taking for quite some time, and there's no further commitment coming in from either side of the party. With all these smokes being popped, Blue Squad continue to make it rain into the shack. And this might just be it. I mean, they've been baiting all day now. Somebody's really got to call the shots to really pull the trigger. And it's going to be a run stop coming from CELCOMDIGI Alliance instead. And in the moment that they do appear, they will be able to put out all these big damage numbers, but at the cost of their own expense as well. Only one member left for side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance, while the rest of Alter Ego, they've been waiting in the wings for this very moment to just collapse upon them. And that was just perfect timing coming out of the veterans. Alter Ego dominates 10 perfect eliminations in the span of just less than 20 minutes.
It's just crazy how they're able to play catch up. They ended the game earlier with only 1 point, and now suddenly they're the team that's just completely overwhelming two teams at the same time. See the Alliance just now, I felt like, they were a little bit too aggressive. I understand the need of getting those eliminations, trying to take advantage of the chaos, but against a team like Alter Ego, who are not only very, very, individually talented, but also very confident in their own, I would say, duo plays, you cannot afford to go all in on these fights with no one watching the wings, watching your back. You gotta mark that. Now with Alter Ego slowly making their way into the circle, taking advantage of the space that's left behind by CD Alliance, they look towards Sem9. With Sem9 with only 2 bodies left, what are you gonna do here? You have a high ground, held, and also the low ground, but you're not in a position to just swing off one another here. But at the very least, for one member of Sem9 gets one knock onto Alter Ego, and this is huge. Alter Ego looking to clean up house. That is a nice off angle, just completely abused by Snape. He gets the kill as well. Later rotation coming in from Rosemary. He's already spotted out the last member here, but what are you gonna do? You can do nothing but hold on as TODAK looks to come into the fight as well.
They just absolutely overwhelmed Sem9, and it looks like Alter Ego is really putting on the mask of a Grim Reaper right now. Every team they knock on, they will be able to take them off the list. Big Nate, though, coming in for the side of TODAK now depletes them down to size. Snape could still afford to go in for those revivals. TODAK needs to put in a big one in order to really deny them. And right now, TODAK is the brick wall that Alter Ego really have to really quickly recover and fight up against, because right now, there's no other challenges other than TODAK in their faces. Going back into the city of Milta, though, there is still MXG. They've been holding the ground for the longest time against TALON, and they finally decided after 15 minutes of play, they do connect it. And TALON, they say, you did not go anywhere closer than that, my friend.
Great stuff coming from TALON. Great hold to the compound as well. Multiple angles found. Flushed out from many different angles. Here, Europe in the high ground finds some form of advantage. Did not realize another member of MXG was Crow, so he just walked straight into that meat grinder. At the very least, you can still pick up TALON. But now, Flash looking to pressure as well. This northern side of the circle is just so hyped with so many teams around. But meanwhile, on the southern side, look how much space TODAK has been able to take away from so many of these other teams.
Yeah, they've been able to really win out the battle early on and now gets to really expand their wings so they can take a late approach, let the rest of them clear out whatever that's left remaining. And once they're weakened up, that's where TODAK can actually look for a chicken dinner. Double nades, brain prong right in, Team Flash hoping to clear out that member of MXG. It's hard to actually breach up against TALON, and speaking of which, VOIN appears and the right moment takes claim out of tops. You're now licking his wounds. The only down to bandages, he does not have a first aid kit, so this is a very desperate attempt into ensuring their survival. Now, Alter Ego goes back to challenge against TODAK. Bartizi left out over onto the top end. Moves over onto the mid-sector of the town. And on the opposite side, those nades are also being thrown right through. So, Alter Ego needs to also be careful about this approach.
Frenzy is barely alive. There we go, back into the game. Oh god! As soon as he resets, that nade just completely obliterates him. I don't know what TODAK's gonna do here. He has to just cut his losses here. Nine and Kenny, they're forced outside of the zone. That zone shift really ruined any control they had on that southern side. With this kind of circle as well, not a lot of teams have control of the area. With Alter Ego rushing forward here, Talon trying their best to keep the team at bay. Puts a bit of chip damage onto Rosemary, but it doesn't deter him at all. Goes for a reset and then just rushes forward again as usual. I'm pretty sure that Boychill did see a glimpse of him. Oh, and Nate clips him in the end. Perhaps an over-aggression from Rosemary here. Finally knocked out of the game. A sigh of relief from the entirety of this server, knowing that this monster has been taken out. But still, they have one more player to worry about, and Flash just completely find the heads of TODAK. Desperate to get into that circle. Not a lot of space to work with either. Wide open area and terrain here. The nade means that the vehicle does get exploded. Nine gonna be using that as a form of cover. But bam, perfect shot to the head. And TODAK falls. Good start for them. Third place, not bad. But Flash, I'm not sure what it is they've been doing here. A very aggressive, great hold on the western side. Third place and 3 players. This game looks like it's theirs to take.
It really seems to be the case right now. Team Flash right now do have every single condition for them to really close out this matchup. Alter Ego took too many fights. As much as they've been really knocking on everyone's doors, they have the most amount of eliminations right at this moment. TODAK, they were flushed out of that position because they could not deal with Alter Ego no longer. Now, Team Flash, they just really have to wait and buy time, because no matter where Alter Ego goes, it will still be towards the crosshairs of Team Flash. So it's just the last stand right now. Alba tries to find a little bit more of a situation where he can get a glimpse onto any bodies of Team Flash, but they're being denied that space, and he's already bleeding out. And VOIN will secure it with a bang to put Vietnam on the map. Team Flash.
And this is exciting. This is exciting stuff. I love being able to see Team Flash play this. There are just so many situations where it felt like Team Flash should have taken the game, but their aggression really got the better of them. They got a bit too aggressive. They were a bit too late to that circle, so they got pressured out. But this time they moved in tandem with the sides of the zone and was able to take control of so many different spaces. I was a bit worried for them too at one point, because everyone else on that northern side, it was TODAK from the south that was able to take so much control of the air, of the open air areas. But the circle shifted away, and suddenly Flash was very much back into the game one more time. They're still playing the same game in terms of aggression, in terms of hold. They were a team that likes to wait for a team to fight and then pressure them from so many different angles, and also from hidden areas, terrains and compounds as well. So it was just a matter of us waiting for the right time to strike through the last few circles. This is a team that everyone should pay attention to, and it's been so fun seeing them play this aggressively this season.
Absolutely, and it really shows that patience do pay off as well, where they didn't really have to do the usual Team Flash way of really going in for fights after fights after fights. They just ensure that, hey, with the zone closing right behind us, we can always trail step by step to know that there's not going to be enemies over onto our south, so you can just focus on what's really ahead. So Team Flash, they really had a lot of precise measures. They took the right moments to really get into the take of the battle, and just like that, they really dissect each and every single team fight that they got themselves enrolled in. Look at the stats. I think that this isn't exactly the flashes coming out of Team Flash, but hey, they get the job done. Overall, they don't really tank too much damage, other than Tops that's really putting his body on the line. So far, all the teams that were really hoping to really find that space in Milta, they were all being clipped by the edges. And also with his positions, I mean, they've been able to really deter them from really getting a hole out of the city.
Yeah, honestly, it's so fun watching this team. I think, what is it? I mean, when you look at this team, right, every single member has a highlight reel. If you were to make a highlight reel of a solo 1v2, 1v3, or a moment where you have one player rushing forward to just really first play that first contact fight, everyone is doing that. Tops perhaps has a has a moment where he's great from mid to long range. Zeus loves rushing up forward, just catching people in the midst of rotation. I can speak more about the other two, but it's best to let the highlights speak for itself.
Like you said, they've been the highlight reel machines, and even touted by some of the best teams out here that they are definitely the top dogs to beat in this tournament. Team Flash right now stamped their mark yet again. But this round, I think like the ones that really have shown off their firepower is once again Alter Ego Ares. That's 3,000 over damage displayed, whereas the ones that were surviving for a lot longer, such as TALON, they were pretty much just hunkering down inside the city of Milta, and Sem9 trying to really gate off the rest of the teams, but they could not hold the wrath of Alter Ego in this round. And yet again, the MVP of this round would still be coming in from Team Flash, with Bose taking the cake with all the damage that he's done.
Exactly 25% team contribution, which means that everyone else probably did somewhere around the same amount as well. Which means that my guesses were true, that everyone in this team is just as, pulling their own weight, like everyone else. You see the amount of damage received, which means that for Flash, not everyone is involved in that front line of the fight. I think it's mostly going to be Zeus that does that, maybe even Tops. But if anything, Flash has been very, very comfy this game. A little bit more dangerous in terms of positioning, but knowing the right cues and timing to rotate in is the name of the game here. But for Alter Ego, yeah, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but does it really matter when you have 15 eliminations? Come on now, 21 points? Like, are you kidding me? And, that just really cements the idea that Alter Ego has always been about getting those kills instead of going in for those chicken dinners. Flash, look at how far behind Flash is despite getting chicken dinner. With only 5 eliminations this time around, they weren't able to fully take advantage of so many teams because of positions, because of fights, because of how the circle has been shifting. Now, looking into the bottom side here, it's going to be VPE and AZ getting knocked out fairly early. This was actually quite surprising, but also in a good way, because VPE is sort of like cementing the idea that a team that just won chicken dinner getting knocked out the next one might be just a little bit more cursed. But for the rest here, such as TS, such as the team's getting 1 point, My question is it enough to remain in that top 16? Now, Alter Ego back into first place once again. I think they were pretty upset that they got knocked out a little bit too early last game. Well, that's okay. This team is just so good at bandaging situations.
Yeah, that goes to show that they quickly learn from whatever mistakes that happened in the previous game and just really bounce back a lot harder into the upcoming matches. So look at the first page itself. We're also look at Team Flash to be surging all the way into the top 6 with that chicken dinner being earned. And that kind of pushes their fellow Vietnamese team, D-Saver, down a notch. But out of the many games, you keep looking at TODAK climbing and climbing all the way up. Now over the 12th spot, they have been able to overtake Homebois, MAQNA, Esports. So that kind of allows them to not worry all too much, because at this current standpoint, there is a significant gap between them as well as those who are at the borderline. Talon Esports need to do a lot more to maintain their record.
There we go. Let's look at number 23 all the way till number 14. Are the teams that have to be super careful. So it is still possible for teams to climb up. MVKE, SEM9 able to do so. AZ, unfortunately, their streak got stopped, so they're not able to play as aggressively. So it's confirmed already that 5-2 will not be making it. That's for sure. They got knocked down to 18, so they cannot really rally back in terms of points. So that will be the end for them, at least for this week. I think they can try again in the next week as well. But now I think we've come to the halfway point of the day. We still have another 2 Miramars as well as 1 Erangel to end this group stage, and this is where things get very, very interesting, right? Because you know that bottom side is going to be fighting. Yeah, we highlight a lot about those top teams as well, but they're safe. It doesn't really matter in this group stage.
Yeah.
What matters is that number I think 24 all the way till 14 here, because those are most likely going to shift, or maybe even higher if say a team has like a pop-off match like 20 points suddenly. You can just never tell, right?
Yeah, exactly the case. I was still wondering, like, when are all these top teams gonna be taking a little bit of a chill pill? Well, speaking of that, I guess we're gonna let these boys have a little bit of break, and when we come back, we offer you even more chicken dinners here with 3 more maps remaining for tonight here in the PMSL Southeast Asia.
On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to 1 main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can rank anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players. It has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile v4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has two firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4X scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on two-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erengel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates. And that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0, will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult, and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
It's already halfway through here at day 3 of the PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage here, and obviously such an intense competition all around. Definitely so many of the very much surprising results, I might say, and albeit quite a shocking one as well. Right now we are joined by none other than Miola from Vampire Esports. Thank you very much for being here. And of course also our translator Peggy. All right, then Miola, we are about to jump into the first question straight away, because it seems that the mood is in quite a high place, right? You guys have a lot of fun, especially when getting that winner chicken dinner in game number 2. So from the live stream here, we noticed that you actually placed the face of our Thailand caster Fame, as we also know him as Jan Fame, right, on your interactive board as well. What was the reason behind that?
คำถามแรกนะคะก็คือเห็นจากมูดช่วงนี้ก็คือมูดเนี่ยกำลังเร่งกำลังเดือดไปสุดเลยนะคะอย่างในเกมที่2เราก็ได้วินเนอร์ชิคเก้นดินเนอร์มาครองด้วยเนาะแล้วก็ถ้าดูจากไลฟ์สตรีมค่ะเรามีการเมนชั่นถึงจานเฟรมแคสเตอร์ของเราด้วยมีเหตุผลอะไรอยู่เบื้องหลังหรือเปล่าคะ
ก็เป็นการล้างอาถรรพ์จานเฟรม 300% ของเขาครับเอาไว้แก้เคล็ดครับ
So it's like the magic trick for if in Thai we call Mutelu. We would like to delete or create out the spell, the dark spell that if we mention his name or we play with his name Ajahn Fame, we will get a good luck on the game ค่ะ
I see. Wow, there's some sort of like a bit of superstitions in play here, obviously, with Vampire Esports. But it's been working so far here, obviously, since you guys got that winner chicken dinner in game 2. Now, on to our second questions here, because it seems that you guys are performing quite well here, even without Tony K. So what is the main differences in the gameplay and also the communication with and without him?
ก็ในครั้งนี้นะคะเรายังไม่ได้มีผู้เล่นอย่างโทนี่เคลงมาร่วมจอยด้วยเนาะแล้วแบบนี้เนี่ยถือว่ามีความเปลี่ยนแปลงในเรื่องของสไตล์การเล่นแล้วก็การสื่อสารระหว่างกันเองในทีมไหมคะ
ก็เปลี่ยนไปเยอะเลยครับก็ทีมที่ไม่มีโทนี่เคก็เหมือนมีคนที่ไปเล่นซัพพอร์ตแทนด้วยเพราะว่าตอนที่มีโทนี่ก็คือจะไฟแข่งขึ้นแต่ว่าจะไม่มีคนเล่นหลังเท่าไหร่กลายว่าพอไม่มีแล้วมีกิวี่มาแทนก็ทำให้มีคนเล่นซัพพอร์ตครับมีคนเสียสละ
A lot of differences here. When we play with Tony K, he have a lot of strength in terms of the back end of our team, right? But when it's come to having Gui in our team, he kind of plays supporting at this point. So yes, a lot of difference.
Maybe that's just exactly what Vampire Esports needs here as well. And also, this is going to lead into my next question here as well. And I understand that maybe it's the best to hear from the man himself. But if I can ask you, will we get to see Tony K play this season?
งั้นก็มาคำถามถัดมาเลยค่ะซึ่งมีความเกี่ยวข้องกันนะคะเหมียวล่าคะแล้วแบบนี้เราจะได้เห็นโทนี่เคเข้ามาจอยในซีซั่นนี้ไหมคะ
ก็คำถามนี้ก็ตอบยากนะจริงๆแต่ว่าคิดว่าน่าจะ70-30ครับ
The ratio is 70-30 70 for not coming here and 30 for you guys will see him.
Oh, so there's still a bit of a suspensions here, obviously, for our fans, Vampire Esports fans as well, and I'm certainly PUBG Mobile fans to guess and to root for Tony K either to come back or not, obviously here. Okay, now we would like to go back to a bit of game 2 there where you win the winner chicken dinner. You guys pick a lot of eliminations, right, while riding the hovercraft. So do you enjoy driving it very much, and why is that?
คำถามถัดมานะคะก็ในเกมที่2ค่ะที่เราได้ไก่มานะคะตอนเราขับ hovercraft เนี่ยเราได้ไปหลาย elims เลยค่ะแบบนี้แปลว่าเราชอบการขับ hovercraft มากๆเลยใช่ไหมแล้วก็ทำไมคะ
ก็ชอบเล่นครับเพราะว่ามันเล่นคนเดียวได้ไม่ต้องพึ่งเพื่อนเยอะแล้วก็มันเอาไว้โซโล่เพลย์ได้ดีครับแล้วก็เล่นให้อะไรอันดูด้วยครับว่าเล่นยังไง
Okay. The hovercraft itself is really suitable for both solo playing and also team playing as well. As you can see, I can drive it all alone, and I would like to show the Alliance team how to drive the hovercraft.
Ooh, I'm not sure if that's considered a shot fire though. All right then, so we're about to close off this interview here with our last questions. Since you are pretty much secure for the super weekend here, do you guys plan to just have fun for our next 3 games in today's matches, or will you target any specific teams
ก็จากคะแนนนะคะเรามาถึงคำถามสุดท้ายค่ะคะแนนของเราตอนนี้ก็ถือว่าปลอดภัยละที่เราจะได้เข้าไปในถึงรอบซูเปอร์วีคเอนด์สัปดาห์นี้นะคะแบบนี้เนี่ย3เกมที่เหลือวันนี้ก็คือชิวๆเลยไหมหรือว่าเรายังเล็งไปที่ทีมไหนเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
เล่นแค่แผนที่เราวางไว้ครับเล่นไปเรื่อยๆครับ3เกมที่เหลือไม่มีศัตรูไม่มีอะไรเท่าไหร่ครับก็ไม่อยากหมายหัวใครไปครับเดี๋ยวเขาซวย
We'll continue sticking to our plan. We will continue playing the game until the end. And I don't think we will specifically mention any team here because that will be the bad luck.
Oh, I see here. Back to that superstitions from John Fame's photos as well, right? So yeah, stick to the plan. That's the name of the game here, obviously. Thank you very much, Vampire Esports, Miola, as well as Peggy, our translator here. And that is it for this interview here. Let's jump right back to the remaining 3 games of PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage in this Day 3.
Wow, what an interview with Mela. And of course, now we finally get our answer as to who exactly that sticker on the board is. That's Fame, the Thai caster that's been providing them good luck in their rounds. And of course, we'll also touch on Tony K's absence, and it's likely that we will not be seeing him play in this season. But man, when the Vampire Esports looks this good, it really feels like they're going to be absolutely fine without his presence.
Yeah, honestly, it just felt like a bit of that moment where there's just too many cooks in the kitchen. You know, you have a player as vocal as Tony K, you know, and also with other players as well, you know, making those calls. It's better to have one person and only one person making the calls compared to before. And I think it's why, you know, having Gui is a much better fit for them as well. Because when you are on that same page with only one caller, it's so much easier to kind of initiate and also play together as a team. Regardless, you know, a bit sad of not being able to see Tony vacate this season, but I think it's such a much needed break for him as well. He's been playing for many seasons now on the, I think, the main roster. So I think it's a good thing for him as well to just get a nice little break and a different perspective. Anyways, coming into that game, you know, you saw TS just now with the caption, need to try harder. They got knocked out a little bit too early. A bit more quiet, as we mentioned as well. I'm hoping that the second half of the day would be the moment that they would get super activated. We saw moments and glimpses of greatness from them on day number 1. Haven't seen it at all today. So anyway, if anything, the team has been doing really well today. Is Splash. They haven't had a chicken dinner yet this week. They ended up winning 1 right before the break. But in terms of consistency and styles of play, they've been keeping it very consistent. They aren't really changing up the way and style they're playing. They're sticking to what they know, and it's been working very well.
Absolutely, think that they are actually on their best form possible. And of course, when we do make comparisons, it's between the teams with 2 winner the chicken dinner with high volume of eliminations as well. Alter Ego Aries versus Vampire Esports. When it comes down to the average eliminations, we're looking at a perfect 10 record of average for the side of Alter Ego, but Vampire Esports 6.4 is still relatively high. The damage output is also pretty much not something that anyone will be scoffed at with 2,000 over, but considering the fact that the members of Alter Ego has gotten so much airtime, they are definitely looking to get themselves even more over the weekend. And look at Vampire Esports, they have always been able to get their way into a top 4 situation for many times. Now we're only left with 3 maps, so these teams who need those points to get into the finals or even the Super Weekend this time around, they need to put their best foot forward and put everything on Gear 5 in order to land those results.
Anyways, looking at version 4.0 first before we head into that game. Anyways, a lot less lag this time around. So if your phone has not been able to handle the game, you weren't able to play without lagging, now is a good time to come back and check. So it reduces lag on all devices by 30% to 50%, which is a very big amount. And all other devices, to 10 to 30% as well. So just make sure to see how it's going to be moving. Maybe a change in graphics as well should really help. But overall, I think you guys should be golden when it comes to playing on the game without lagging as well. Now looking into the rest of the day, we have another 3 maps to go with 1 final air angle before we head into the last 2 Miramars. It felt like yesterday when we saw, I think it was group. Okay, before that, let's have a look at the Techno first, our sponsor for this tournament. Stop at nothing. So this is the phone that is sponsoring this tournament. That's what all the players are using. And as we all know, this phone comes with amazing battery life and also charging capabilities. 6,000 milliamps of battery, 30 watts of fast charging as well, which means that you're going to be playing the game a lot longer than you're staying plugged in.
That's right, and with it being, of course, available across the stores in your nation, you can grab it or even order it online. So make sure, of course, you guys get your hands on this phone for you to be able to enjoy all the benefits alongside with the 4.0 update. So that definitely guarantees you at least a couple of chicken dinners. Now, speaking of chicken dinners, I've been looking at all these teams to really set this kind of benchmark, and only VOIN Donkey has been able to get, back-to-back chicken dinners. And why I do so is because we're going to be playing on that Super Weekend Sunday run where these teams need to actually secure chicken dinners to seal the deal. So I'm still hoping that, whether it's Team Flash, Alter Ego Aries, or even the likes of Vampire Esports, who have really shown their prowess to be a little bit more of that in that consistent form. So I think that's a really good notion that we're looking at all these top teams. They're not actually taking too much of a long break of hey, we get to chill right now because we've already scored so many points, right? But the reason why they're maintaining this is so that they can have this kind of form moving to the weekend.
I mean, we pretty much have an idea on who will be going already. I'm very curious about the bottom side here, and I think that, you know, when you are in this high pressure cooker situation, you have teams that are just those who are already not making it are going to be playing spoil sport. They are the type of teams that says, if I don't go, you don't get to go as well. So that's going to be one problem they have to worry about. They have to worry about teams at the top who are looking to just farm for fun. That's going to be another problem to worry about as well. So there's a lot of things, a lot of factors to make it through till the end, but as they say, it's not over till it's over. Again, the benchmark to make it into the top 16, despite the fact of 1, 2, 3 being triple digits, is not super high. I think it's still about that 50-point mark, making it all the way till the end. There are already a few teams, especially from Group C, that are already not making it, which means there's already less teams to worry about to really fill up those gaps. Regardless, coming into this one, coming back to the interview, honestly, it's such a fun team listening to VPE, you know, how superstitious they are. Now that we know that they have a superstition coming in with, you know, the caster, Thai caster's face on the wall, alongside not speaking another team's name out of superstition. What do you think are the other superstitions that teams would do before a game?
Well, I think like I've heard a few things as well. Like I remember back then, like a couple of Malaysian teams think that, you know, you gotta eat like literally a chicken dinner, whether if it's fried chicken or whatever that has chicken involved, so that you can manifest it even further. So like I think like it's a very cool concept, but you know, end of the day, you gotta also believe in your teammates and everything else. I mean, superstitions are cool to actually get yourself into the right mood, and of course having a little bit more of that devotion for you to idealize on how exactly you really want everything to actually go. So I kind of like it, I dig it, but I know like some people are really not all about the superstition though, because it's all data at the end.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but sometimes, you know, it's a good placebo to put your mind into the game as well. I mean, there's so many situations where I hoped that my predictions come true just because it makes me feel really cool. So there's that as well that you can worry about. Okay, now coming into the last 3 maps here. Out of all the teams today, which team at currently the bottom ladders do you think will be making it, and which teams do you think will have a high possibility of not making it? It could be a jinx, so I'm just playing this quick game before we head into the game.
It's funny that you mentioned about the MAQNA kind of beliefs, and I was like, now am I supposed to talk about these teams or not, right? Because like I don't really want to fully name drop on who can actually make it or not. But then again, like if we take a look at, you know, who's on that list, MVKE, Sam9, CD Alliance, like these teams usually don't spend their time over onto the bottom layer for many seasons already, and to me it was a big surprise. I think Sam9 does actually stand a relatively good chance. So you saw it from that last round, they've been able to get decent positioning. They've also been able to get back on track on getting the numbers. They were the ones who actually took out Vampire Esports very early to also get that 4-pointer hit start. So if they can get something of similar sort, then I think like Sam9 could still have a really good chance at the top 16. Whereas I'm still not too convinced about MVKE. You know, like we've talked about how this team, who's usually so consistent when they really do get the zone, I feel like today it really wasn't that day, other than that one map that they've been able to really gain something in return. But it's still not substantial enough that they are still having a lot of all these doubts on how to really go in for bigger results.
I am really curious. I'm really hoping that more Malaysian teams make it to the end. That's why I really asked. But at this point, it just feels like I wouldn't say one-dimensional would be the right word. I mean, when you mention teams like, say, TODAK, Sam9, even AZ, they have shown us flashes of brilliance. Sam9 in particular, I think I criticize a little bit harder just because we've seen them have the same problems over and over for many seasons. They tried to supplement it with roster changes, with, I think, coach changes as well. A big change was from Coach Sly DD all the way to, you know, to Pasha, and then I think at one point it was also going to be Man Parang now as well. But maybe perhaps its cohesion is not really there, or perhaps their ideas a little bit too catered to the local style play rather than the international Southeast Asian style play as well, which is why I say that it's so important for teams to just really diversify the way they approach fights on this map. I think for a long time, I think for many seasons, if you look at near angle, right, Sem9 has been dropping over toward Pre-Mosque or Ferry Pier, you know, for quite some time, and they haven't really changed the drop spot quite yet. I would love to see an experimentation, you know, area method where they say, okay, let's try dropping in another space, or let's try changing the way we rotate, or let's try changing or just swapping roles. You know, we just never know that another player might be even better. Sometimes it's not really the coach changes or the player changes that could be the problem. Sometimes it could be just that roles itself.
Yeah, probably so. And when we take a look at Sem9, I think there's definitely signs of life, and especially what I've mentioned about that last round. So they are absolutely getting themselves a little bit closer to their usual form. So that being said, I don't think that it will take too long for them to really get the groove going. But this being their last round of Erangel, I'm not too sure what their track record is when it comes down to Miramar, but so far it hasn't really convinced us either ways, because you know, the similar patterns that you talked about, I felt like back then you would have, you know, some really good kind of setups for them to be getting those early pickoffs or so, but I feel like certain portions of it is not being implemented at this moment, or I guess that's where, you know, the coaches come in. They are trying to make something different happen, but maybe it's just a little bit disjointed for now. So I would just want to keep them pretty much within my sights for the time being. Whereas middle of the pack, though, I mean, I think we've seen a number of names that are kind of there, but not quite really holding on to that firm spot. TALON Esports was really, really close towards that direction, and I think they've had some good games, some really lackluster ones as well, and I'm hoping that they will get back on track. Well, of course, we'll put our focus onto some of the names listed down here. Hey, we both got CELCOMDIGI ones, hopefully making a qualification.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that CELCOMDIGI Alliance have not been playing up to standard, up to par. Usually, I think on the last day they started shy. We haven't really seen that at all toward the last day as well, which I think it's kind of scary, because this is a team that usually comes back in that last day, that last few games, just really clinch it out. It just feels like they're just not on that same page, getting picked off one by one, especially in that mid rotation. They need to have you know, protocols as well as, you know, SOPs on what to really worry about. They lose one already, and then suddenly they're rotating, they lose another one as well. It felt like a lot of times these fights that happened to them were because they were desperate to find position, to find spaces to play with as well. And if they do get those really good positions, it felt like they're not being very proactive in trying to decide what exactly is the next play.
Yeah, and I certainly agree with that, right? Like that indecisiveness and everything else added on top of the list definitely makes it so overwhelming for some of these players out there. Now, we're looking into FaZe Clan, who is also getting themselves very activated into picking more and more fights for today. Just that they're kind of overshadowed by their fellow brothers coming in from Vampire Esports that have scored those chicken dinners so far. And, you know, we've always talked about glue merch. I think that jersey is something brand new as well. It's a lot going on, but I kind of dig that lime neon green that's all over that jersey.
I mean, it's loud. Glue loves being loud. It's really shown in their gameplay as well in the best way possible, so I do not blame them. Alter Ego this week, 2 chicken dinners still at the very top. I think they're not gonna, I'm not sure whether or not I can catch up with the amount of chicken dinners that VOIN has been able to collect on day one. But one thing's for sure though, in terms of points, they're definitely up there. It felt like for yesterday, right, day 2, Alter Ego wasn't playing. It took 4 matches for every single team to catch up to the amount of points Alter Ego had built just on day 1. It took 1 game today for Alter Ego to retake that first place spot. Now, you know, need to try harder here for Team Secret. At least that's what they said on their board. And I feel like this team I think they can go pretty far. This roster had some moments of just brilliance last season as well. There were moments there they're able to play together, come together as a team. But today it's been fairly quiet. I mean, we see them around the map. They're very quiet early. I think they're just hoping for positions and try to play toward the mid side of the game where they start to get active. But before they could do that, another team has managed to hunt them down not once but twice already in just the first 3 maps.
Yeah, I think like sometimes like they've been a little bit too passive, and they could absolutely be punished for those very reasons as well. Now, looking into the last performance coming from CD Alliance, where they were also part of the group that was fighting around the edges of Milta, and they were pretty much clumped between 2 parties. And I think like many of all these teams that seem to be on the lower end of the spectrum right now is really coming to this kind of position. So I hope that there's those kind of adjustments to be made moving into this round, and we get ourselves a little view where 7-9 Yuhai is kind of giggling on his teammates. I really do wonder what some of these conversations are all about. You know, I kind of have noticed, like, out of all these like status that they put on the board, somebody out there, I think it was CD Alliance, where they wrote something like Battleground only for the brave, but they kind of misspelled that Battleground, which kind of kicks at my OCD kicking me for quite some rounds now. I hope somebody just add one more letter to the board.
Coming... Honestly, we're just waiting for the game to start. Sorry about that, guys. Bear with us for just a while longer. As we go into this one, I mean, there's not a lot I can say about a lot of these teams. I mean, they're quite consistent. That's all I can say. They're all the teams across the board are consistently playing. There's no standout moment except for that one moment where AZ was completely able to take away one team fairly early. Those early fights are very, very crucial, and I think it really helps propel them forward. But again, AZ started to get a bit more quiet as it was. Yeah, this is the one. EPL Monomax 299. What is that? What is that?
So we've only debunked who that is on the board, and I like the fact that they actually stick like another extra 5 pictures with a crown on top as well.
They want more
so
luck.
That's kind of funny.
They want more luck to be able to get another chicken dinner, and more luck to overtake points from Alter Ego. That's probably what's going on. And then when Super Weekend happens, you'll see 10 of those pictures.
Yeah, I think like each picture represents 1 chicken dinner that they can earn. So yeah, maybe they should stick, I don't know, up to 20 if they really want to. So of course, I wonder how far does the superstition go
Did you see FaZe?
Oh, what about FaZe?
FaZe put rivals themselves.
Fair enough. I think like we've gotten a lot of all these interviews, and they always say like, oh, we don't really care about all the other teams. We only care about ourselves. I think like that is the right way and the right attitude when it comes down to playing in a battle royale where your survival is really fully dependent on yourselves.
Let's look at last match points here. Sunline managed to get 8 points just now. I think it's not bad. But they need a lot more to be able to really kind of book it back into that top 16. And you know, a lot of criticism I think on social media to Yuhai. But like, I wish that people are a little bit more chill about it, because Yuhai still puts in numbers. If you look at his stats, it does not lie. This guy is doing a lot.
He definitely does, and these guys definitely have to chill. I mean, netizens, it's only the start of the season. We are not even halfway through it just yet, so believe in your teams that you guys support and continue to, you know, give them some positive feedback, if anything at all. So with that being said, we are finally getting our engines running for our flight. So let's hit right into the final map of Erangel for the night.
Cool stuff happening here. Kameshki all the way up to SMB. Skewed right to the right a little bit more, so Zarki, Georgia Paul might not be accessible. This will be the final Erangel for the day. And now this is where things get crucial. If this is your map, if this is the map that you're a little bit more comfortable playing, then this is the game that you want to really pay attention to.
They definitely will have all the teams sure to be laser focused onto aiming at their opponents, scoring more points as much as possible. And now with a little bit more of that access back into military base, so it doesn't really deter some of the rotations moving into either FreeBoss or Pure. So my big question right now is Vampire Esports gonna bite back? Because SEM9, they decided to extend from their usual drop slot of Fair Pure into FreeBoss early on. So that kind of puts a dent onto Vampire Esports' progress. Not that they need too much of those added points at the moment, but hey, sometimes you just really gotta show it to the closest opponents to not mess around. So that being said though, is there gonna be any form of early fights again? Because I'm looking at FaZe Clan dropping into Milta together with NST.
Okay, having a close look here as well, since the circle went toward the left side here. TODAK and MVKE taking early fights, but it's TODAK that comes up on top. We even see a melee kill already. Huh. Wondering how that happened. It's a very, very early fight. On top of that as well, TODAK retained every single one of their members, so this could be huge. As we go toward the end of the day as well, VPE opting for early fights against another team close by. It's going to be SEM9 that will be their victims, as Mazal will be the first one to fall, followed by Mika. I have to say that this game, a lot of teams really hit the ground running and started to say, you know what, it's the last Erangel and we want to go as aggressively as we can into this map.
I've absolutely predicted this to happen. Vampire Esports this time, they say, you know what, you mess with our neighborhood, we come and mess with yours this time around. You're now all alone. And there's really not much that he could really do about the situation. He's only got those level 1 gears alongside with a Pumpy for now. So Vampire Esports looking to close right in, and it's payback time, as they've been putting a lot of fame stickers up there, and they're hoping to just claim this number right now. Virundo, is there going to be any form of chance? Nah, not at all. 4 points straight away earned by Vampire Esports, and 2 names bite the dust. MVKE, past one. I mean, that one looks a little bit sloppy when they were battling for the garage, but this one, Vampire Esports got so many good starts, getting those loots, and just absolutely overwhelmed the rest of SEM9.
Yeah, and all you can say, this is a very rough circle as well, because the right flight paths are skewed to the right. So a lot of teams are starting to opt to either rotate early or take early fights, just because it really just clears out a lot of the space. Anyways, here we go. That's what happened. They are both dropped together at the same time. It's just that TODAK were just a little bit faster, and it was a full-on melee fight early. What the heck? Okay. I mean, it is fair. It is fair. When you don't have a weapon, the best thing to do is actually just use whatever you have on hand. I just know what the guys yelled out. I just know what TODAK yelled out without even hearing any noise.
Wow, what a way to really get the party started, right? Like, that melee fight is definitely something that's absolutely clippable. I mean, they were battling for that vehicle inside the garage, but honestly, do you need the entire squad to be moving into one garage? Like, if you already know that, hey, that the enemy has already reached first and foremost, then you're not going to really get that priority onto that vehicle either way. So, yep, heavy casualties on that end for MVKE. And the worst part is that within that melee fight, they didn't even secure to really, confirm at least one of the guys that was knocked down. So, yep, we also want to catch a little bit more of the reaction coming in from the rest of Blue Squad. And maybe, just maybe, we might have a little bit of a tech error since that cam is thrown back at the players instead.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a bit anxious here.
Yeah, is this a remake or?
I have a feeling it might be a remake. I mean, there's a lot of damage done, right? I mean, what's the rules here? If already damage done and kills happening, what do they actually just redo the whole thing?
From my experience as a team manager back then, if it is done before 3 minutes, the whole game goes on a full reset, which means that it will be 0 points added. So you can see that some teams, they are frustrated because, hey, I've scored those 4 points. What do you mean a reset? Now, you see laughs all around. Something must be going on. They're having fun with the camera. Okay. I need to listen to the conversation. Somebody put the mic on these boys right now.
Yeah. Somebody needs to do that. That's for sure. Wow. The boys from Alliance kind of look frustrated here. Perhaps they already got what they wanted, maybe? Not too sure, but everyone has to really go into the lobby, so it's gonna be another waiting game for us once again as the lobbies get remade. Wow, who's he pointing at? What is he saying? If you guys didn't know, so the booths are across from each other, some teams, so we don't know who exactly is Alliance, pointing at. I would love to know who he's talking to. Keeping my eye on you, buddy.
It will be really interesting if, let's say, if they were in a really heated fight and the person that they're fighting up against is literally sitting right on the opposite side. So it's like the trash talk will be absurd if that ever were to be the case. I mean, each booth, of course, they've had their own little privacy as well. I mean, they've got all this aviator headphones put right into their ears from time to time. So yeah, sometimes even with them yelling, like the opponent teams will be like, "What did he just say?" I would advise like they rather not know if that's going to be the case. And apparently, like it might just be the case where there is malfunction with hardware, or it could also be internet downtime for the moment, which kind of caused some disruption. So do bear with us, guys, if you guys are tuning in from wherever in the world right at this moment. We're just gonna chill for a little bit, and there's just so many new codes each and every day. Now this is something about a detour. Every failure is a detour to success. Is that something inspirational enough for you, Tash?
Yes.
Do better. Oh yeah. Okay.
I mean, the Team Secret one sounds like it's like a threat. Need to work harder. Need to do better.
I think those.
And I just feel so pressured. Right? I just feel so pressured hearing that.
They must have felt it as well. I mean, right now they're not really in the best of spots, not the worst either ways, but hey. That's why, they always got to remind themselves, need to do better. Okay, I think like...
look at theirs. Good luck, have fun.
The
yes.
classic.
The nice non-toxic one.
Ooh, MBKE says Vietnam #1.
You know what? That's valid.
Yeah, they gotta also ensure that they keep up to the example as well, though. I mean... Last round, they dropped very early. I think like they're the happiest bunch out of the many because if this round goes on the reset, they're back.
Nah,
so they're not worried.
It's not the worst in the world. TODAK got their highlight reel for TikTok. Hey, TikTok, what's up, man? So I 100% believe that we're gonna be seeing that onto TikTok later.
Yeah, I mean, it could be quite an epic clip. So make sure you guys follow each of your favorite teams out there on all social media platforms that they're on actively. Now, whoever wrote this GGWP has got some really good handwriting, I must say. Together along with a beautiful smiley face. And that really keeps the rest of FaZe Clan in a decent mood. So we're going to be throwing the cams back to us. That means that this is actually going to take a little while longer, unfortunately. So, Tash, I think like we've had so many different conversations of all these teams out there. I think like, Vietnam as a region right now looks so interesting because you have Team Flash as well as the usual banner carriers for Vietnam. And now it really seems to shift a lot because Team Flash is the one really pushing so hard to try to maintain that spot. While MVKE used to be that team that really challenged that statement, today, I feel like they're not exactly in their element though.
Yeah, and speaking of that, while they get into their element, we're going to go for a quick break. After this, the second half of the PMSL SEA Fall. Be right back.
On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to 1 main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support a teammate. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can rank anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battle. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the Haunted Residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile V4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has 2 firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4x scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on 2-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
We're already at the halfway mark here for the final day of week 1 of groups, and we're still looking for our top 16. Unfortunately for us, we had to do a remake just now, and I'm pretty sure that the players are very much ready in the game. We had a very funny start in the beginning of the map. I'm kind of disappointed that it didn't go through, it didn't count, because that melee 4v4 against MVKE and TODAK was hilarious.
Yeah, and at the very same time, we also got a fight between Vampire Esports as well as Sem9, and that going back on the reset. Now, Sem9 is being provoked as well, so I don't know if it's going to be another rematch between both ends, because it all started when the rest of these members of Sem9, they thought, hey, Primos is going to be emptied out, so might as well we just take that space, thinking that, hey, Vampire Esports is not going to reclaim their ground. And, you know, who's at fault here? You can't really blame Sem9, because, like, hey, if it's an empty space, you might as well just claim it, right? In that sense. So Vampire Esports, they're unhappy with that. They choose to strike back. That was a 4-0 record for both sides when they actually win out. So I would put it as a tie, but since that's being scrapped out, so it kind of remains that Sem9 is still 1 up against them. So I don't know, Vampire Esports, are they gonna let it slide though, or is it just gonna be a one-off thing? Because if you look at it at this current moment, Vampire Esports got nothing to lose. They could just really play spoilers to Sem9.
Yeah, they can. I mean, we already predicted this to happen anyway, especially since, Sem9, a lot of teams are starting to bring in subs into their roster coming into this game, especially those who are already very comfortable in the front. AE brought in Elva already as well. So yeah, getting your reps in now is, I think, very, very good time. Regardless, as we look at our top 16 here, TALON managing to squeeze their way all the way to 16th place already, which is good. They have another 3 more maps to play as well, which should, I think, solidify their lead. Now, for teams who are from Group C that are in trouble right now, Homebois, MAQNA Esports, and XSOPHERE, who are currently at 50 and 48 points. As TODAK climbs up to 12, they look really comfortable right now. Boom seems to be just, I think, just kind of maintaining their 11th place spot. And there is that possibility for teams onto the 17th page to really climb up as well. I think Hale still has a big chance at 32 right now. At 16th place is already on 32 as well. So getting about 40 points is already enough to really get them that 15th place slot as well. And when you look at teams like Sem9, 29 points, and MVKE at 25, this is where things get a bit more interesting, because you want to hit that 50 points, but it feels like such a big climb.
Yeah, but once again, I remind you that all these teams who are sitting around 17 all the way to, I dare say, 19, other than MVKE, I felt like everyone does actually have a potential here to either score 1 chicken dinner and just nullify whatever deficit that they actually had so far. So
CD Alliance need to as well.
Potential.
Like, I think, yeah, sorry, Contra. I was going to say CD Alliance and NST as well have the chance. Like, this is all the way up to 24 teams. So it's very, very hot down there.
Exactly. And of course, we got less than a minute to jump in. As a matter of fact, less than 10 seconds as they finally get back on track. So we already see the lights now blinking, and it's time to hop on our final map of Triangle once again.
This flight path is kind of... Wow, this is rough. Sovereignty all the way to Primos, all the way left side of that map. I mean, we've seen a lot of opposite stays, so maybe right side? What do you think, Contra?
Well, I could be the case if it goes into Milta again, and then I don't know what exactly to feel right now, because it's just so far of a stretch. Because for this kind of flight path, I'm thinking what I'm more intrigued about is that topic that I touched on, Sem9 versus Vampire Esports again.
You want to see that part 2?
Yeah, I really want to see part 2, because that is not fully settled now that, you know, it went back on the reset. What I do know is, for the fact is that MVKE most likely won't go to the garage anymore. They're probably gonna just get elsewhere.
I mean, okay, I want to see that one. I want to see MVKE versus TODAK. I mean, you saw how TODAK reacted to that 4v4 melee, right? Yeah. They were loud. They were loud. They were taunting. And personally, I wouldn't let that slide.
Not at all. I mean, some egos must be bruised right there. Now, speaking of MVKE, they are kind of butting themselves in between those players who have dropped into PUBGM. And oh, finally, we got it. It's the island ending.
Okay, so we can see TALON just quickly changing course onto the island. I think CD Alliance would do that as well. Oh no, NST, the first team you meet is up against Alter Ego, but at the very least, it's against two players. It's Krypton as well as Snape. This is nice. You have Krypton playing close to the window and, Snape trying to be the guy to pull away attention. They jump out and there's a quick shot to the face by Krypton and suddenly everyone's going to fall. And I think that NST sort of suspects this.
Pretty much so, and it doesn't seem like NST is going to be going for the full rush just yet. Perhaps not too confident on the kind of resources they start off with. But you could also say the same about their opponents. I mean, Alter Ego, they're just hugging by the corners of the wall. At least they do have a G36C. But Chaotic, what a reaction!
That's
he
fast.
knew!
Yeah, he came out the other way. They were not expected to check his corner as well. And because it's a TPP, gives you a little bit more broader angle to work with. Wow, Snape, that was relentless. Throws a nade straight to the face, jumps inside. He can just win this one out as well. No, not happening. Kenboy saves him, so at the very least here, NST gonna remain intact as a 4-2 eliminations is huge, especially against a team such as Alter Ego. I'm curious to know where exactly the other two are. Maybe they are far away. Oh no, they're actually here into school areas, just separated by different compounds. Is Grumpy gonna go face to face against Rosemary? Losing Rosemary, especially when you lose two already, he's a high impact player, could be devastating.
Yeah, but Rosemary's carrying a M249 to kind of exact vengeance upon those that he's lost over on his team, and it's a lot more manageable when it's a 1 versus 1. So I don't think that player Grumpy wants to really mess with Rosemary right now. But for him to even try to rejoin with the rest of his pack, it's gonna be hard to do. There's no vehicles from the corner of our eyes looking outside the window. So he's just going to be staying put until his other friend, of course, joins him once more. Now, are they going to be subscribing to this battle is also going to be a question here. Rosemary doesn't seem like he cares too much about that player that's going to be lurking around there. He's just trying to keep within grasp of Alva, who's currently holding on to that high ground. So waiting for that opportunity to appear, but I don't think it is going to be a recommitment coming from NST.
I would love to see the other parts of the map. We're seeing a mad dash onto southern side island already. Talon right smack in the middle of SMB, followed by, I think, Sem9 is there as well. CD Alliance also, I think Boom Esports just crossed from Milta as well. So, if anything, NST is just being stalled by Alter Ego here, just really wasting their precious time to really get onto the island. And you know, when it's an island finish, the later you rotate, the harder it is to get onto the island and, in fact, into that circle itself.
Yeah, and right now, a lot of all these teams who are so far off, it's either that they just opt to change their approach, right? A lot of the times when we see teams who don't really get access to the islands, they will just try to cause a little bit more of a chaos throughout the mainland so that they could just farm out all these elimination points instead of trying to book a spot. And sometimes when those kind of rough situations appear, it can actually allow these teams to at least get up to even 7-8 points if they manage to win 2 battles. So that's one thing that we can, of course, look forward to if that's going to be the case. McCarry is being so patient, though. Snooping around, trying to look for Sem9 members. This is all the way in Lipovka. Honestly, not too far if they really want to quickly book a vehicle and like move into the bridge. But by now, are they going to be any form of teams to be setting up that camp over the bridge? Because from my recollection, Talon Esports is usually the one side of the war playing, and they did manage to get that head start with the jump into the island.
Yeah, from what I've seen right now, a lot of teams are starting to populate that southern side of the island. I think to really go back to that point about teams, you know, if they're not able to get to the circle, what are going to be playing? They wouldn't be surprised if you're seeing teams just hang out at the very, very end, play those rocks, right? Just wait out that circle. Very desperate moments, just play for placement points. I think we've seen a lot of those as well. But I think a lot of teams are starting to understand this. So teams that are already at the southern side of the island, if anyone were to take a ferry, were to take, you know, a vehicle to get to the southern side, or even just swim, right? as soon as they land, they're pretty much dead. And speaking of dead here, as MVKE, the only 2 players on the side here, they tend to just crash against Boom Esports. Great opening by Teens, which is exactly what they wanted. Trong X as well, putting in a lot of damage to the members of Boom Esports. And all of them rendered so low right now. It's a crunch between the 2 members of Boom Esports, MVKE and Boom Esports, excuse me. Not going to be able to get away with anything as MVKE are so quick to confirm their kills. Yummy and Mastery, the last 2 standing. And Yummy hasn't even had space and time to go for that revive either. They don't want to stick it in case someone decides to just swing.
He's just really holding down the line over on the course of the staircase. He does actually get a glimpse, but now putting himself at risk. He should actually go for the rescue when he was allowed to, and now he finally goes in to pick up Mastery. So give him quite a while. Maybe Octa could also be revived if Yummy can actually clutch this one out. MVKE's indecisiveness is kind of worrisome to me because that could have easily been a quick push up towards the top side since they've already confirmed a couple of knocks. And now I finally get to see what seemed to be the problem here. I mean, it's so unlikely. I mean, half of the team members of MVKE consist of ex-Team Secret members, ex-Disavior members, and it does not really seem like it's convincing me that they could actually push right through. And now, the longer they wait, Hill Esports is going to crash right through their gate, so it is just gonna spell doom for them.
Boom Esports can wait it out. They are on the 2nd floor building. They can let MVKE deal with the brunt of the damage and then just surprise push forward as well. Trying the first one to fall, and Nate to follow up as well as the rest of MVKE. Now they're in trouble and questioning what exactly can we do. They had crossfires set up for the inside of the house in case the members of Boom Esports pushed out. And then Hale is just so convincingly pushing through decisively. Trin's trying to put in a lot of pre-fire damage in there, but Hale are just so patient right now. Boom Esports decides to join in 3 teams into 1 house. I think, probably Boom Esports probably surprised to see this many people already inside, already breached in here. As a break also gets sent out, Mastery steals away a kill from Silent. But Mastery, here with his teammate, gonna try find the last man standing from MVKE. He's so low right now. 1 shot in the face is all they need. A quick reload, a nice off-angle play. Perhaps even a nade. Now they rush through to catch him with the util in hand. And my god, Trin. You could tell he's very, very excited to be able to win out that one.
Yeah, it does actually cost a lot, though. I mean, if they actually done it so much early on, maybe there's not going to be
How the heck did Hale also get knocked out as well? They were the one who was a bit late with 4 members here, hello?
Right? It is kind of ridiculous on how all that transpired, but hey, I guess all these teams, they were a little bit too daring on their approach to the point that they kind of run the risk of getting traded back. And I guess that's what really went on.
And you know what? Though after that, all that 3 fights, no one really won. Yeah, MVKE survived, but with 1 member left this early, not that great either.
Exactly the case. And, you know, there can only be, you know, the kind of W's that you could actually have cleanly by tail end of the game. But early games is always going to be this kind of messy, which is why I'm not really, like, the biggest fan of teams really deciding to go for immediate fights from ground zero. And there's just so many things to really consider. Do you have enough resources in the form of meds? Do you have vehicles intact after a battle or so? Which, you know, sometimes you win the battle and then you know that you're stranded. When you have an island ending, that is just as worse as a death sentence. So I talked about the bridge cam, and it's going to be TODAK that is kind of guarding the far western end of the bridge instead. Finding nothing on the crosshair, but I think they just got to be a little bit more patient, and they will be rewarded later on.
Oh man, this is a moment there. Have a great look here on how exactly it happened. Oh man, you can tell Yummy was very, very frustrated as well, because honestly, that was their, I think, fight to win, honestly. If they just found the right timing to break into the area. Now circle shifting 1 more time here. It's already pretty much not confirmed, pretty much. It is confirmed. There's an island circle, but from which side here? Is it going to be a middle? Okay, there we go. It's going to be an SMB ending. And I think there's going to be really good for Talon, especially since they have a majority control of the area already. But holding down that area is not going to be easy. There's a lot of holes that a lot of teams can also abuse as well. Being in there means that you have to be on red alert at all times.
I agree. I mean, there's just so many options for those teams to really hang out with, whether it's a plane hangar over the south side or the hillside of the island itself, without really needing to fully commit inside the SMB. MXG just soaked a little bit of red pressure, and now Fool sends it into the island. They don't want to waste time dealing with the player of NST. Oh, that was perfect. Canboy with a beautiful transitional spray, taking 2 down. Absolute value for NST.
Oh, here we go. The blue zone desperation play finally happening. Look at how many teams are out there in the blue. Team Secret so far away. The same could be said about Flash. And NST being the team to just lock everyone out of the eastern bridge. Wow, okay. Wonder how long they'll last there. But VPE does manage to find the final member of MVKE here. We talked a little bit about VPE just now against Sen9 this time. It didn't happen. But VPE being mad patient right now, despite only staying as a 3. A lot of teams already, taking quite a bit of damage. MXG losing 2 members, NST losing 1 as well, and Flash already losing 2. I can already tell that a lot of teams are going to be limping toward the last circle.
You will definitely be looking for alternatives, which is to really just go all out in fights instead than to really prioritize the zone if they were a little too far off from really securing any form of space into the circle. So right now, everyone's just camping each other out. Alter Ego, also rather late. I mean, who can fault them? They come all the way from the side of Severny. The coast doesn't seem to be clear as well, so it is not entirely all the same way. And wow, what a rush coming from Glue, and they instantly get punished by Rosemary.
Yeah, what a fumble. They were trying to rush forward and just jump out and hit over Rosemary, but that reaction time for Rosemary is just incredible. But the play zone does claim him. For that time being, so Alter Ego cannot hold on. Stickley is also here as well, catching FaZe as they rush into the zone. Everyone is rushing. Everyone is just freaking out right now. I can definitely just envision it. Nice little roadkill end there. Just to really end FaZe. Why not, right? Flash will be the one to take that. Splash now just hunkering down over to the north side of that bridge. And if they do go into that circle, they can take this fight against Team Secret. Maybe take them out. But if they go in, they have to worry about Glue, they have to worry about NST as well. There's a lot they have to worry about, and it's a very, very long rotation onto the island for them.
Yeah, but if they do make it past the bridge, that is where they finally get the clearance, but they are not allowed to do so. Team Secret bombarding 1 member down. Zeus most likely won't be picked up, but he's trying to limp his way towards win, instantly being caught out by Zerus to really confirm it. 2 points already for the side of Team Secret. Resources-wise, there's still 3 first aid kits, so they can hang in there for the meantime. Now, I want to look into the back of Win. And he's got no first aid kit. This is going to be pretty bad for him. He's relying on bandages throughout the whole journey. And in the form of boosters, there's only 1 booster left. And no way he's going to be able to make the cut if that's going to be the case. Team Secret just want to do the formalities right now as they are taking a very wide swing towards Team Flash, and Win can only suffer so much.
Yeah. Flash really wanted to be the guys who kept everyone out of that bridge, but unfortunately for them, spend too much time in that blue. You took a lot of damage from the previous teams before you as well. You're not going to be able to go through. Like you said, they were just really, getting stuck with the lack of utility in hand. As we go into NST, they did finally make it into the zone, but this high ground should give them a little bit of a respite compared to Glue. But Glue, as we know, very aggressive, very fast. That area should be easily taken away from them if we look to past fights before. And NST, I think they respect this a lot, so they're playing closer to that zone and the circle instead. If they do need to book it, if Glue decides to go super aggressive, one gets knocked down, they can just quickly rush into the circle and find a different place to hold.
Just trying to really look for any form of gaps to really squeeze right past. NST, they finally get their way into the zone, and they managed to also spot a few members of Blue Squad for the moment. All the members a little rather late, so gotta see if Noel can actually make the cut through. NST did not aggress towards this direction, but with KF planted very deep into position, he's gonna be able to actually find the catch onto Kenboy, and that's where connecting with the majority of the bullets is gonna give him a little bit more confidence for the push to really take effect. Noel now having to deal with not only Kenboy but also Grumpy moving for the corner, and the flank comes in. Beautiful stuff coming from King Motis once more.
See the alliance there. Jimmy is somewhat close by as well. Third party is the name of the game. That was actually a pretty long-range pickoff as well, all the way toward the southern side of that circle. Now, Glue is the one in trouble here. Had a feeling that this high ground advantage should give NST a bit of a leg up there. But for the rest of Team Secret, you could tell that they were just so desperate to book it into that circle, find some corner to play with as well, but getting denied. There's just too many team watching in the southern side of the SMB area. For VPE, we saw one pickoff already by Lazarus onto a member of Sen9. Contra, you said you wanted to see a round 2, right? I think we saw a glimpse of it.
Yeah, in a very unlikely manner where both of them are already in the island and trying to gatekeep each other. This time, Vampire Esports gets the upper hand as well to rotate into the zone. So they're just going to say, sayonara, 7-9, we're not going to need to even take you out. You might even be taken out by the blue zone instead. So, journey continues. Big decisions to be made by the side of 7-9. They are going to be lobbing nades over side of Juke. Juke was also the one desperate to make the cut into the island, and thankfully he does make it, but he isn't exactly in the best of position.
This is a really hard circle shift too. Everyone thought that it's going to be, everyone I think banked on the circle pushing south, but it went all the way north, which favors TODAK. Look how much space they have onto the terrain as well. As the other members of 7-9 here desperate to find an angle to play with. Mika a little bit too aggressive for his own good. Is the full force of that nade. And another. He's barely alive right now. And as soon as they go out, Juhai gets stolen away by Juke. This damage is done only by one singular Team Secret member. And Juke is isolating these fights from one another with just this rock and this terrain. How the heck is he pulling this off? And he eliminates Sim9!
And so the Alliance, they're already here. So this is actually going to put a stop into Juke's aggression. I don't know if this actually saves 7-9. They're the ones hoping to take claim of every single drop of point. And man, Juke, that performance out of this individual is really something that we don't get to see every day. He's now being lobbed towards the direction of the scrub.
He has 5
Not quite enough.
eliminations, dude. There is no way. And he also has a vehicle by him as well. He's rotating in here. He should be proud of himself. Final man standing and getting 5 for the team. Incredible stuff. And he's not dead yet. Still running around. I don't think Talon... Oh, there we go. Spotted him out already. Oh my goodness. He only has 1 first aid there as well. And 51 bandages. I don't know if that's going to be enough to sustain him quickly as he wants.
It really was very vital for him to be able to make the cut toward the corner of the walls. Else, he'll be a goner. I mean, 5 points still very, very great results, especially done by only a single individual. Now, more and more pressure on top of TODAK as the rest of Vampire Esports are the Kingmakers by the hillside. Low ground, nothing to cover from other than the smoke of their own. That just trying to go proning onto those deep little creases. He's got a buggy though, but I don't know where could it actually take him, because no matter where he turns right now, Vampire Esports is still going to be locking over onto that corner. But then we still have 2 other members coming in from the side of TODAK that's holding over onto the high ground settling area of the compound. So, Juke, is it clear just yet for Juke? No, apparently not. Talon wants to put their hands into the cookie jar.
I don't think they're actually hunting him either. He can take his time. Yeah, Talon has Axel already on the southern side. No, they are hunting right now. It's a nice off angle held by Juki as well. They cross, they're basically dead. Haha. Like I said. Boy Chill taking a big brunt of that damage. He cannot kill Secure at all. And a double swing forward means it's going to be harder for him as well. One member jumps forward. Chill being the guy to pull his crosshair away, and his teammate swings out the right timing. Talon knocks him down. But I have to say, that's about 5 eliminations in the bag for MVKE to really propel them forward.
Yeah, Team Secret, to be exact. Well, over on the side of CD Alliance, they've been able to brute force their way towards the side of MXG, prepping up the grenades, not quite flipping over onto the Alliance members, and here comes the full-on trade out over onto the stairways, and we're seeing Iftar coming in to rally on the swerve, the moves, and how long can he actually buy? Gets low, gets taken out. Iftar arriving at a timely manner. CELCOMDIGI Alliance still have 3 members intact. Calamity right now to open that space up against the rest of AZ Slumber. AZ Slumber still has a member planet inside of zone though, so the onus is still on those members of CELCOMDIGI Alliance to push into the fences, into the safety net of the zone.
TODAK is doing well right now as well. They got some eliminations already. Full control of the northern side, some terrain as well as a compound. Has to really keep the other members of VPE and NST at bay, and they're doing a great job of doing so. VPE had already lost 2 members throughout everything. 5 limbs though, so not the worst ending in the world. Nope, scratch that. Already losing 1 more. Kenny steals away Red Bull too. Kenny, this is one of his most outstanding games. Every time there's a kill from TODAK, it's always going to be Kenny with that first contact play. As the rest of CD Alliance tries to find their way into the circle. On top of that as well, they're inside of a multi-tiered compound. You want to get out, you have to fight with AZ. And on top of that as well, AZ is the team with a higher priority for the circle as well. You go out of that compound, you're going to be met with 2 other members that are watching their crosses.
Yeah, that corridor is going to be a little bit of a meat grinder to work with. Jimmy now saw that Blues was also creeping right in, so I don't think there's much options left but to really push up ahead. Oh, that toss was beautiful. Just like that, BLUG now creates that space. Now that they take out Calamity, I don't think that AZ Slumber does get to have that perfect peek inside of the crowd. Not that they really need to do so. Asmi actually denies the point. That's a brilliant move to take away 1 point out of CD Alliance because they know they can't really go for a save. And now Jimmy on the push, but it's straight towards the crossmat towards Asmi again.
Side by side, the only thing that separated them is this wall. 1 nade bounce and he's dead. CD Alliance doing such a great job of just keeping the other teams at bay. Look a bit too far forward right now. Full force of that nade as Iftar rushes through as well just to secure those kills. But these smokes are making it hard to really figure out where exactly everyone is. He may just be taking a lot of damage. A bit too greedy of a play. And CD Alliance, they'll be knocked out at 5 with 4 eliminations.
Still top 5. One of the better performances, although not quite there just yet. AZ Slumber really held it out so well. And that denial at the very same time was also something that was well thought out from the side of Asmi. But I'm afraid that AZ Slumber, they got themselves into the toughest area to play out. And all it takes was depth lanes coming out of Talon to just make the top 2 cut. There is a horse that they can actually ride, boys. Still waste no time. Getting up, boys, because Talon is here to claim a chicken dinner going up against NST. Be up the hillside right now, setting things up for his teammates. But on the opposite side of the spine, it's not going to be an easy task for him to actually go in for the challenge. He needs the rest of Talon to also follow suit.
This terrain is not going to be easy at all. With King Motik being the first one to get knocked down is even worse. He's not necessarily in the range for his teammates to go for a pickup either. So, like it or not, they're gonna have to take this fight head on here as Achul quickly confirms the kill. The other members of NST decide to go prone. See someone peek up. A quick spray to the face is what they're hoping for right now. Stands up, shows his hand. He didn't realize that he's actually getting completely pincered from 2 different angles by Talon. And Ken Boy now, last man standing all alone. The only thing held to make him stay alive for this long is that tree line. And Talon, once again, show us what it means to be at the top. This is great stuff coming from this team. Granted that they did not have access to the island early in the game.
Wow. What a finish that was. You saw endless fights taking place inside the military base, and Talon Esports, they waited for the right moment to really shine bright here. And, you know, we talk about Talon being somewhere in the mid-pack. They were not exactly in the clear. They need more points to really confirm their spot over the weekend. This chicken dinner definitely secures it for them.
On top of that as well, we saw NST coming into second place that game, which is, I think, something that they really needed. They're currently on 23 points on the overall rankings. I'm so curious how far this propels them forward as we go next. But for now, when we look at the points just now, at least from the last round for Talon, I believe they were currently on exactly 16th. This should really help them push their way up to the top a little bit more, which should as well push down some members from Group C. Now, Yoru will be the guy to put in the most damage in this particular game, but I think for Talon, it's all about that rotation and their tenacity to get into that island first. They were one of the later teams to get into the island. They had to cross two teams, including the team gatekeeping from both ends of that bridge, forcing their way into the circle, staying a fair bit quiet, but every fight they took, they seemed to somehow overcome.
Yeah, and they definitely do it in a very precise manner as well, where they are absolutely getting those isolated targets, and those death plates were something to behold. Now, Talon Esports will definitely get their limelight here with the highlight reels.
Great stuff coming in. I think it's really great that we're actually seeing NST really rise up to the top as well. They really needed these points to really keep themselves back into the game. And finally, we're seeing signs of life coming in from CD Alliance as well. Looked a lot more better than their previous games throughout yesterday, excuse me, as well. So 2 Malaysian teams in the top 4. I'll take it. This is a W for me, but Talon, this is huge because it actually just confirms them a little bit better onto that top 16 spot.
That's right, and AZ Slumber still fighting so hard for those drop-up points, and they were really coming up with all these amazing stops to the point that even when it comes down to desperate measures, they come in with point denials against CD Alliance because they are also worried about certain overtakes to happen. The CELCOMDIGI Alliance did manage to catch quite some significant points in this round itself, so it's a lot of all these surges across the leaderboards, and of course, big news with Talon securing this chicken dinner. We've seen so many brilliant moments coming out of Boysil where he bombarded out those members of AZ Slumber and waste no time to push forward with that horse that he had to eventually seek out more intel up against NST. You know, for a moment I thought NST could have actually got themselves a chicken dinner, but then again, you know, they didn't exactly expand their territory over to the south side. So Talon Esports eventually closed out that gap and make it a perfect 17-pointer run for themselves. But, you know,
Island endings are always hectic, which is why we get to see so many battles. You see an average of 5 elimination points, even for those that ends up around 6 to 8 spot. And I believe that there's also those that seem to struggle because they were just way too far off from even getting anywhere near the zone.
Yeah. TALON did a great job of their rotations in that particular round. I'm pretty sure that they had already had protocols or an idea on how exactly to be navigating this kind of plays. Now, looking at the bottom set, the rank here is FaZe and Sem9 to go out with no points. And this is looking very, very dire for Sem9 right now. Because if you look at where Sem9 is on this current ladder, they're currently on 19th place with 29 points total. I believe that this means that a lot of teams at the bottom, like say MVKE, AZ, even CD Alliance would easily surpass them right now as well, which is going to make it even more hard for them to even play catch up. Overall rankings are here. I think enough math from me, but all three Ego, they're so far ahead of the rest. They're almost 20-point lead around there, if you can math properly. And VPE rising up to second place here, dropping down EA and VOIN.
Wow. It seems like it's a lot of back and forth earlier between eArena, Vampire Esports, as well as Alter Ego, but Alter Ego have been able to really convert many of all these early team fights into successive hits. So,
Contra, I have a weird question to ask you. The possibility of XSOPHERE not making it to the Super Weekend?
Very, very high, actually, because you take a look at the other page. NST, they're pushing right now. AZ SLUMBER, CELCOMDIGI Alliance. With 2 more games, it is kind of hard to tell. If you're looking at either 1 or 2 teams to secure top 2 within that rounds of Miramar, then there's a possibility that they get pushed down. So that is where, it's going to be very nail-biting for those right now sitting at the bottom 16.
Anyway, drop spots abound as well. For me personally, maybe not a loss Leone's fight. I think Monto Nuevo Circle would sound really, really fun as well. Especially maybe Chumacera since Talon and both Hale are there. For some reason, I'm seeing a lot of fights coming from Hale, and there's are very, very early aggressive fights. They go in as a 4, they like to explode into compounds, but I feel like they don't really have an idea on how exactly to do it safely, which really compromises their safety with 2 getting knocked down very, very quickly, and then suddenly everything just falls apart.
Yeah, I do agree. I think that's a little bit problematic for them to really navigate. It really has a lot to do with communication when you are actually planning an attack, and sometimes it gets a little bit more frantic on to those hot mics in that sense, where it can cause a little bit of confusion. But right now, at least when it comes down to Miramar, so long as they start off with a city that is not contested, then they should be good to go. Everything will move smooth sailing. And speaking of smooth, you guys definitely gotta check out the brand new 4.0 update, because it will cool down a whole lot of your devices that used to be super hot when you guys log into the match and you feel like you couldn't really spend too long playing. Tell you what, guys, you can right now experience 15% cooler temperatures, and it's at least 2 to 4 Celsius lower. So I think these are good enough reasons for you guys to just go ahead and spam PUBG Mobile all day.
Yeah, anyways, we have another cool update coming with the 4.0, which is the Spooky Soiree. Halloween is coming out very, very soon. They have some very fun collaborations and in-game activities for you guys who love celebrating the month. Look at how cute that cat is. Look at the black cat, Contra. He has like a little bit of a boo costume on it. That's so cute.
Yeah, I definitely kept my eyes onto that red fireball kind of ghastly looking spooky stuff. But now that you pointed out the cat, I kind of want that to be my companion as well. But you know what? Who's going to be accompanying us in PUBG Mobile? It is G-Dragon joining us next week. So you guys definitely want to check out what this collab is all about. So mark your calendars. You got a lot in on Thursday to find out whether it's a concert, whether it's going to be merches, or even new skins, as well as all the fun costumes that GDS offer. You must check this one out.
Yeah, PUBG Mobile collabs are always very, very fun. Now we turn our attention to Miramar. I think this is exciting because when you look at Miramar, this should be a new map that also means a new slate in terms of mindset as well as they go into today. Now, things are looking, we talked a little bit about mindsets, about gameplays, about teams that are not going to making it. I mean, Talon looks like they're already pretty much set for that super weekend. I think it's good. It's a very last minute comeback, but it works out. NST pushed their way all the way to the top. They started off, yeah, mind you, the second half of the day on 23rd place, and now suddenly they're already on 17th. Another few more points, they're going to be breaking into the top 16 for sure, and the possibility for XSOPHERE to not making it, to not even make it, excuse me, even higher. And it's even heartbreaking because a team like XSOPHERE has been excelling. It's not that they're not doing well at all, but it's just because that today we're seeing a lot of teams start to get a lot more tenacious. That's where the problems are happening here. And XSOPHERE, you guys better be praying for that slot onto this weekend.
Yeah, I definitely think that they also need their own superstition. I don't know whose sticker are they going to be putting on their home walls because they're watching from home today, because they absolutely need all the luck that they can get. That, you know, there can only be two scenarios, right? Either the top funnel teams that has been dominating to wipe out the lower end of the table, or it is the other way around. Like they are on high morale. They're definitely getting all this big pep talk from their coaches, from their team managers, or even their bosses. Is like, you better not mess this up, or you're getting a pay cut. It's like, yes, boss. And look no further, top 4 finishes coming from AZ Slumber, top 4 finishes coming from CD Alliance, and also some of all these members coming in from the newly promoted PMSL Indonesian team. It's just pretty crazy, right? That was a SMB circle. Usually, these kind of circles will crack inexperienced teams, but hey, they're the ones thriving under pressure.
I have this weird theory that weird, unusual circles lets the teams who are unusually, the unusual teams rise to the top, because it's just so 50-50. When it's unusual circles, I'm guessing that there's not going to be a lot of teams that actually have put in the prep and time. It's much more better to spend time on circles that are a little bit more, I think, normal, convenient, centralized compared to this very unusual circle. So in these kind of situations, a lot of teams, suddenly everything is just even play field. Everyone is just playing off what they all know. It's a lot of individual instinct compared to what you do on drills and even playtime. But anyways, teams to focus right now. For me personally, I think it's time for Hale to wake up.
Oh yeah, I mean, Hale, we seen, the rise and fall, they're just looking inconsistent. That's just about it. They can fight. We've seen that happen before, and we're hoping that they keep their fighting spirits up. 7-9, last round, another disappointing run. And to me, what's really concerning is that they're not even talking to each other right now. They're just really fixated on getting the job done. But, if Talon could do it, I think there's still that possibility. So I'm just being hopeful here. I
wanted to point out, since we seeing Juke on the screen, that 5 kills he got last game and being able to completely overrun Sem9 just now must have really broken Sem9's mentality. Because if you are in a 1v4, if you are losing to one guy that dashes your run all the way to the top, how exactly would you be reacting? I'm not too sure if Sem9 does have a mental coach, because if anything, they really need to pull themselves together. There's this mindset, mentality that I really believe that a lot of teams should have, is that when things have already happened, you shouldn't dwell on it. Maybe after the game, maybe later, but the mentality should be, what should we do next during competition days, instead of dwelling on it and then just try to just bring yourself back to it. It can just really tilt you.
Yeah, I certainly think that the best way is forward. So that being said, though, Sem9, they were having too much on their plate as well. Like the blue zone kicking in, and then you got this pesky Juke that's really clutching the situation. You gotta give props to that gentleman, though. I mean, Team Secret so far having him really maintaining their order over onto the pack. And Team Secret, at first, they were also lording around 15, 16. So with all these kind of good consistent averages that they've been able to garner, that kind of solidifies themselves. Whereas, back to what you've pointed out as well,
yeah, I do kind of agree that, you know, when you have extraordinary zones like that, sometimes that delivers extraordinary results coming from those you least expect as well. But when we move into Miramar, there's plenty of those kind of grounds where there is not going to be too huge of a curveball, and hence why this is a test of might and skills when we move into the desert dunes.
All right, game about to happen already. Miramar, the second last one of the day, is now here. My question is, can any of these lower rung players actually turn things around, surprise all of us, and suddenly make it into the top 16? We've seen it before a few seasons ago. I would love to see it again.
Me too, and right now, there's just so many storylines being set into place, whether or not can they make it into this super weekend. And, you know, there's so many dark horses. I don't know if I could actually call one as an underdog, because by right, these are champions in their own region, including the ones that comes in from the PMMC. AZ Slumber so far been run over the past round. I want to see where do they end up right now, because there is a very firm chance for them, such as the rest of the field that's been able to really gain quite a lot of tempo in that past run, to be able to do even more in this Miramar. So Hale, they sat at 17th spot, and now they need to really hustle their way from start to finish.
Okay. I want to see where exactly the circle is going. Ooh, MVKE together with AE? AE, are you trying to break dreams here? Are they fighting already?
I think like that might just be the case here. Team Flash also getting onto something while we're looking into the current scenario. It is going to be A-OK for now. I thought that it was Team Flash, but I got it mistaken for the potential altercation. And look what's happening here. Sam9 versus AZ Slumber. One of these Malaysian team is going to be upset. It could be either Sam9 or AZ Slumber, and they're taking a two-pronged engagement onto that member, Sam9. Mika still gets that claim, gets the knock over a Calamity. Viren, as well as Mika, looking to also push up ahead. This Micro Uzi in the hands of Asmi, and last round, he was the difference maker. Can he make the difference again?
It shouldn't be too much of a problem bringing Calamity back into the game, but the three members of 7-9 looking to just run into the compound. They do so just easily. Gets a bit of chip damage onto one member. They do get one kill. Mika will be the one to claim that first blood. As 7-9 Azamal from the outer side here trying to catch anyone who rushes out of that compound. It's looking very, very dire for AZ right now, but the same could be said about 7-9. Mika low, Fearon knocked, U-High putting in a lot of chip damage and pre-fires as well. But both teams incredibly stubborn, as Big Zix at the very least fast fight Mika in the end of the day. U-High playing the corner to perfection, but the wide swing a bit much. And Amazal a bit late to the party. And all his members and teammates are getting knocked down already. U-High, the final one left. And somehow out of all of this, AZ still remaining fairly healthy, albeit so low. Azami holding close by to rush as well. They don't want to allow any kills to happen. Cooking up that nade. One nade just really killed the rest of the team. It does not clip. Amazal checking every single corner, leaving no stones unturned. His footsteps definitely heard by the members of Sam9. Sorry, of the members of AZ. But everyone's back into the game, 1v3. The resets are coming through. Amazal, you're taking too much time.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling a little bit more hesitant. He knew that at least by now there's going to be those revives that comes following through. But the problem is, I mean, they don't really have mats, so that was actually a potential for him to actually go in for that chase early on. Missed that opportunity. And meanwhile, while this is happening, Alpha's getting a whole lot in his favor as he's trading out against Vikings, like you said earlier when we take a look at the minimap. So the Vikings' trouble isn't exactly over. And this time, it is going to be the case of AZ Slumber looking to knock them out of park. And just like that, a quick peek out of that door secures it for AZ Slumber as they put down the veterans of Malaysia, Sem9.
Oh, unfortunate situation for Sem9, losing fairly early as well. And AZ only losing out one player. So it's a 4-2-1. AZ won a lot in that particular fight just now. Slowly but surely, you should be able to just really catch up to Team Seeker. It's only about less than a 10-point deficit to the top 16 spot. And we saw a lot of early fights as well. MVKE also suffered heavy losses. They lost 3 members already, leaving only 1 alive. And as the circle shifts here, it's all the way northern side, where right smack dab in the middle of the circle is FaZe Clan.
Wow. I'm just trying to really look into, you know, all these storylines of all these teams once again. Like, Sem9, they lost Kenny as well as Beth to be moving into TODAK. And it really feels like the dynamics kind of shifted a whole lot, and there's so much pressure onto Amazal being brought right in. Especially you saw this kind of condition as well, where he was unable to help his teammates. And even when he's arrived, there was that form of hesitance that really proved to be very costly, allowing that reset to happen. I really think that he really has to really put himself back into the A game on the next run, because right at this moment, Sem9 only has 29 points. So realistically, mathematically, unless if Sem9 scores a chicken dinner with like, what, 20 over points, anything less than that, there's just no hope.
Real. That was what? I think right now the benchmark is about 45, almost 50 points here. You get 30, that's 20 points, and you're trying to get in the final map. You know, you look at another Malaysian team, it's TODAK. 9 out, Tam in this time around. They took a lot of damage from MXG. Trying to rotate over here. They're a bit more late on that rotation coming in from the southern islands. So both these teams will be crossing side by side. Where over in Los Leones, if they do rotate through Los Leones, it's going to be Flash that they have to deal with. And because it's an urban area, it's going to be harder than ever to quickly cross through scot-free. Because a lot of teams have been able to take over compounds, and they position themselves on higher areas as well with crossfires. So the chances to get out scot-free if you don't have a tanky vehicle, especially if you're on a buggy, is almost 0.
That's the thing. Like, it's just utmost importance for them to really secure something for them to be able to traverse right across. Now we get a little bit of stats coming in from Glue Squad, and I'm kind of surprised. I mean, I guess the reason why Hexus has a lower average point as compared to the rest of his teammates is because he's constantly being subbed in and subbed out as well. So Glue Squad really has a steady trio at the very least to be able to really back all these big numbers in the form of elimination points. And speaking of eliminations here, hopefully Kenboy can actually get some kind of conversion from the top side of the hill. I think that they've already spotted that vehicle, and that is a little signs of life. Perhaps they might be making a call for the rest of the teammates to crash right in. Richard spots him out, so the rest of Halo Esports being very wary of this current circumstance.
Lying in wait, Ultra Ego now being the gatekeepers as well over on the other end here. Circle's about to close already in about 7 seconds. Now looking up to our Boom Esports, they have finally made it into the area where FaZe was holding. But since the circle is shrinking there more than ever, Boom Esports wants this compound, and they do. FaZe had actually vacated it. But Chaco, as usual, when it comes to first contact play, he's going to be playing it huge right now with a shotgun in hand. He's already dropped 2, 3, even a one-man army, Chaco! You didn't even need your teammates to be able to make sure that this compound is yours. My God, what a goat!
Call the ambulance, but not for him at all. This guy, what a beast of a performance that he just churned out. I don't know what he had for dinner throughout that break, but it definitely gave him all that boost that was required. Chaco, I mean, remember what went on inside Rondo, right? It was also Chaco that really put a dent towards Boom Esports. And now, this is a reoccurrence once again. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I'm thinking that we're gonna get a replay of that real soon.
Yeah. Anyways, big rotation, big migration coming in from southern side here. TODAK as well as MXG being the last team still outside. No, I'm just kidding. There's still MXG as well over onto El Pozo. Still not close at all to the circle. There's a lot of terrain as well over toward truck shop, excuse me, that a lot of teams can try to take advantage of here. Oh no, Mastery. Very, very aware that CD Lines is somewhat close, and unfortunately for Leons, did not do his due diligence to be able to check his corners. I think Mastery really wanted to secure that kill, but the shots coming from Jimmy kept him at bay, especially since this is going to be a high ground area, which gives him a little bit more value compared to the cover that Mastery is holding. You can already see another member of CD Lions just coming close as well, so Leon's wondering how long it will take for them to get there, and I wonder if Mastery can actually win these fights. Jimmy better keep a close eye out. If Mastery peeks out, it's going to be pain from above.
Yeah, he's just trying to buy as much time as well as space that he could. I mean, his teammates were all being flustered out from that previous fight, all thanks to Chaco. So realistically, Mastery is just going to play it as safe as he could. Whereas, take a look at how many teams are inside of Blue Zone right now. There's like about 5 teams right now. And I think like in stage 2 is starting to hurt quite a bit. So hopefully they can actually get right into the zone. Last we checked, this zone is still covering somewhere around Cruz del Val, somewhere towards Nerf Point. So this team's really got to settle the scores quick. Mastery right now trying to trace the footsteps, but he don't really know where should he actually swing first. Is it going to be left? Is it going to be right? And right now he's making a firm decision to cut towards the right corner. He tries to deny with the Molotov. He did buy himself a little space, but it's a very tight corner. There is just no room for him to play this one out.
I love the game of smokes and mirrors, number 1. Number 2, that double swing was perfection. One player to steal away the crosshair and the other one to just quickly seal the deal. And that is what we want to call teamwork. Now, coming over onto this side here, FaZe Clan, they were trying so hard to hold on to this compound, this area. But now, their fight against Boom Esports, and they tried so hard, they were able to win here, is just being dismantled by Alter Ego. At the very least, they do try and rally back here and somehow make it into a 1v1. It's going to be Earth's up against the final member of Alter Ego, which is Snape. Snape confirms 1 kill to Chaco, but for the rest of the team here, it's not going to be easy. Earth's finally here, close by as well. And Snape, before he could come close, he wants to make sure that he's going to be able to steal away these kills, not allow FaZe Clan to come back into the game. Because if that's the point, if you get those if you lose these 1v1s, you don't secure those points, it's just such a shame.
Yeah, and right now they're both going for those pickups, so it's about who gets it done way quicker. Krypton also trying to retrieve that intel, and if he could get any vital information, it would be great for Alter Ego to turn the tides around. Rosemary now covering his help, and that swing was a little wide, being spotted out by Herbs. He did not manage to capitalize on that situation. And FaZe Clan, they could actually revive 3 members. Alpha taken out. So this is, once again, FaZe Clan getting the upper hand. Krypton now being secured. But we're looking at Snake here in the very deep position. So if he does have any form of grenades to really close in the gap, I think like this is still be a 50-50.
And Glue somehow is close as well. I also think that they want to just join in as a third party here. FaZe Clan, 3 still remain. They have 4 eliminations already, and it's all from Chaco, by the way. And Chaco's already been stopped. Spots out where Alter Ego's member is. Rosemary here, managing to really prone out forward. Back and forth between these two, a 1v1 that's not being able to really be fully taken out as well. Lots of hesitation coming through as both teams try to stay alive right here. Spots out where Snape is as well. Isolated fights, both players. Ooh, what a shot coming in from Snape as well. Should give a bit more of an upper hand toward Rosemary. And for FaZe, trying to find a way to just really isolate them away. Nice shot to the face here. Rosemary a bit too eager as FaZe Clan quick to take up more space. And eliminating Alter Ego this early. So this would be an early, at least this map for them as well. 4 eliminations for them, so it's 130 to end it. But for the rest of FaZe, still very much okay as a 3 to go all the way till the end. Have to be super wary of Glue.
Yeah. Chaco he got taken out, but at the very least, he's got his only heroic moments out there. Now, with the presence of Blue Squad, they're hoping to really choke out that space. One member planted very deep inside, over on the outskirts. Grenade. Big chunk towards the side of SOCM and Xbox. Whoa, that was swift. Now all that's left is going to be Zapaloy over on his back. And I am afraid that he doesn't really have all that room. Xbox looking to get that dip. And that will just perfectly count it with Noel supplemented from that far angle for Blue Squad to take this win.
Rough. Checking into the circle, the middle area completely barren, apart from two teams who are on the western side, where there's a little bit more of a terrain to work with here. And for southern side here, majority of teams are holding just because there is more of that terrain and high ground to work with here. Juke, the star from the last map, still very much alive. The CD Alliance aren't careful here. It's going to be a perfect shot toward him. I'm pretty sure a lot of teams are wary of his position as well. So as soon as one player swings out, the others are going to be shooting back at him as soon as he shows his hand.
It's just so difficult. I mean, there's just multiple layers around this El Azhar sector. Team Secret taking a really sweet spot over the high grounds will be able to really reap the rewards of getting those vantage points. Though that kind of squeezed real tight. Where exactly do they really turn to? Because moving up the hill is almost a death sentence unless they really get those isolated pickoffs. So TODAK, they're trying to turn the other way around just to ensure a little bit more safety net. But that is going to be Team Flash that's been waiting in the gas station and opened fire instantaneously.
No, Tom.
Catching out Tap.
Yeah, Tom tried to go a bit more aggressive, but he didn't realize there's two people staring right straight at him. And the rest of TODAK, they look so desperate right now. They were hoping for a clean rotation, but Flash has been waiting for them for quite some time. And Flash right now looking real good with 4 eliminations already in the bag. And you know how Flash is. Once they gain momentum, once they feel good, it almost feels unstoppable. And this southern side, despite them not having a lot of space to work with, they are the ones to be able to come up on top here.
Certainly so. Vampire Esports right now off to a decent track record of 2 points already. Without the presence of Alter Ego, is this an opportunity for Vampire Esports to close the gap? I'm thinking that surely, yeah, amount of chicken dinners may not be fully matching for the moment. Well, actually, both of them have only 2 chicken dinners for the meantime. And yet, they always find those big volumes. A drive-by into a wrong location that will send Zeus into the direct targets of Juke. Now, I'm not too sure what exactly was he really thinking about moving around those corners, but can't really blame him. I mean, they were coming in from the gas station. They count that some areas over the top side is cleared up. Vampire Esports right now killing onto those members of Hill Esports, just like how they did last game.
I am curious to know how long this fight, when the big fight from the southern side is going to be happening. There's just such a big amount of teams over there as well. NST has a nice compound and terrains to work with. This is a very good prime position. Anyone crossing, whether it be VPE, whether it be, I think it's El Hale, can be easily picked off by them if they want to.
That's true. And now, speaking of pickoffs, Team Secret, take a look at the kind of views that they're getting here. They could see the entirety of the zones left. Yet again, plenty of cover left for the side of the members of CD Alliance. Those scattered, they're only
what
buying
happened
time.
to Iftar?
Yeah, I think he got sniped from another angle, but who
No, I think he overcooked his nade. That's what happened. Blew himself up. Now he's bleeding to death. 1 nade is enough to just really eliminate him. He better be praying that GK goes a bit too huge here. Some cover fire coming in from another angle. I'm not too sure which team that is, so it does prolong his time in this game. As for Flash, the circle shifts away, so they're going to try and get a little bit more north forward. And I love that for Flash, it's always been one type of play that they're really comfortable with, and they just really commit to it. this sides, this edge of the circle play that really rewards them with elimination. So at least, you know, even if they do get knocked out a bit too early, not getting points, they still have some numbers to bring into the next round.
Yeah, overall, they're just having all the right protocols that really falls into place. It just goes to show the discipline of all these members of Team Flash altogether. Mela right now chiming in as well. Rest of Vampire Esports, 3 points so far. And this battle between the two is absolutely going to be super epic. We've seen how aggressive they do get. Lazarus, aka Schweppes, sees the vehicle, blows up the vehicle, deny more mobility, especially in a zone like this where there's a lot of flat ground terrains. And now that nade connects over the side of Bows. 2 taps was all it took coming in from Mela. And now that is going to be a great start for them with 4 points being earned. But take a look at the other sector itself. They are getting hustled by Mela from the back.
Again, VPE, one member falls, the rest just push through. This allows for any of the members to be taken away. Already, unfortunately this time around, I don't think they're able to really get him before he's getting picked off. So Red Bull, a bit of an early exit here. As for AZ, this time around, looking so good on this top side. Unfortunately for them, it's GLUE that has the upper hand advantage in terms of terrain, but GLUE, it doesn't seem interested at all to take this fight. They would really prefer to find a different terrain to work with, maybe even a closer angle, because the circle is about to shift about 5 seconds here. As the circle shifts, the rest of the teams will be rushing forward. That's a nice compound taken away by GLUE already, and that also explains why they're uninterested to take this fight against AZ.
Yeah, I mean, they could definitely have an easy access, and they are just going to be gatekeeping either side of the parties right now. NST does actually get a little bit of wiggle room, but then again, we're looking from a top-down view. Some of all these spaces are absolutely barren land that it really causes it to be a little bit more tricky to even try to consider full sending into the center. Nate's now lopped towards the side of MXG. Kara's not too concerned about that. And you take a look at Noel, he's really setting it into a deep position again with that flank. So Suey Boy tries to answer back with a Molotov. If they're throwing Molotovs, that means that they're really running low on resources as well. So it's not even towards the stage 7 or 8. This teams, they need to really quickly settle scores, taking far too long. MXG knows that they cannot waste any more time. They're just going to completely avoid Blue Squad in that sense.
A lot of gunfire happening, but not really a lot of kills either. XS nice spray onto Makari's huge start for this team. GLUE waits in patiently, waiting for the right timing. Just really push up here. Noel is going for the biggest flank of his life. Not too sure if KTN does know that he's around. Turn around, checked it out. Jump peek. Yeah, he definitely knows now. Could become a 1v1. Has a vehicle to go for a reposition as well, but the blue zone is unrelenting, so both teams gonna skedaddle down southern side. But GLUE, because they're a little bit faster, they could become spoil sport, beat the team to really keep the other members at bay. But XG has another different idea in mind. This nice 2-1-1 formation makes it so much harder for GLUE to break through their defenses unless they want to be shredded chicken. Xbox falls. The other members rally back. Is Noel to put in a bit more pressure to the back line. Eliminated already here will be Slumber, but the team in front of us right now, GLUE, is struggling. As MXG look really good in terms of position as well. The other members of the team bleeding to death, but not in a dangerous predicament, should be easily brought back into the game.
Should be able to do so, but they gotta keep an eye out for the other members of GLUE Squad. Good that they actually get the catch over onto Noel, so that kind of negates any form of flank attempts coming in from the rest of GLUE Squad. And now they try to traverse across. Great position coming from the side of KF to really hold them down. MXG, big decisions to make. And take a look at that. GK? Okay, he's popping up that grenade. A little far wide. Does actually have some chip damage towards the side of Suey Boy, but ever since they saw the trajectory of the Troll Bowl, they're just going to be able to give chase. So that might just be too much that Team Secret has bitten into this current area of play. Another big nade drop back into the side of MXG. And they don't want to waste more time. There could be a full send directly to the middle. And if they do go towards the crater, they can also supplement with more firepower. But here comes Jinky again, striking them back, this time with 2 knocks. Oh, Team Secret, this might just be a top 4 finish if Jinky can keep this up.
Man, you thought that Juke was going to bring the A game forward? No, Jinky also brought his in this next map. Now the rest of Team Secret looking to collapse. MXG in trouble, stuck outside the zone, the blue zone coming, and also pressure from left, right, and center. Team Secret eliminates MXG. We talked a little bit about how Team Secret wasn't really showing up. Well, today they are. Individual brilliance all around for this team, and they already have 9 eliminations. Meanwhile, for NST, forced to take this fight against one other team other than VPE. But at the same time, for Glue, it felt like a very, very desperate play. But Flash is the one to fall, and they still make it till the end. They're going to be eliminated by Flash in 5th place. And now our top 4 teams looking really stacked, with Team Secrets hitting a 10.
And that is just all these teams playing with 3 members, so it's on equal terms right at this moment. If there's going to be any difference from that prediction of winner with the chicken dinner, is really boiling down to resources right now. Homebois sees those movement. Everyone tucked over to the south side corner, and it's Gooey. Oh, Gooey survives. Grumpy though, he's getting that perfect coverage, and now perfect angle for his out of Juke. He's still fighting on. And all these members of ill, battered, bruised, stuck inside of Shack. Does he have a Molotov? Does he have a Troll Bowl that he can lop right through? Huey now taken out. Lazarus now goes in for the exchange. Will be able to claim one up against Grumpy. NST, another top 4 finish, 2 rounds back to back. That could actually give them just about enough supplement with 1 more game to go. Hill Esports, you know, we've talked about that scrutiny. And now in Miramar is where they shine brightest. They just need to ensure that they could just defend themselves right now, because Cheeky is not giving them any room to play.
The amount of control that Team Secret has over this circle. The only thing Hale has is a tiny shack, and I'm really, really concerned. 1 nade is all it takes to completely annihilate the team. You don't want that to happen. But what can they do? Outside there is a low ground with no cover at all. And a lot of pressure is coming in from Team Secret as well. Somehow they've let go of that control, gives a lot of space out again, which means that VPE is able to slowly make their way into the area. As Gewi, great opening onto Richard, is looking bad for Hale.
Yeah, from that to worse as well. I mean, realistically, where else could they really go? And decide to step outside of the shack as well, just to try to challenge up against Gewi. Esports needs to set that revive. And you take a look at the vehicle health as well. It's fully depleted. The moment that they do look for that revive onto Richard X, that grenade falls through perfectly. Now Team Secret still kind of occupying the other side of space, so that kind of allows Vampire Esports to go for that back and forth. Perfect line of sight as well for the side of Yui. Vampire Esports now spots out Doc L. And that's just a couple of tags. Thankfully, those members of Team Secret did not overcommit.
1 more nade and Hale struggle. Should be a problem to bring him back into the game. Yep, still alive as a 2. As soon as Richard got picked up again, Juke immediately just sprays his face. And now the rest of TS looking to collapse. The top set of the circle in their control 1 more time. The majority of the players alive for Team Secret here. VPE wants to change that. Very, very talented players on their side. Both Gui as well as Lazarus. Throws out the nade, goes wide. Based on the trajectory, excuse me, it's not nade, it's a molly, which means that VPE not able to push up forward as much as they want to here. Here comes the nade. Bit too wide as well as VPE. That those throw balls sort of give an idea where exactly VPE could be. And Hale, they rally back. Feels like they were stuck in the corner now. They managed to get a knock here. onto VPE as well, putting in the pressure.
Yeah, a lot back and forth taking place. It is still going to be a 2 versus 2 sides. As there's going to be that kind of rush coming from the side of Vampire Esports. They want to close it up against Team Secret. Charging right through. Jinky tries to hold up, but there's some nukes and credits right underneath. It doesn't seem like Lazarus needs it. He got that perfect lineup. Team Secret, they're not going to be able to last too long, and the grenade comes in from the full set. Hill Esports will be able to stab Vampire, find it till end. And Vampire is dead denied. And lo and behold, all hail the Kings.
Honestly, crazy stuff coming in from Hale. I'm so glad that my prediction came through here. Hale really needed to step up, needed to just really be able to secure, just tie up those loose ends. They were the one team that were at a big disadvantage. They had a tiny little shack only to work with. Look at how gleeful they are putting up that chicken dinner sign. And also on top of that as well, they didn't have like the most space to work with, but it was so methodical how they decided to take these fights, taking it, one by one. First having a look at Team Secret who was pressuring them. Yeah, Richard got knocked down twice, but as soon as VPE pushed in, they decided to let VPE and Team Secret take that fight and then swing out in the end to become the people to really play spoilsport in the end. Dashing the hopes and dreams of both Team Secret and Vampire Esports that statistically, according to the statistics, had a higher chance of winning that map.
Yeah, and it all boils down to their resilience, right? Even despite all the odds out there, they've been able to really stay afloat, especially hugging onto that shack when they were bombarded. They've been challenged back and forth, but they were not shaken. And overall, he saw only 2 members remain in such a tiny little angle. Vampire Esports, they kind of turn their way around to focus on the rest of the teams, but by doing so, nobody's marking onto Hill, which is why they finally get that extension outwards, and they just close it out in such a precise manner. Vampire Esports, Team Secret, Hill, as well as Ghoul Squad to make the top 4, and these are just absolute hard hitters, especially Team Secret, right? When we saw all these kind of amount of volumes that they've been racking up over on the outskirts, it is definitely astounding to actually see them working at that rate. So good stuff coming from them. And of course, it's classic Vampire Esports. In our rounds, they've been always delivering us huge numbers, especially on those frags.
Yeah. Crazy game. Look at Hale. They barely put any damage out. It was all about positioning and play for them. They were full squad for only 16 minutes compared to the rest of the team. They were at a big disadvantage compared to the rest as well. But the fact of the matter is also, Blue, despite getting knocked out a bit too early, they're still in that top 4. Consistency is key, but let's see how Hale played out this game.
That was potentially one of the most exciting top 4 skirmishes that we've had that was so technical inside of Miramar. And it was Richard X that was the star of the show, racking in 400 over damage. And take a look at this guy. He's an absolute tank. He soaked in 400 over damage, and he did not even falter to the tail end. So kudos to him. He's been really putting on quite the showing. And what's even more impressive, 50% headshot. I don't think I've ever seen 50% headshot in a very long time.
Yeah, honestly crazy, right? I mean, this was the guy who got knocked down twice in a row by the same person, but this is also the guy that's putting up the numbers. That's why I was saying he's tanky. He got brought back into the game, knocked down again, got brought back into the game, knocked down again. Anyways, regardless, despite everything here, Hale, they didn't get the amount of eliminations to really push themselves through despite that chicken dinner. So first place and second place tied together by VPE and Team Secret, both at 17 points. They were just tearing a new one into that entire lobby with 11 and 12 eliminations respectively, while Hale will be getting third place with 14. By the same time, you have another double-digit contender here with Glue on 12. What the heck? That map, that whole game was just almost like a fever dream.
Yeah, it really was. It was also very top-heavy as well, right? Where you saw every team was really battling for any form of position that they can hold on to. Those valleys were extremely dangerous for those teams over on the outskirts. Well, we got a lot of action, even from the likes of Alter Ego, as per usual. MXG walks in with 3, and it's going to be 1 point for each Talon CD Alliance as well as the rest of the field, except for 2 teams that got taken out very early on. Alter Ego remains to be up there, but take a look at that. Vampire Esports are just 5 points shy right at the moment to also call in for a truce. Blue Squad now moves further up onwards as they've been able to beat RQ's track record from yesterday to join the triple-digit club with 101 points.
Truly. Now, I'm more curious about the second page here. Come on, production. Change the page. There, thank you. There we go. Hale made it into 16th already. We already see XSOPHERE pushed out of the top 16. Homebois MAQNA Esports only 2 points away from potentially getting knocked down. The same could be said about Talon, but Talon, at the very least, still has one more map to play. Look at the gap between Team Secret and Talon as well. That's about a 12-point deficit between just these 2 areas. So I would say the 50-point mark is still very, very much relevant, like you mentioned, Contra. And it's more interesting to see who else is right here in the around 50 to 40, maybe 40-point mark. Maybe I'll give it like a 10-point, deficit between the 2, unless another team decides to go crazy and get like 20. They do get like 20 from 30. That'll be more teams get knocked down. There you go. XSOPHERE is out already. CD Alliance still stagnating. AZ stagnating as well. And NST, despite making it to the top just now, because they didn't have quite a great game this time around, they're not able to continue holding on to that lead. So right now, in terms of stagnation, MXG, SM9, in terms of catching up, well, if SM9 has a chicken dinner plus maybe an elimination that's phenomenal, they can still make it. But they also have to contend with the same from MVKE. Yeah,
it's still a plethora of possibilities, right? A chicken dinner for either one of these parties who's still
plus
actively playing. Yeah, CD Alliance, they could also do it right now, but they need high volumes of frags at the very same time in order to churn out that result. So NXT or NCT will need to really be the ones to have, another decent game. They don't really need that chicken dinner. So 50-point margin. That's what it takes here for them to really secure that super weekend. So we want to get that one going. But before we even get there, of course, you guys got to update your phones, right? So to, of course, play PUBG Mobile. So with the 4.0 version, you can play even longer with your buddies out there so you don't miss a beat. With lesser CPU usage on average by 10% and also the GPU as well by 10%, you can ensure that, this update will also keep your phone batteries running super long so that you can play for so much more with less power consumption on average, up to a total of 7%.
Anyways, we have another event going on as well in the 4.0 patch, which is the spooky soiree for Halloween. We're starting Halloween a bit earlier, and it gives you more time to have fun with the spookiness. I've kept my eye out on that really cute cat. Contra liked the really cute ghost fireball as well. But honestly, for me, I just realized the ghost on the top there, the orange one, is a knife.
What about the one that is kind of cyan in color? It's got those cute little cheeks going on.
Yeah, he does have the really cute cheeks, yeah. But you know what? Maybe what about the guy on the drum set? He looks scary, you know?
Oh, yeah. Now, are they a band? Okay.
Maybe?
I want to hear what kind of music they play, but speaking of music, though, there's also the collab with G-Dragon. This is going to be happening on next week. And if you guys are checking out the PUBG Battlegrounds as well, it's already being released. So if you want snippets of what they do offer, you can also check that one out. But hey, if you're just like us here at PUBG Mobile, then you can definitely wait for a little bit. And I assure you, you kind of want to get everything out of this G-Dragon collab.
Anyways, we still have one more map to go and one more chance for all of these teams to be able to make it into the top 16. And I think that lower rung is looking more interesting than ever. For CD Alliance, for MVKE, for Sem9, making it is still possible, but you have to go nuclear on this last map. And against, you know, teams that are already so, like you mentioned, it's very top heavy, right? Teams like, say, Alter Ego, who are so aggressive with how they play. Teams like FaZe, like Team Secret right now, like Boom, who are just so quick to go in for those frags, are just about to become the heartbreakers for now as well. And for teams who are currently in the top 16, I would say the bottom side of top 16, the possibility of losing that lead is also very, very much there.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. I mean, it is definitely a high pressure situation right now. I'm even choking on my own words right now on how these teams, you know, they have run the full length of the marathon throughout these weekdays, and then there's another 2 more days of action. So I want to see if there's any form of gas left in the tank, and this is the right time to literally pump it all out in that final match. So it's really go big or go home at this point in time. So
really,
I am wondering, you know, like who do we really want to see in the top 16 now that you're gonna have to say goodbye to a bunch of them?
If I could have one team onto a top 16, I would love to see AZ up there. I know it's a bit far, but it's very, very doable. It's not impossible, but it's just more of like how competitive the season is. It's not going to be easy either, especially when you have very, very aggressive teams playing here as well. It's a hard thing, right? Because I think this whole week we start to find new favorites as well, rooting for newer teams. For me personally, looking at these teams like say Hale, who has, I would say, quite consistent in terms of aggression, them making it to the Super Weekend could make the Super Weekend very, very fun. I think for me, I support teams, so I would also want to pick teams that make the Super Weekend a very interesting moment as well, you know? So that's why I really wanted XSOPHERE to make it, but unfortunately they didn't, so that's that. 5-2 as well had that potential. Unfortunately for them, didn't really make it till the end as well. But if I could have a team to really, really make it right now, honestly, I really want CD Alliance.
Yeah, I think like
hashtag bias.
CD Alliance is that kind of team that, you know, they've always been resilient, and there's usually those kind of surges that CD Alliance has that really is a team that can go nuclear at any given moment. So I wonder what exactly would they be churning out here, because last time round, you know, you've always seen CD Alliance starting things off inside Las Leones, enjoy those big spoil of loot, and then really dominate. So if it does actually end up with a circle that's going to be faring, you know, somewhere within the region of Las Leones, then I think maybe there is a chance here for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Other than that, you know, like I think the bane to you know, their run, I think I've said it just about enough. A lot of these teams, their rotation timings were being caught out by a lot of all these other teams, so they just need to be a little bit more wary, if ever at all. So Miramar, I think like this is definitely the best map to really see which teams can really put it all out.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, at the very least, I think for week one, we're not really seeing that huge change in pace or style of play either. If anything, you know, I thought, oh my god, it's gonna be day 2 here. Everyone's gonna be changing the way they're playing. Rotations are gonna swap out. No, it didn't really happen. I think if anything, a lot of teams are just really just trying to figure their way onto this big stage, get used to their groups, most importantly as well, because it's a shuffle every single day. So whenever you think you're comfortable on day 1, well, it's not going to be happening again on day 2 either. So that's, I think, been the biggest problem that all of these teams are facing. Sometimes we see teams like, oh my god, okay, this team is finally activated, they can play the way they used to. It doesn't feel like a lot of teams have that consistency. The only teams that I've been seeing consistent throughout the entirety today is GLU, who had, I think, consistently had been having you know, a top 4 finish. VPE, which consistently are fragging and also having a top 4 finish. AE, yeah, inconsistent about ending it all the way till the end, but they do still bring a number of eliminations till the end as well. So, you know, these teams you can peg as like, okay, they're very wholesome, they understand what exactly they wanted to achieve in every single game and what to do if, say, that plan A doesn't work as well. So I love the fact that they have that contingency plan all around. But for teams like SEM9, I just really couldn't figure out what exactly they were trying to achieve as a team. You know, in terms of rotations, in terms of fights, they were consistently doing the same starts over and over, and I feel like a lot of teams understood where exactly they're gonna go and what to do here. They need to shake it up a little bit, they need to bring an element of surprise, they need to figure out what exactly is hindering them from being able to execute the way that they want to play, because their team is very firepower heavy, and how exactly can you really activate this team when you have that much firepower?
Yeah, I think like it really feels so weird to really see SEM9 in this state because, you know, I think the past season overall, there was, you know, those signs of brilliance, especially when you have Viren as well as Yuhai to be activated. And I really think that was not present at all. It's either one of them getting caught out very early on, and it's all these kind of fights that is unwarranted, that kind of puts them out of the match very early on. Last scuffle inside of Miramar was the clear example where you really saw they got demolished. I mean, straight up demolished in that early fight, and it doesn't seem like they had a very clean kind of ratio of positioning. Amazal, that he should just full send it by then. Like, if you're gonna wait around for a revive, you know that you just delivered them a win. So I don't know. I definitely would scrutinize that kind of decision. So they really better wake up moving into this final map.
Anyway, this is where things get a bit more interesting because everyone is going to be having that, okay, it's the end of the night here. Some teams are just going to be toying around with others. Some teams are going to be playing, especially the ones that they already know they're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. They start to play the spoil sport. They just start to troll around here. For me, personally, I think VPE as well as GLU and Ultra Ego, this is a very, very safe pick for my chicken dinner. But at the same time, interestingly enough, for the kind of games where there's nothing to lose moments, we start to see surprises. So whoever that's on top, this is the game where you have to be on red alert.
That's right. You know, like for me, I've been keeping my eyes on to TODAK. I think today they've done such a tremendous effort from those Wrangle matches into the last round of Miramar that they should be playing in the Super Weekend already. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye out to see whether they can actually score a chicken dinner, because I kind of raved about them since yesterday. And I think, of course, now those who are below 16, this is their moment. They really seem like they have gotten maybe a couple of ideas already how to play out this pacing of Miramar since they've just concluded one. But as for the side of Altigo, you can still see that, you know, despite them not needing to put more points on the block, you're still seeing those kind of sure focus coming from Rosemary in every single round. And to me, that's just straight up wholesome, and also very great reasons for all the fans to admire his dedication to craft.
What are they showing us? Wait,
oh,
they pointed at SM9? They pointed at SM9?
Oh, they're still unhappy. They're still unhappy.
Oh, okay.
Hot drop time.
They're not letting it go. Okay.
And SEM9 doesn't know. SEM9's not sitting anywhere close by.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. Not If Sem9 wins this, oh my god, I can already imagine a TikTok out of it. I can already imagine the TikToks. Oh, that'll be fire. Sem9, do something!
I need someone to clip that moment where Svella's showing the phones. And Yuhai's just showing a casual thumbs up. So he's chill. They don't know. They don't know.
He's pointing at them again! Okay. Okay.
What did the Tigers do?
Wait, somebody go and tell him.
I don't know.
Somebody go tell him. Wait, hang on, let me call him. Beep, 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 beep. Hello? Boss Tommy? Boss Tommy? Your team is being threatened, Boss Tommy! Oh, he hung up on me. He hung up on me, man. What can I say?
Okay, I think all he's probably going to say is like, trust the process, right? You know, when you have all these teams to be moving into certain territories, like most often than not, they will feel like, hey, they're confident enough because it's their hometown to defend. But then again, we're talking about Vampire Esports. This team right now is really making everybody else sit and be quiet because they've been so solid on their performance. So yeah, when and I like the fact that Mela, he's literally not moving his lips at all. He's just pointing because he still believes in that superstition. You can't say any team's name, but he never said anything about pointing, huh?
I mean, he's just pointing at Sem9 saying that they're best friends. Didn't say anything. Don't know what you're talking about, Contra.
He showed the fingers, was like, I'm watching you.
Yeah, because he loves them. he only has eyes for Sem9, you know?
Okay, maybe that makes sense. So I would also make that assumption that, yeah, if that happens to be the case, then Vampire Esports may not hot drop. We'll be really good boys and then say, okay, I'll see you in the top 2. Maybe.
They're gonna give Sem9 the chicken dinner because they're such best friends.
Aw, because everyone would wish they could be best friends with Vampire Esports if that's the case. But, you know, they can always be frenemies. So, that being said though, final match of the night of Day 3's action. This will be the last for the group stage, and we'll see who makes the top 16.
Miramar one last time, all the way from Truck Shop, all the way to Monte Nuevo, cuts the map in half. Oh man, emotions are high for many of these teams. Sem9 looks so grim. And meanwhile, Vampire Esports pointing them out for what? Aggression, team play, best friends moment.
And wait a minute.
Sem9 got early.
Sem9, they actually move all the way up north, so I think they kind of know what's up.
Oh, that's good. This is good. I mean, we were just talking about how much we wanted to see Sem9 change up the pace, just shake it up, right? And this is a good start. A bit late, yeah, but better late than never. It's not impossible to still play catch up.
And I really wonder if VP is actually doubling down. I mean, like, they'll be disappointed to figure out that, hey, Monte Nuevo's empty, then where could they be? Oh, take a look at that. They're already off the plane. Yeah, they're actually dropping into Monte Nuevo. Oh boy, I mean, well, if they can find them today, and if Sem9 does play the Super Weekend, provided they win a chicken dinner with 5 points this game, then maybe they could actually do something. Hey, looks to me they have a plan. They're looking to strike down MXG. They think that they're the weakest team of the block right now. I hope they don't regret making this decision.
Waiting for the right timing here. Yuhai, a nice off angle to play with. They could bring it pain from above. But MXG, they know exactly what's going to be happening. So no one is actually going to show their hand quite yet. As soon as someone gets knocked or shot at, that's where things are going to get very sketchy. I'm pretty sure someone's going to get collapsed on right as that happened. Now there comes the chip damage. Mika taking a brunt of that. As the rest of Sem9 now just tucking over onto the other side. No one wants to full send commit here.
Nah, not at all. MXG, despite them not having the best calculations to score themselves into a top 16, But if they do win out this fight, can you imagine what it would be for the Thai team to celebrate? Speaking of Thai team, we have a full flush coming in from FaZe Clan onto that singular target, but they also lost out Canary, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Not too shabby in the form of exchange, but FaZe Clan losing out Canary so early, I'm not too quite sure how this will impact them. But at the very least, you know, they're not too far off from the center. Now back towards MSG. MSG, I mean, I'm too Asian for this. MXG. Now, they're the ones pushing forward towards M9.
You know what's really, really interesting as well? The fact of the matter is it's a 1-for-1, but losing a 1 early for NST would really impact them in the end. They're 18th place right now. They really, really need to hit that 50-point mark. Regardless, now for MXG, they want to rush forward. They want to really take away this fight, this area from Sem9. Sem9, 3 at the bottom and 1 at the top here. Yuhai will be the one to bring in that off-angle style play as Mika is so far out in the back. They're so far away from each other as well. I'm not too sure how exactly they're going to be playing off one another as well. But as Amazal this time around did put a bit of damage to Makaris. No clue where exactly everyone is. Amazal rushes forward, changes his mind, tries to find a different way into the compound. A lot of free fires into the smokes, find nothing. I'm kind of curious whether or not he's going to overstep his boundaries here because there's a nice little meat grinder over on the other end of this room.
There's a flashbang in their hands as well. Mika comes in for the flank. And finally, they open up their accounts. They get the deal down over on side of Makaris. And Sem9, they have been able to trample and triumph. 4 points. How much more do they need? Right now, we have to calculate. Hill has 48. So there's still a lot more work to be done here.
18 total, so 14 left to go. Take it step by step. As for FTD Lions as well, they are rallying. This time around, they're hitting over onto Flash, and this is huge. Flash has been a team that's been really pressuring so many of these different teams as well. Zeus waiting on the bottom side here. 3 members already picked off one by one, and they swing out together as a team, but they all line up. But at the very least, Leon's able to find that crucial shot. And Flash having an early night as CD Alliance also looking to join in that race.
Wow. This is just going to be a very, very long race to the very tail end. And the more of all these other players getting picked up, that also denies those chances for both CD Alliance as well as Sem9, depending on what the other teams are up to. Now, Team Secret also heard all that noise, and the rest of CELCOMDIGI Alliance barely licking their wounds. They do have just about enough resources for TODAK to heal back up. But Doc as well as Errors, they're on the approach. Big 8% right in. Thankfully not really connecting. Iftar in a very, very cautious mode. Just by the stairwells. They haven't yet singled out their targets just yet. Those Death Blades looking to do wonders, while Juke holding another one alongside with Zeras. They pop it every single quarter, but Leons is playing by the outskirts, and he lops one back at Zeras.
They don't know that Doki is somewhere on the other edge. Doki can find a nice angle to spell doom here. Oh man, Leons walks straight into that nade. Doki already on the top side of the compound. I think he's pretty sure got a glimpse of a member of CD Alliance. CD Alliance didn't even get any chance to really go for the reset early before they even ended that fight. But somehow, CD Alliance not able to hold on here. And Team Secret, oh my god, the way they take a compound is really, really scary. It's very clean with so many added layers in case another member steps outside. But while all of that was happening, I'm keeping an eye on NST as well. They lost one member against that fight against FaZe earlier, and now they lost one more, leaving them with only 2. It's looking so bad for them right now, especially since they're only 43 points in 18th place. Trying to make up to that 16th spot looks almost hard now. It's a tall mountain to climb.
It really is. CD Alliance, valiant effort being displayed by them, though. They walk away with those 4 points, but of course, there's just no other options for them but to, of course, reflect on the kind of circumstances that they were put on throughout this week. Same goes to MXG, that didn't really get their gears running throughout the course of the group stages. So we hope to actually see them recover for the upcoming week instead. As we continue on, MVKE, AZ, as well as Sem9. I think like for NST, like you said, with 2 members out, it is going to make things so much harder to do. So Hale had their names highlighted, that 48 point is still going to be a daunting task for Hill. I mean, all Hill needs to do this entire game is just to survive into maybe a top 4, just to get a couple more placement points, and they should be sorted. That will just increase the level of gap so that if sometimes chasing by those sure number of eliminations, that would also be super hard for them to do.
Sem9 still very far out in the blue here as a majority of teams take refuge, whether it be on Monte Nuevo, Power Grid, San Martin, and beyond. There's a lot of compounds in this area as well, terraneous. But no one wants to join in on these early fights.
Not at all. Now we get a little bit of further update. Like you said, Sem9 trailing all the way towards the corner of the map. They want to ensure their safety as well. But
shift.
this is going to allow Sem9 to cut in from the north to also meet up with TODAK if they're hoping for more fights. But TODAK is going to traverse deeper into Hacienda del Patron. And like you said, this hard shift is going to make it a little bit more difficult. And there's just so many unclaimed land right now. All thanks to Mika, though. I mean, his effort with the flank really opened up all possibilities for Sem9 to win that fight.
Matt Dash from the western side here. Quite surprised no fights actually broke out because of it. The last team to get into the circle should likely be VPE since they're all the way far west. Which in this case could be beneficial to them. If say teams actually leave the area of San Martin, go straight deep into the mid side of that circle, they could take advantage of that terrain. Now the team in the middle of the circle first is actually Alter Ego. I'm not too sure if they're aware that TODAK is close as well. Because granted, if you remember Alter Ego's tendencies, they like to play a bit more aggressive. They want to hunt down those eliminations as well. But it's a big plot of area that they're able to hold on to.
True enough. And I guess like they can afford to really experiment with, you know, like a wider kind of coverage if they really want to as well. Since right now, Alter Ego, 130 over points, unless, you know, the kind of won all the bragging rights. It's like, hey, we're the champions of week 1 group stages, then to bring that momentum into the weekend. I guess it's just a little bit of bonus. And oh, the moment we talked about Alter Ego, they managed to strike down those members of TODAK.
I mean, TODAK actually was vacating the northern side area because the sheer amount of teams coming from north side. They ran straight into Alter Ego, and you know that Alter Ego will not allow anyone in the peripheral vision to run away unscathed. And now for TODAK is looking, I mean, they're still okay as a 3 here. I don't think that Alter Ego is going to chase them all the way out of Hacienda del Patron. But still, TODAK still have a lot to worry about. Meanwhile, over on this end here, VPE, that later rotation, I thought they were going to be coming in from San Martin, but instead they actually traversed north side where they met up against MVKE. And MVKE, also another team that's struggling to make it into the top 16 right now, losing one member already. The other members are just limping. And right now, I'm just wondering whether or not they're going to actually force this fight. And meanwhile, on the other side here, Sem9 finding another pickoff onto TODAK, as the rest of VPE just clean up house. Break will be the next one to fall. And MVKE only surviving with the 2. Not too sure how exactly their chances of survival are. Granted, this blue zone is shifting, and the amount of teams waiting in front of them is phenomenal. I'm talking about teams like, say, AZ as well, that could really use some points.
They really need a whole lot, if anything at all. Hardship once again favoring Alter Ego. TODAK, they lost a bunch of members, and now they're pitted up between both Alter Ego as well as Sem9. There is a flank going on, and FaZe Clan, they're looking for a challenge as well. Superman wins out the trade against Mela to put a little bit of dent towards the side of VPE. Hanging outside of the blue zone, Red Bull charges right through, and he is going to be ditching that buggy over the corner map just to get a little bit more glimpse up against the rest of MVKE. So long as he keeps them at bay, it's going to be absolutely fine. But the rest of Vampire Esports right now need to also pave a passage for their own. They're looking for the white wrap up north, it seems. So I'm not too certain as to how this one will play out for them.
Southern side there, I'm having a look at the two Indonesian teams, TALON and Boom Esports as well, but all eyes onto Glue right now as MVKE. Superman is dancing left, right, and center. He's trying to dodge every single bullet KFQ shows at him before finally Xbox says, that's enough. I'm just gonna clean up for you. KFQ, you're taking too long, man. Trung as well is not gonna be able to get out of this scot-free or alive. So early night for MVKE, that stops their run over for the Super Weekend, which means an early rest for them and they can spend the weekend figuring out what went wrong.
Yeah, there's just so much for them to really slowly configure on how do they really play out for the next week. Once again, MVKE have definitely shown us, some glimpse of highlight moments, all thanks to Superman. But I don't know, it really feels like there's a kryptonite in play here. Well, I'm keeping my... I guess when we talk about kryptonites, you look no further than Alter Ego having Krypton in their team. Ha ha. I mean, that's not even a funny joke. But yeah, it's been running for a couple of seasons right now. Kiev looking to actually claim something inside of the crate. Does that supplement enough? I mean, Blue Squad, 2 points, just like the top of the field of the top three, Alter Ego as well as Vampire Esports to do exactly the same. Over on the top field of view, Daki so far popping off in that previous fight, taking out the vast majority of CD Alliance and now looking for a whole lot more as they're hunting out the Malaysian side of TODAK as well.
Nice high ground hold here from Doc. TODAK stucking themselves inside of the compound with only 2 members left. I'm pretty sure just now before we moved the camp here, Depp did manage to get pick off as well. Don't think he secured the point though. Noticing that the elimination points isn't quite there yet, so survivability is the name of the game for this team. It doesn't seem like there's any teams too close by as well other than Team Seekers. They're going to chill out for the time being here. Circle shifting one more time. Yeah, Alter Ego still very much at the most favorable position. The other teams looking at Team Secret, maybe NST to take this fight. Boom Esports against Talon as well could be huge. As for AZ, looking to one more time take down these Titans. Chaco just now winning a 1v3 was incredible work. I wouldn't be surprised if he did it again. So AZ putting a bit of respect to this team. Calamity is already low though.
AZ Slumber, 37 points. They do have a little bit of a head start as in comparison to Sem9. But going up against FaZe Clan, this is no easy task at all. Plenty of smokes right now covering the entire sector, especially towards the entry point of the warehouse. A very defensive hold by the rest of FaZe Clan, who is only having 2 members set right inside.
Oh no, Soza.
Oh no, getting caught out. Asby always comes up with all these good initial contact plays. And right now, makes it a lot more doable. FaZe Clan also spotting out Vampire Esports moving towards this direction. And they try to flush them away. Irvs now drops that grenade towards AZ Slumber, and Miz is already down, so they could actually go full on throttle towards that direction instead.
Chaco with the wings here, swinging out. Walks straight into Earth's nade. Not the best outcome for this team AZ. From bad to worse. The Rush all alone here. Oh my goodness, I was so sure that nade would actually clip him. Nah. Don't get hit by the nade, you're gonna be hit by the full force of that shotgun to the face here. FaZe not stopping that from happening. And Azami, despite that his efforts to get one pick off earlier, getting clipped out by VPE. VPE had gone for the longest rotation from the southern side all the way to the north side here. Azami is just burning to death right now, running for his life. For the time being, that Molly keeps him at bay, but the rest of his teammates are very much ready to collapse if, say, he calls them to. Coming up here. Throws that Molly one more time, hoping that he's close. Clears out the corners as well. And Azami, he's still rallying. Answers back with zone. Both players throwing out that nade. Lazarus unbothered at all. As somehow on the northern side here, VPE gets taken out by Sem9.
Wow. That was just such a great display of mechanical skills coming from Lazarus, where he knows that there was an approach coming out of that set member of AZ Slumber. Asmi, he tried to really find a push, but he was always denied, all thanks to that double Molotov. And after that subsides, Lazarus just wasted no time to really go in for that quick gap closer. And just like that, won out the battle. Puts AZ Slumber to sleep for not only for tonight, but for 2 more days over the weekend. Well, you can also consider another extra 2 because we usually take a break on Mondays as well as Tuesdays. Now, back onto Sem 9. The only other few teams alongside with NSD to have a shot for the weekend. Everyone's hunting out right now. And the longer that Sem 9 takes, they might not have sufficient elimination points to actually cut right through. As much as I have mentioned that, you know, they've been able to enjoy the space that they've created by holding over far north, they can find that early access as compared to the rest of the teams. Raptors now 1 versus 2. And it's going to be that quick swing. And this 2-power attack is too much with a stun grenade drop right in as well. Smart plays from FaZe Clan to close out this fight.
Great utility usage as well to catch them off guard here. FaZe double swinging as a 2. And Sem 9 looking very clean this game. Very patient as well. You're not seeing them force out fights, waiting in the wings. In fact, third partying as well. Something that they've been doing very well. I think they managed to already steal away 6 kills without going full send onto all of these fights.
Yeah, and that was absolutely astounding. I mean, they did actually have that full collapse on the very start of the match. And other than that, pickoffs after pickoffs, they still need about another 6, 7, 8 to actually add to the table. We'll have to, of course, keep up with what the progress is for the rest of Sem 9 while we take a glimpse at Blue Squad. Xbox, I think today has been a great day for him. Even on the runs that he had yesterday, he ends up as the day's very own MVP. Blue Squad definitely is some shining beacon of hope for the Indonesian side that's always been so passionate in rooting for their fellow countrymen. Now, Chaco's getting pummeled with bullets on that window pane, all from the angles of you, High Boy. So that is Earth's detonating himself out of nowhere. He didn't need the grenade. I think he was trying to pop a smoke or so, and now this is a big problem for FaZe Clan.
Waiting. Somehow, Sem 9 has been not too sure how Fearon actually survived that. Actually, took a while for him to actually react to it as well. The blue zone has shifted. FaZe now in trouble as well. Many of these teams really taking their time to get it into the circle. NST, I thought it would be really bad for them surviving as a 2, but they've been fairly quiet. They just had to just really step on the brakes and just play for those placement points. Knowing how close you are to the top 16, 5 points only difference against Heal. It's just exciting for them. As for Team Secret here, the low ground does not do them any favors. Boom Esports completely overwhelmed one of their members, and Boom Esports, they're not done yet. Putting in more pressure onto the other members. Despite it being in the compound, the chip damage is very much visible there.
Great trades regardless. Jiki right now needing the spot out of position upon it before he can go in for the resuscitation. Long range attempt, and it seems like Chaco has got no way out. I think he's just gonna tap out from here to deny the points away from Sem 9. This is just going to be a little rougher that Sem 9 loses another opportunity. But the journey goes on. They definitely want to look for different alternatives. NST on the far edge. Blue over there on far western plains as well, needing to actually break into the zone. Let's see what is the kind of maneuver they will be taking. While Team Secret, they're in the direct center. So now that creates another open path for Sem 9, and it's already top 8. While Blue Esports goes in, erupting with the fights. Blue Squad having them shredded out. Yoru barely surviving, goes in for a little bit of a burst of HP with the recovery, and he swings all the way forward. Just close it up against the rest of Blue Squad.
I think it's good that TALON is actually going a little bit more active this game with exactly 50 points at 14th place. You really want to try and solidify your lead. But for Glue, they're not going to get out of this scot-free. Alter Ego have been marking them for quite some time, so they will be the one to fall next. Is now we're down to only 7 teams already here. And the teams that are in trouble, both all 3 teams, Hale, NST, and SEM9, still very much alive. Still a lot of possibilities to play catch-up here.
Yeah, and so long as Hale makes it into a deeper cut of this match, then SEM9's chances are absolutely over. But we'll have to see. UK now eliminates NST, so those placement points definitely will play a big impact in this very final round. A double swing coming in from Team Secret quickly confirms it, takes out NST. SEM9 truly is the last hope right now to chase upon Hale. 3 members still left for the side of Hill Esports. Talon right now going up against Boom Esports. I've got no clue as to where exactly is Hill Esports. We have not really seen them on our screen. SEM9 right now getting ambushed by the rest of Alter Ego by the far end. And this is Mika getting caught.
My goodness, here, SEM9. It felt like they were the teams to really dictate how the north end of this circle works, but now they're getting completely swarmed by Alter Ego. We saw just now it was VP that wanted to mark them, but Alter Ego, it doesn't matter who it is, they are going to be the one that tries to end them here with Mika knocked down already. SEM9 trying their best to be able to go a little bit more aggressive, pick up Mika if they can, but Alva denying them that space. The nades will be cooked, but Amazal, nice off angle to be played, which means that this team will be able to survive for some time longer, and on top of that, still come away with 4.
And we go back into the Indonesian derby right now. Talon, they're surviving with Yoru dropping down low. And gets the exchange towards Pombit. And now this opens up the floodgates for the rest of Talon to be the Hunting Hawks. Big nades now cooked once again from the side of Yoru. And yes, it does connect onto all 3 members. Only 1 left. And that player is on the other far end. Talon's got no hunch as to where exactly that could be as they go in for the shirt cleanup. Top 5 situation for SEM9. Hill Esports, they're firmly planted in center. And this is a problem. I mean, SEM9, they need to really clear out Hill Esports. And now that they made it to the top 4, I don't know how many placement points can Hill Esports make. And SEM9 needs to deplete all 3 teams in order to make it to the weekend.
4 left here, and 3 out of the 4 teams are just rushing for the top 16. Talon looking to solidify their hold into that super weekend. And it's a very, very even playing field for all 4 of these teams. The position of Juke known already, and we've seen Hale play these Shaq plays to perfection just now. I made a bit of a criticism that this position is bad for them. 1 nade is enough to just really get them out of the game. But for some reason, maybe it didn't work in the previous map. But for some reason here this time around, all 3 in that corner. 1 knockdown already here. As Team Secret probably learning from their lesson from last game, going a bit more aggressive and looking to pressure this team. This allowing them any space to work with.
Team Secret closing up the gap. Hill Esports got nowhere else to go. They're throwing every single death blades into the shack, gets the knock on the Tiger, and they are gone. Top 3 finish for Team Secret, Talon, as well as SEM9. All eyes on the Tiger, the Hogs, and the Secret eyes of Team Secret. Jiki now, alongside with Juke. Big nades pop towards the side, and we're back, but not quite enough.
Still not dead yet. In fact, it's GK to get a kill there onto 1 member of SEM9. Firan out already, but still, another 3 more members from SEM9 to be used. And for Talon, they've been waiting at the end here instead of really going full send. They don't want to be part of this. They're going to let the other 2 teams just fully duke it out, and then they're going to swarm in. They have advantage in terms of the terrain as well. So for them, it's just about finding that right angle and timing compared to the other teams that are a little bit more at a disadvantage.
10 points already for the side of SEM9. And right now, they need every single kill that they can actually find in this matchup. And the nades are drawing real close. Talon Esports, they have the high ground. And this makes it a little bit harder for the side of Sam9 to really push towards that direction. Juke once again bombarded. The Molotov also set right in, but it's going to be on the outskirts instead. He remains to be alive inside the shack. Another attempt coming from Yoru this time around.
Oh, no.
It's going to be Axel that finds it.
Yeah. And somehow, you know, Talon is just deciding that they want to just come in here and get those kills. Oh my god, how is GK alive?
I have no
Tucked
clue.
in there.
Oh, he's got a little mini bunker. In between the buggy is where he's hiding out, and they couldn't really spot him out.
I don't think they know he's there.
Not at all. It's a blind spot. It's a very deep blind spot that is super cheeky, and he's playing it to the best of his capabilities. 2 members left for the side of 7-9, 1 being depleted. Are they gonna go for the rescue? I don't think they could actually get a catch over onto Yuhai. Achul is gonna be able to hold out too far off for some members of 7-9 to be safe right now.
Here's the hole, here's the wait. Mika waiting in the wings here. I'm not too sure if Yoru knows, but both of them just swinging by one another. A bit too large of a hold and a swing as the molly comes through. Zones him out just a little bit here. This is the most, I think, the slowest end we've seen so far. It's very, very surgical how each player is just approaching all these angles and holes and these terrains as well. But stage 9 finally here is a free-for-all. I think this might be the first time we're actually seeing the games go this far deep.
Yep. This might just actually cut it right into the center, and that might actually be the only way for this stage 9 to end. Sem9 kind of needs it at the moment because all that space is kind of hard to penetrate up against the rest of Talon Esports, and they got no clue on where the last member of Team Secret is. So with GK trying to hang on to the top 2 position, if Sem9 settles less than second place, it is going to be elimination for the Malayan Tigers, and that will be absolute heartbreak for them working so hard to come to this point. Talon, they don't have to risk it. They have the entire zone to themselves. Achille with the MG3 as well. A great weapon, so lethal, that could absolutely put a dent to Sem9.
Circle just shifting right now, but since the majority of these angles are completely in the control of Talon, I have to say that it's not looking good for Sem9 at all. Tries to isolate his fights. Moves as a 2, finds 1. It's going to be Axel for the top side here. It's going to be Rain and Pain from above. It's going to be Yoru next. Axel does find Amazal, but Mika at least trades out another long-range kill onto GK as well. Eliminated already. 1v1, but they want to bring Amazal back into the game. Denying information. Unstoppable already for Talon. Axel comes close, but he does have the better guns. And winner, chicken dinner going to none other. I believe it's Talon that got that shot. Yup, it is. A perfect ending to the week and a second chicken dinner for this team, solidifying their hold into the super weekend.
An impeccable finish. I got myself by the edge of the seat, and I'm sure some of our audience are feeling the same way. Oh, yeah. Get as much water as they could. Sem9. They got their heads down. But then again, that was the most insane effort that we've seen out of every other team that was on the brink of it. They were so close yet so far. I think like they were really deciding on that very final effort where should they actually go in for the save, because Amazal was halfway through being fully revived, but they were too concerned about that push being set in from Axel. So maybe if they did get the revive done, this could have actually been a chicken dinner for Sem9.
The pressure is definitely high. I don't blame them at all on the outcome. Again, it's just the best gun for, you know, a very close range fight. And I think that Axel knew exactly what he expected to see when the push happened from Mika as well. Look at the amount of damage Yoru has been putting in here. Over 1,000 damage across the board. Doubling Axel, who is, I think, second as well. Just crazy work coming from this guy. He's very active, moving around the area. Long range to short range, he can do it all. my god, when you have an insane player putting in damage like Yoru, it makes it so much easier for your teammates to help you just provide cover, provide space, provide the utility as well to allow you to make these play happen. Fun stuff coming to this team. Very exciting to see Talon go into the Super Weekend.
I absolutely do think so as well. Yoru, he is even lethal on those grenades as well. You saw the utilities that was dispersed by the rest of Talon was just absolutely overwhelming for some of the teams out there. And now with those two chicken dinners, they get to really celebrate, as they will definitely be some of the hottest ones to be moving into the weekends to try to see if they can maximize whatever they can earn for the grand finals.
Now we're going to be seeing what's happening onto the stage later. Talon 12 eliminations. Let's see what's up.
It was Talon Esports to end the night on a high with overwhelming damage output, but it was them 9 there that got us pretty much biting our nails with 2,600 over damage to be done as they secure themselves those double-digit elimination points. And even Team Secret has got quite a show-stopping performance, really trailblazing all these other teams who are hoping to make an entryway. But at the very tail end, despite Jinky being so elusive, he still got spotted out. And of course, it was so much back and forth action. We definitely ended the night in the best possible way.
Honestly, I'm super excited to see whether or not Sem9 made it. This is one of their best games yet. This is the kind of gameplay that I really wanted to see from them throughout the entirety of today. It felt like pressure got to them as well, and this last moment push just really set them into a perfect mindset to be able to pull off one of the most perfect plays I've seen for this particular map. Regardless, coming into this one, Yoru getting the MVP is not surprising at all. He's excelling in so many different parts. Elims, check. Damage, tanking, damage, check. Team contribution, 40%, also check. What can this guy do wrong?
Well, nothing at all. I mean, so far he has been absolutely perfect on his execution, and he's always having so much value in the form of impact that he actually offers. So if we take a look, wow, okay, that's 17 points for Sem9, and that's a tie between them as well as Team Secret. Talon got themselves pretty much the same elimination points as Team Secret, wielding 22 points by the tail end. But if you take a look at the rest of the field, he'll also earn 5 points, and I am afraid that that is insufficient for Sem9.
Yeah, oh no. Unlucky for them as well. Now, in this game is very interesting because TODAK, Flash, MXG all getting zeros, and a majority of teams didn't even reach that 5-point total, excuse me. CD Alliance as well here with 4. I don't think that's also enough for them as well. So a nail biter for this team. NST, I would say that they were on a run just now to make it to the top. I'm not too sure whether it is enough. Regardless, our top contender for first place spot and it's a not too huge of a lead in the end here as AE135 and VPE somehow managed to scrape themselves onto second place with only a 6-point deficit. VOIN dropped down to 5th RQ as well. Now on the top 16 here, Homebois MAQNA Esports makes it, managing to stay on the top 16. Probably played really hard to make it this weekend as well. And Hale making it on 15th as well. TODAK going down just a tad bit, but it's still enough for them to secure their placing in the Super Weekend.
I absolutely forgot that 50 points was the amount to beat. And can you imagine if Sem9 secures the chicken dinner? That was
God, 3
3
points.
eliminations on top of a chicken dinner bonus of 4 other points. Sem9 would have actually made it if they got that 1 kill. Oh my goodness.
That's a heartbreaker. Also a heartbreaker for XSOPHERE as well, who was forced to see, their points just go lower and lower throughout the entirety of the day. And surprisingly enough, we're not going to be seeing CD Alliance at the Super Weekend as well. It's been a while since we had a Super Weekend where CD Alliance was not present.
And that means that there's only 2 Malaysian representatives in that sense. Juke was the clutch factor in that last match. We saw a lot of big plays coming in from this gentleman as he is bringing back a whole lot of assists as well as high average damage throughout the run. So big improvements for Team Secret, having this gentleman to be able to really churn results whenever you need him.
Real. Juke, daily MVP here, 1v4? Yeah, it was 1v4 against Sem9. Honestly, it felt like from that moment that 1v4 happened, Sem9 somehow woke up just a little bit. But for now, let's have a look at the interview. Okay, never mind. Not quite yet, as we're going to be looking at the Super Weekend qualifications here. Here we are, our top 16 teams making it forward. And interestingly enough, usually we see teams like CD Alliance and Sem9 into the Super Weekend from Malaysia. It's changed already. TODAK and Homebois MAQNA Esports will be the one to represent the team. As for the rest here, I'm pretty excited to see. I think it's just usually the same suspects coming through till the end as well. So, if anything, a change in shift from Malaysia, but for the rest, it's still very much the same.
That's right, and there's just definitely, we're definitely keeping our eyes onto the Thai representatives as well as the Indonesians. They've won a whole lot of chicken dinners, and now that Team Flash, Team Secret, as well as DX is on form, the Vietnamese roster here, despite only having 3 teams as well, definitely has high impact plays to offer. So I am excited to see what unfolds for tomorrow and the day after. So make sure you guys tune in and, follow us on the journey for these teams reaching greatness as we join the interview.
And that
with
settles
baseball.
it for day number 3 of PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage here. It's been a long and arduous matches, obviously, here in the group stage. And we finally got our 16-team poll. We proceed on to the Super Weekend here. And we actually got the representative from one of the teams who earned the opportunities here. We would like to welcome TODAK's Dep to the interview booth as well. Thank you very much for coming.
Hello.
Of course, and John, our translator here. So, first of all, I suppose congratulations are in order, Dep. How does it feel and how are you planning to prepare for tomorrow?
Okay, Dep, pertama macam mana perasaan sekarang dan apa yang korang akan prepare untuk 2 hari akan datang?
Perasaan sekarang masih biasa-biasa lagi sebab kita orang banyak lagi kesalahan nak perbaiki dan kita orang akan pastikan kita orang layak ke Grand Final.
Yeah, I mean we feel very normal is because of I think we still have a lot of things that we need to fix, but then we are really confident and we're gonna make sure that we're gonna qualify to the Grand Final.
I see. I love the confidence there, obviously, here. And Dep, if I'm not mistaken, here, you started your career with Sem9 back in 2021, right? Which has been quite some times now. And after almost 5 years, you decided to move on for the first time ever, and now join TODAK. How does it feel trying to fit into your new team?
Okay, Dep, kita tahulah yang Dep ni dengan Sem9 boleh dikatakan dah dekat 5 tahun. And sekarang Dep dengan tim baru TODAK, macam mana rasa, macam mana blend in dengan tim baru, apa perasaan?
Lagi better lah, and lagipun saya ada teammate lama saya kat sini macam Kenny, Tam, Pasha. Lagi okey lah.
Yeah, I think if you ask me, I think I'm really like it here. I mean, I like the environment here, and plus I still have my older teammate, which is Tam, I got Kenny, and my manager as well is ex from Sem9. So yeah, I think it doesn't make any difference.
I see. That is lovely to hear, actually. And also, because our following questions here is about, are there any particular members or coaching staff maybe who has really helped you out in around adapting towards TODAK?
Okay, soalan ni adalah, ada tak player ataupun coaching staff yang membantu Deb untuk adapt dengan TODAK sendiri?
Saya rasa semua pun membantu, semua bagi kerjasama. Banyak juga saya belajar daripada TODAK ni, daripada semua orang lah, especially Cleon.
Yeah, I think everyone contribute something. Everyone do the work together, but then I still gonna give credit to my coach Cleon. I learned a lot from him.
I see. Okay. And also, obviously, there has been a lot of friendships and, of course, the bonds, the connections, right, between your teams here at TODAK as well. But we cannot talk about Sem9 as well here, of course. Do you have any message for your old team, Sem9, now that you qualify? And also, by the way, they almost did a miracle comeback, but still did not reach this super weekend.
Okay, terakhir sekali pertanyaannya, ada tak sedikit kata-kata untuk pasukan Sem9 yang mana dia hampir melakukan epic comeback tapi dia tak layak ke Super Weekend?
Bangkit balik lah and buat yang terbaik.
Just reset back, forget about it, and fix the mistake and come back stronger.
See, that is lovely to hear as well. That would be it for our interview here. Thank you very much, Deb from TODAK, as well as John here. That would be it for this interview, as I've already mentioned. Every one of us here at the Bazaar Hotel is going to leave you to the care of our casters here. Stay tuned for the next day of PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage. Bye-bye.
Man, very, very kind stuff coming in from, Deb, understanding that I think he has a lot of sentimental feelings for Sem9 as well. It is his first team. It is where he made his debut and his mark as well. For the first time moving on, must have been very scary for him, but they're doing well, so it is very exciting stuff. Anyways, guys, we have found our top 16 going into the Super Weekend. If you guys are watching at home, let us know if that is exactly what you expected to be for the Super Weekend. For me, I was not expecting for CD Alliance to not make it, but at the same time, very proud and happy to see TODAK make it there, as well as Homebois Esports, MAQNA Esports. It's a very new territory for us here in MY.
Yeah, and of course, we've seen Hale prevail by the tail end as they survive to the top 4. And then we forgot, hey, Homebois, they were hanging on to that 50 spot. And if only Sem9 secured that one final blow, then they could have actually joined in the ranks as well. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very beater weekend for Sem9, but they definitely should listen to Deb. I mean, them being the ex-member, to still lend them some good words. And speaking of Deb as well, we kind of had a little bit of chat as well, since he mentioned, oh, there's Pasha, there's so many of all these ex-Sem9 members. That absolutely makes him feel so much like home in this brand new roster. And I'm really glad for him really having, a lot more limelight being shown towards him as well as Kenny.
Yeah. Really great stuff coming through here as we hit into the end of the day as well. A lot of rivalries happening. I'm looking at VPE and Sem9. My question is whether or not Sem9 knows that VPE had challenged them. Was this intentional? Was this something that is what is meant to see? I mean, we're not going to know till next week. So for you guys at home, the Super Weekend will be happening tomorrow and Sunday with the Smash Rule as well. So be sure to tune in, same time, same place. And for now, we bid you good night. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.